Diddy. They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Diddy, which means crazy, okay? That's our K-Hive. They have been training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay? Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive. They go balls to the fucking wall.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again. But not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the Cum Zone.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. I am live. I'm alive. I'm right on time. It's 11:10 a.m. It's literally like perfectly on time, as a matter of fact. Started the broadcast a little bit earlier than I normally would. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. Even though you stream every day, do you have to check to see what day of the week it is? Yes, every single day, because of the fact that I stream every day. Interest rates cuts have come in today. You know, my stock portfolio is going to look great. Just kidding. I don't really give a shit. Anyway. Folks. Did you lower the stream audio? I swear I almost have to max my stream. No, I didn't change anything. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We're live. We are alive. And last night I ended the broadcast after a glorious victory over Wukong. Okay? Last night I ended the broadcast after a glorious victory that I got in the marketplace of ideas, in the marketplace of Wukong. I became the Monkey King. I broke the bond. I broke the cycle that Buddha had relegated, or I broke the cycle that Buddha had placed upon me. Okay, fantastic game overall. Pager incident. Dog, I know, man. I'm gonna cover it, dude. What the fuck, dude? I just started every day, bro. Every fucking day. I swear to God, people think like, oh, it's breaking news time. Like, this is the part immediately. The stream starts and Hasan does breaking news. No, there is a run of show here. Okay. Anyway, this is what I said about Wukong. I said Wukong was amazing. Wish there was more of it. Definitely easier than a Soulsborne, but made up for it with incredibly fluid combat animations and visuals. Loved diving into myths not traditionally repped in Western media. Issues, no map, invisible walls, DS2 hitboxes on some bosses, but a 9 out of 10. Come zone, Lebanon situation now, please. Lebanon situation needed first. Take a week off. Can you post the agenda in the chat? No. And also, it doesn't matter. The stream run of show is literally the same every day for 365 days a year. And the reason why there's no reason to fucking put the agenda, obviously, in the chat is because I'm trying to go through it, but chatters simply do not know how to read. Chatters simply do not know how to write. Chatters are sometimes illiterate. But beyond the fact that chatters are sometimes illiterate, they also don't know, like they don't know how to hear and comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth. What do I mean by this? I will literally be talking about the Lebanon situation and someone in the chat will be like, why the fuck aren't you talking about the Lebanon situation? Okay, so calm down. Anyway, learn to read. I know you have known this for months, but Netflix accidentally leaked Joe Manganiello is going to be Crocodile in season 2 of One Piece. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any of the cast at a time. Why would I know that? All right, so I'd like to apologize for my poor choice of words yesterday. I promise I don't believe Kamala is going to turn Tennessee blue. You're wrong. She will. If you vote for her, she will turn Tennessee blue. Anyway, are you gonna play Space Marine 2 for the next gaming segment? I'm gonna play the woke one tonight, probably. An MP accidentally lied to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and got 2 non-citizens through.
Then we just stay cool, calm, and collected.
Everybody calm down.
Oh.
What?
Maybe. How's it going?
Hi, all U.S. citizens.
Yep, we're going to TwitchCon.
Wait. That's not even a border checkpoint. Why the fuck were they asking him if the all U.S. citizens? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Also, who is the other non-U.S. citizen? Is it his homie, Mr. Arthur?
That's it?
Easy.
Oh wait, you guys aren't U.S. citizens.
They are
not U.S. citizens.
They are not U.S. citizens. Oh no.
Wait a second.
Are you?
Fanfan's Canadian. Oh, okay. Also, who gives a shit? Why the fuck is there a goddamn border? Why is that? Why are there border checkpoints? Why are there border checkpoints at the border of Texas? It's a thing in the southwest part of the U.S. Basically, like those DUI checkpoints, but for U.S. citizens. God, this country sucks ass, dude. Yo, if he looked even a little Mexican, they would have been like, nah, get out of the car. Yeah, it's ass. I think it's an El Paso thing. Anyway, they're all over the Southwest, Arizona, California, Nevada, New Mexico, and Texas. I feel like Arizona is significantly more aggro, and I suspect Texas is, but Arizona especially was like doing things that were also constitutionally not exactly allowed in terms of like completely warrantless search, completely warrantless searches under the suspicion that someone is like potentially an illegal immigrant. Like, that was a big deal. Anyway, personal news wise, we're gonna do that again. Okay, personal news wise. We're back in the personal news segment. We'll get to they have agriculture ones for California. Yeah, I've seen those. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah, Wukong ended. It was glorious. I loved it. Went to bed last night, watched a little bit of One Piece. If I watch it, like, listen, I'm still stuck in Wano. I'm like 1040 episode, around 1040, and it's like, I'll be honest with you, like the fucking the running gets to me so much. Like I feel as though the what am I gonna, I don't even know what I'm saying. My brain is fried right now. I feel like the Wano segments have so much running, and it's so goddamn annoying how much running there is in the fucking Wano segments of this goddamn show. There's just so much running. Are you keeping up with My Hero Academia? Yeah. The last 2 episodes were bangers too. This is my first time on desktop and not mobile, and it's kind of wild. Egghead makes up for it a bit. It's literally one of the best One Piece arcs. Do you know about Deadlock, the new Valve game? It's in playtest mode. Yes, I know. Every time I watch someone playing Deadlock, or like a clip shows up on my timeline of someone playing Deadlock, I feel like my brain is zapped. Like I have an understanding of because I played Dota, I have an understanding of like what League of Legends is, you know what I mean? When I look at it, like I can make sense of what's going on. But every time I look at Deadlock, I'm like, what the fuck am I even, is this a video game? Like what is going on? It's like Overwatch. It's like Overwatch, but it's like packaged in the same way with like lanes in a MOBA type game. And it's so goddamn confusing. Like, I'll be honest, I feel like it is impossible. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how this is going to ever work, but it legitimately feels like it is impossible to keep up with. Like as a e-sport that people would watch, I don't know if people would be able to watch it because it is so goddamn busy, dude. Esport commentators who do MOBAs have been talking recently about how hard it would be to commentate because of the complexity and the size of the gameplay. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you could like actually watch it as an esports consumer. But heard it's fun to play. Anyway, more personal news. Woke up this morning and I have one of those mornings where it's just like it's just a shitty start, you know? Real shit start to the morning. I sit down, it's cold, but like in the worst way possible because it's like cold and damp. And it's a reminder that like winter is coming in Los Angeles, and winters are really scary because it rains a lot. And then it cooks all of the things that I do on a regular basis, taking Kaya out to the dog park, playing basketball outside. Like that shit is, that all of that is cooked, right? And for those of you who say winter in LA, Lemao, get the fuck out of here. But it's like, I know it's nothing in comparison to your situation. But yeah, if you live in a place where there's like actual winter, guess what? You have closed basketball. You have like an infrastructure that is able to withstand the cold. You are used to being indoors. In Los Angeles, we are not. So everything kind of falls apart because we just don't have any, we have not created an infrastructure that is like able to withstand even a little bit of fucking rain. It sucks. It's annoying. Like I lived in places where I experienced winter. Okay, guys, I lived in New Jersey. I lived in Turkey for the first 18 years of my life. Like I know what, you know, winter looks like. I know, I've experienced it. The issue, on the other hand, however, is that there's no infrastructure here in Los Angeles for it. So even a little bit of rain just like kind of cucks everything. Do you not look forward to the winter fits though? Being able to layer more? I mean, that's the only good thing about winter is like when we really start dressing. But it's like when it's hot in London, it's awful. What if Cali gets rain and snow? Why don't they have infrastructure for it? Because it didn't historically. But like it's still, I mean, the weather's still goated. Are you doing any IRL at TwitchCon? Yeah. So regardless, it was just a shit morning, like when I started off, because I sat down and the sun is like scorching. Like the sun's really hot, so in areas where the sun hits you, it's scorching, but everywhere else it's like kind of chilly and cold, which is ass, right? And then I sit down at the bench. I'm gonna do a bench press and it's not centered, it's off center. So I do my first fucking set and immediately like there's, oh, the plates were wrong too. I didn't even check it. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Fucking shitty ass start to the goddamn day. Anyway, did some bench press. Bench was off center, had an issue in the second set. I'm like, fuck, here we go. Anyway, ultimately did 225 for 6, which is ass. Like it is nowhere near my peak. I don't know why. I just can't seem to get above. I can't seem to get like go back on my chest. I can't get to like a place where you know, I was a strength that I was at. So it's kind of annoying. Regardless, maybe you need steroids. I do, but lol, this is the biggest set of first world problems. I mean, that's literally what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. It is first world problems. I live in the first world. I live in fucking California. I'm complaining about the weather in California, of course. Hello? This is not like, not every fucking moment of my life is talking about Gaza. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know this. When you get back to the news, can you talk about the queer rights being rolled back in Georgia yesterday? Lol, this is the biggest set of first world problems. My 2-year-old shat in his bed. Now, how was your morning again? Oh God, that sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, but we recovered it. We recovered it. You know, I made the most of it. The point of the story is that there's no real fucking point. There's no real point in this story beyond the fact that you know, working out makes me feel good. That's it. So even though I felt bad in the beginning when I first started, I ended up feeling good. This guy did a Hasan Abi.
Hey. Come on, Fatty. Come on. 干你！傻小啦！啊，飞踢你嘛，踢下去之后，踢了，在那里你跳我要干什么？
Is this Chinese Hasan Abi? What the fuck's going on? He's so real for that king shit. Yeah. But yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it for personal news. You know, we're locked and loaded, ready to go for TwitchCon 2 days from now. On Friday, I'll be at TwitchCon, obviously. We have Debate Lords. I also have the Maya panel as well. You already know what it is. And yeah, I'm studying to become an elementary school teacher. Thanks for stream live. Hell yeah, congratulations. I went to Kuşadası, Turkey, and had a kebab in your honor. Also befriended the roaming dogs. Hell yeah. You went to Bird Island. That's what Kuşadası is. There are Hasan Abi heads everywhere for those with eyes to see. Yeah. Kind of cucked to work with Maya after the chinchilla called you out like that. I know, it's really fucked up. Yeah, Donnie posted that the CNN doc is probably going to be be unveiled on CNN next Sunday. Problem is, we'll see. Wait, what is this? I show Speed set the all-time record for concurrent live viewers in a stream for an English-speaking streamer with 1 million viewers, surpassing Laserbeam's 900K viewers back in 2020. Wait, didn't W Speed? I mean W. He had 1 million people watching. That's crazy. 1 million motherfuckers watching. That's cool, man. That is really, really fucking cool. That's crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm about to reach 1 million live viewers. I'm about to reach 1 million live viewers. Wait, stop that! Oh my God! 1 million live viewers! 1 million!
ABC, Andy gets 2+ mil during debates. Yeah, that's ABC, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? This is like an independent live streamer doing an IRL stream. Like, what are you talking? That's not a thing you can compare, dude. What the fuck? That's cool, man. That's really cool. God, I love Speed. I cannot, like, I Show Speed is basically like his redemption story is so phenomenal. Like, he went from a dude, at least from my perspective, that was just like barking and like making a fool of himself and just like lighting his house on fire and just doing the most like unhinged shit, to like America's greatest cultural ambassador. Like, straight up. He is the United States greatest cultural ambassador. He went from doing like, yeah, R-word jokes and shit like that are totally unacceptable, which again was what, like, when you think about it, this motherfucker grew up online in front of like millions of people, which is crazy to think of, because like this dude was like 16 when he said that, which is crazy. At the age of 16, having that level of like attention on you, having that level of that many eyeballs on you, and having that much influence is wild. Like, he's still like 19 years old, bro. He's like, it's crazy. But he's like, I'm so lucky I had a SJW phase instead of a right-wing phase in high school. Yeah, but that's like, that is entirely determined by the era that you were born into, in my opinion. I think like for a lot of people, I think they're you know, if they're under a Democratic administration, then they're usually going to be like right wing. It's always like whatever is considered counterculture. Anyway, and under the Trump administration, if you went to high school under the Trump administration, it was like the Minecraft era. A lot of people were like super libbed up, super rad libby. Anyway, regardless, all right, let's fucking blast off, baby. Where was I? Oh, I'm gonna do this Pew Center study, the political topology quiz. As well. Later. More explosions in Lebanon, including at a funeral. Israel gears for Lebanese invasion? Question mark. Hate crimes are done on the hate crime Senate hearing. Doing the Pew Political Topology quiz. Woke game was born later. What are you fucking doing? What is this guy doing, bro? What are you doing? What is this? Like, are you okay, man? Are you all right, chatter? What the fuck? Have you been? He's like, he really wanted me to see the fucking the massive explosion that occurred in Russia. In like I think it was like a missile depot or something that got struck and it caused the earthquake, and he's like, you have to fucking see this, bro. But he got so excited that he just like didn't link the proper link. Anyway, let's blast off first. He was trying to embed it in the chat. He hit the embed link, dude. Here you go. Everybody, we're blasting off. More explosions in Lebanon, including at a funeral. Israel gears for Lebanese invasion. Hate crimes are done on the hate crime Senate hearing. During the Pew Political Topology quiz. Woke game dust more later. Get in now. Also, Germany has suspended arms export licenses to Israel. Anyway, getting back to ISO speed, like, again, a lot of people will say, bro, like, why are you excusing someone for their age? But it's like, bro, this dude was literally a baby, okay, a child, and still is a child, okay, and I think he has improved his content and his outlook on the world quite a bit over the course of the past couple of years. Like, he literally did like a crypto scheme too, if you recall. There's stake on the screen. Yeah, of course, dude, because all the fucking clippers on Twitter are disgusting little fucking pervy monsters who literally will take someone else's fucking stream clip and post it on their Twitter account and then slap it with a stake logo because they're getting paid by the crypto casino. Okay, that's it. Has he outgrown the Asian microaggressions? First of all, he wasn't even doing microaggressions. He was doing macro aggressions, okay? And secondly, I don't know, this motherfucker's touring Asia, and it seems like, you know, it seems like he has gone, he has gotten over it. But what do I know? Yeah. Like he has the method. I've told you this already. Like when he did the European tour, his method is fucking phenomenal. Okay, get a jersey, get a jersey of the local team, like whatever the fucking dominant team is. Wear the jersey, try out the food, learn some of the language, talk to some random people, and it's just like peak content across the board. My man is very similar to Monkey D. Luffy. Like he just lives life in the same way. And then he goes, yeah. Also, basically a polishing glad handling. No, it is absolutely a infinitely more organic experience. Yeah, he goes there, he tries out the local food, he closes down a goddamn mall or some shit. I'm gonna just hide the steak watermark. I can't deal with you dumb motherfuckers being like, oh, steak logo. Mine, there's a steak logo on it. It's like, dude, there's a steak logo on it because like the fucking dumbass clipper put it on there, okay? He's like a chatters are mad annoying right now. I know. He is like a Gen Z Anthony Bourdain, dude. Straight up. Like not as obviously well thought out in terms of like the dining experiences or whatever, but like this is America's greatest cultural envoy. I'm telling you right now.
Oh my God, that's really 1 million, bro. 1 fucking million!
Yeah, every I show speed, someone in the chat said every time I show speed enters a country, that's one less American flag being burned, okay? And it's right. It's right. Make this man an ambassador, okay? What would be incredible is if he did a China one, if he like actually one went to China and then two dude, what would be even more leveled up is North Korea. Imagine this dude going to fucking North Korea. That'd be so sick.
Guys, keep it clear, keep it clear. Get space. Keep space. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Oh, hey, step back, step back, step back.
At this point, he might as well, you know, he might as well go to North Korea, man. Just fucking fix it. Just go there, and then basically fix the problems. Bayraktarı da doğru telaffuz et. What is this? Not Aselsan. No. Not the Bayraktar, but the Asel. There are Aselsan trucks that they're using. That's not how you pronounce Bayraktar.
Another historical event, Pogu.
Abi inanamıyorum. Abi Amerikalılar bana Bayraktar'ı nasıl söylemem gerektiğini anlatıyorlar bana. Baykar made abi. No. I'm not talking about the Bayraktar. Aselsan is not. That was a Turkish clipper who clipped me. And of course, I mean, this is like. I mean, we know exactly what it is because this clip literally features a tweet on it. And I know exactly what it is. And I'm going to fucking lock it. It's late February 2022. There ain't nothing crazier. There ain't nothing crazier than a fucking American correcting a Turkish man on how to say a Turkish word. And here we are. It happened. Well done, comrade. As the daily Hasan Abi guest here. Easy as fuck. All right. We're done with me glazing up iShow speed. Let's get to the news. Okay, let's get to the freaking news. We're talking about Lebanon again because yesterday, as you guys know, Israel decided to explode a bunch of fucking pagers in Lebanon. The pagers that exploded beeped first. They were a Taiwanese company, a shipment of Taiwanese company. Pagers were intercepted by the Israeli intelligence agency. They were added in. They placed fucking explosives inside of these pagers, and then those pagers were distributed. Now, the problem here is that you have no guarantee that those pagers are exclusively going to end up in the hands of Hezbollah generals. Okay, that's number one. Number two, even if they did end up in the hands of like militants, okay, they are in, as long as they are not in active combat zones, you can't fucking explode their communications devices in civilian territory. That is just terrorism. Like what that is directly terrorism. Okay. And sometimes, okay, you have liberatory struggles where people do engage in similar acts of terrorism. The IRA comes to mind. But when you are a state, a whole ass state that also has nuclear capabilities doing an act of terror, the situation changes dramatically. What's even wilder, however, is that when Israel did this, everyone in the American government and in the American media basically celebrated this as this like epic James Bond style move. And I looked at it and I was like, dog, this is James Bond, except it would be the villain. Okay? It would be the villain in a James Bond movie that does such a thing. James Bond is not killing a 9-year-old, okay? Good guys in movies don't fucking kill 9-year-olds, okay? Or 10-year-olds. That's not a thing that good guys do. That's a thing that bad guys do. But when Israel is a bad guy in the story, people go, nah, it's actually good. Are you saying terrorists fight fair? Are you okay? What? I don't think you understood a single damn thing I just said. Okay? The difference, however, is that when the IRA did that shit, okay, one, it was a liberatory struggle against a colonial occupation. So even if the methods were wrong, in certain instances, the movement was not. The movement was honest, just, and moral. However, it was widely declared terrorism. But when Israel does it, and they're not engaging in a liberatory struggle at all, they are the colonial apparatus in this circumstance, and on top of that, they're doing terrorism, they fucking defend it and say it's epic, it's pog. So I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of like how, acts that would be considered terrorism are done at the behest of like an overall moral cause versus an overall immoral cause. The problem, however, is that when it's, even if it's done at the behest of a moral cause, if it's done by people that we consider not to be our allies, then boom, that's terror. Okay. We're calling it terrorism. When it's done by our allies, even if it's a fucking state and it's done in the most immoral fashion, then it's like, no, that's not terrorism. It's actually good. Okay. It's actually good. We're glad that it happened. And of course, now it's happening again. I just want people to understand something. Okay. What Israel did is directly against international human rights. Whatever Israel did is directly a war crime. What Israel did on top of that is also directly an act of terror. Okay? It is terrorism. It is the basic dictionary definition of terrorism. Why are our allies doing war crimes? I mean, what do you mean? That's all they do. And also, we do not check them when they do war crimes, so it does not matter. I agree with you that it's terrorism, but what is the international law that forbids what they did? Okay, so a couple different ways to analyze this. Number one, if someone is considered a militant, even if they are considered a militant, which, by the way, Israel didn't just kill militants, okay? They blew up nurses and doctors too, for the record. Because guess what? You know who uses pagers? Nurses and fucking doctors. Unless they're in the American University of Beirut, in which case they had different pagers, seemingly, that they had swapped out recently. But that's besides the point. I'm not, I don't know. Maybe they just got really lucky, okay? But you know who uses fucking pagers? Like I said, not just members of Hezbollah on the militant wing, but also members of Hezbollah that are in the parliament. So you're talking about like civil affairs liaisons, okay? You're talking about fucking diplomats. You're talking about people that are not like, armed and ready to go into battle. You're talking about motherfuckers that are just diplomats and politicians. That's number one, okay? So blowing all of those people up is insane. You have no assurances that all of these people are going to be like card-carrying Hezbollah militants regardless, right? Because you have no way to stop the distribution. If you intercept the logistics, if you intercept like a shipment of pagers and then put bombs in them, you have no assurances that those fucking pagers are going to directly go into the hands of just simply like Hezbollah generals or whatever. And there's the other side of this, which is that even if you did 100% with a certainty know that these were like Hezbollah generals and fucking armed members of the militia wing, okay? Armed members of the military wing of Hezbollah, when they are not in combat, you can't just explode them. That's not how this works. That's still a war crime, okay? Which is wild because a lot of Americans do not understand these rules because they're so far away. They're so far removed from like these sorts of dangers, right? Like they're so far removed from these dangers that it's like not even within the confines of like their imagination is limited by the fact that America is the dominant hegemonic superpower. So they just don't even understand why these rules would fucking exist. Okay? They are in combat? Yeah, dude. Like the video we watched when the dude was like picking up a potato and his fucking dick exploded next to a child and a mother at the fucking fruit market. He was definitely doing combat to the potato. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Dude was just shopping, dumbass. The fuck? How did none of these pages get scanned at airports, etc.? I don't know how they, I don't know the exact way that they intercepted it. Yeah. Dude is in his house tucking his daughter in combat. So they killed a bunch of people yesterday and maimed and like severely injured thousands of people in Lebanon. They exploded these communications devices in civilian area in a country where they're technically not in war with. That is ridiculous, okay? That's just pure, straightforward insanity, terrorism through and through, okay? No holds barred. And even if it wasn't terrorism, it would still be a war crime regardless, but it's also, it's even worse than just like a simple war crime, which is pretty fucking bad to begin with. So, Hasan, you even said yesterday if they took precautions and solely got Hezbollah, you said that would be a lot better. No, I didn't say that would be a lot better. I still said even if they took precautions and solely targeted the militant wing of Hezbollah, that would still be a fucking war crime if they exploded those things in the midst, not of battle, but in the midst of a fucking civilian territory. You got people driving cars. You have people that could be in a fucking plane at that moment. Okay? Do you understand what I mean? Like, you have no assurances. You not only do not care about the outcome here, you don't care about the civilian lives, that the civilian casualties, just say like, sucks to suck for them. But beyond that, like, I mean, this is just like straight up what Al-Qaeda and ISIS was doing, okay? Like, it makes me feel as though for a lot of people, the only reason why they hated ISIS and the only reason why they hated Al-Qaeda was because they were fucking Muslim and not because they were doing Israel shit. Like, the principle is what is wrong. The fundamentals are abhorrent here, okay? The actions are completely unacceptable. You cannot indiscriminately fucking blow up explosive devices in the middle of a fucking crowded area with no assurances that there are going to not be civilian casualties. Like, what the fuck are we doing? So what's actually crazy, and I retweeted as like a doctor, a nurse died in the process as well. And it is like legitimately terrifying because they, and for people who are wondering, like, why did they do this without like actually, why did they do this without actually like following this up as like a military operation or something? Because everyone was trying to figure out, is this because they want to just like simply show that they still got it? Is this like, what is the real reason, right? What is the real reason why they did something like this? Because this could have been, conducted as a part of a military operation. It still would have been fucking terrorism, but at least it would make like more logical sense for them to do terrorism while simultaneously invading, right? You put Hezbollah in a panic situation. They can't rely on their communications, and then you invade, right? Like, that would still be unacceptable, but it would make more military sense, like tactical sense. So a lot of people who are much smarter than me were trying to understand, like, why the fuck did they do this, right? They were like, are they just simply trying to showcase their capabilities or whatever? Like, just to show boomers that they still got it. They're still James Bond style guys, you know? And this makes a lot more sense. Use it or lose it. Israel reportedly set off pagers amid fears plot was exposed. Why are you so naive to what terrorists do? I don't know what this guy's talking about. Mossad reportedly put explosives in 1,000 pages during production before devices reached Lebanon, planning to detonate them in the event of a full-scale war. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. That makes a little bit more sense to do this in the midst of like an invasion, I think. But instead of doing that, they just like kind of were like, well, we have this goodie and we should do it. Like, we have this goodie, we should use it. If we don't use it, we'll lose it. So I suspect that like people were on to the plan or something. I don't know. Or they were worried that people were on to it. And basically, guys, stop linking me the AOC tweet. Okay, I saw it. I saw it this morning. I know, okay? It's like, let me cover the story, okay? So my point is, what I'm trying to say is, not only was this like incredibly cruel and inhumane to do, okay, but it is being widely celebrated in the Western world as like a phenomenal military achievement, which is crazy because it, once again, as someone from a Muslim background, as someone from Turkey, like it's just another somber reminder that like people in the Western world, no matter how progressive they seem, no matter how liberal they seem, they just don't see people from that region as humans. Like they literally don't. Because like they just don't. Like I don't know how else to explain it. Like you're literally looking at like people blowing up in the middle of a fucking crowded marketplace around children. Children also were executed in this assassination, in this act of terror. And they're like, wonderful operation, yo. This shit was fucking sick. And it's so obvious, like you do not see these people as human beings with lives, with dreams, with the same exact like class interest that you have. That's it. Like it blows my fucking mind that people just look at the situation and like flex, like celebrate. This is fire. This is awesome. Can you Eli 5 why it's a war crime terrorism? The explosions seem pretty small, so I don't think they could actually hit that many people around the targets. First of all, they did. Okay, they maimed other targets. Secondly, you do not have any control over the explosives in whose hands the explosives is going to reach regardless, because you're intercepting a shipment of a communications device that is oftentimes used by civilians as well. So that's the problem here. And last but not least, you're blowing it up in a fucking crowded area. What happens if it blows up in a gas station? What happens if someone is driving and that shit blows up and then you cause a fucking traffic accident killing a child crossing the road? These are all additional factors that greatly cause harm to civil society, civilians in general. It's completely and utterly unacceptable. You cannot blow up like 5,000, 4,000 people and be like, I don't understand. Why is this terrorism? It's like those people are not all card-carrying armed members of the fucking Hezbollah military wing. What the fuck are you talking about? I saw freaks on Reddit saying this was the most surgical strike possible and that only terrorists were killed and any civilians harmed shouldn't have been associated with terrorists. Absolute sick fucks. Yeah, they don't also know, as the chatters that came in yesterday, okay, chatters that came in yesterday were being like, well, it's Hezbollah, right? And that's how the media covers it, right? The media is like, oh, dude, it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah militants died. Hezbollah militants were killed. And it's a good thing. It's a sick operation. Okay, it's dope. And people don't understand that, no, it wasn't just fucking Hezbollah militants that had their ship blown up, okay? It was other people that are not associated with Hezbollah as well, including like a 9-year-old girl. But not only that, but also, it was also the fucking Hezbollah parliament people. Like, it was politicians. People don't even know that Hezbollah is a fucking party with like 18 seats in the Lebanese parliament. They don't know that. They think it's just like, oh, terror. That's it. You are currently explaining to the average person why they can't set off bombs in a crowded area. We are so cooked. Yeah, I know. For later, CNN demonstration of PETN explosives. Yeah. Here is Palantir Technology. Here is the guy who founded Palantir Technology. Palantir, for those of you who don't know, is Peter Thiel's operation. This is a government defense contractor. They do AI surveillance strategies, okay? Remember that. Here's what his attitude is. Not all cultures are equal. This is the same culture that trafficked and abused thousands of young women in the UK, which they can't discuss because that would be Islamophobia. The West needs to wake up and stop self-destructing with insane immigration policy. It wasn't until your stream that I learned about Hezbollah being a political party. I have 2 grad professional degrees, American education system, including colleges. I mean, I get why the American education system is not going to fucking talk about Hezbollah's like political wing. Okay. I get that. The problem in that situation is not your education. The problem in that situation is the media. The media doesn't fucking cover the story and then also even mention at any given point that like some of the people that were exploded, including the fucking daughter that died died in the fucking explosives was actually the daughter of a member of the parliament. Okay, yes, her father was Hezbollah, as in a fucking politician, an MP. Okay, a member of the Lebanese parliament. Anyway, and of course, the reason why I talked about this, and geared you up for what comes next is because obviously America was like, no, this is not good, Israel, don't do it. That's all they fucking said. Right? That's all they fucking said. And then guess what happened? Israel did it again today.
Coming to you live from New York, I'm Zayn.
Because why wouldn't they? There's no, it's basically an assurance that the American government is giving to Israel that we will defend you. There are no red lines. You can do whatever the fuck you want. That's why I said yesterday, like, Israel could nuke Lebanon. And I'm certain that America would not say a thing. They'd be like, this was really unacceptable, Israel. You need to fucking chill out, I think.
And I'm Bianca Goldriger. You are watching One World. And we began this hour with breaking.
And then people on Reddit will be like, well, you know, have they thought about not being Lebanese? Had they thought about not living in an area where Hezbollah is, you know?
News out of Lebanon yet again. For the second straight day, communication devices are exploding. And this time, it appears to be walkie-talkies.
They blew up a funeral,
At least 9
dude.
people are dead. Hundreds have been wounded, and that's according to the Lebanese health ministry. That blast that you just heard in Beirut set off panic in the streets, as you can see here. That was amid a crowd attending a funeral for Hezbollah fighters. Early reports indicate the explosions took place in southern Lebanon and in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
And it comes one day after hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded nearly simultaneously across Lebanon. The country's
Like, look at that. Look at that. Like, how is that not fucking terrorism, dude? Like, look at that. Dudes at the fucking cash register, man. Like, what are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Walkie-talkies are used by EMTs driving ambulances? Yeah. Bomb found in ambulance in Beirut. Army detonates it safely. What we're hearing is an explosive device was found by the Lebanese army in an ambulance at the American University Hospital. About 10 minutes ago, army engineers dug a hole in the ground, put the explosive device inside, then detonated it safely. We were about 50 meters away, and the sound of the blast was very loud. The question is, how did the device get into an ambulance? It's not just Hezbollah using walkie-talkies. The medical services use them on a regular basis. Doctors have been telling us that they carry pagers like the ones that exploded yesterday, and they've dumped those now. People here are now suspicious of their devices. That's where we're at now, an underlying fear. Explosions this time have also caused fires around the country. And people are fucking not only callous about their, like, people are not only callous in their defense of this, they're celebrating it. Like, they're openly celebrating it. We watched yesterday a Middle Eastern Institute guy openly go on television and say, this is a wonderful attack. That's what he said. He said this was wonderful. They exploded like a fucking 9-year-old girl, man. Wonderful? The inhumanity, like the lack of humanity in the Western world is so apparent once again. especially in the way that they analyze and especially in the way that they look at Lebanese people, anyone who is in proximity of Arabs, Muslims. Like, it just does not matter, you know? They are not human. They're subhuman. They deserve to fucking die. They shouldn't have been born there. Sucks to suck. And here, the Middle Eastern Institute statement. Remember when I told you it was fucking verbatim what was coming out of Israel? Remember yesterday when I told you that Middle Eastern Institute guy that was a Lebanese dude himself who was like, this was a wonderful attack and the goal is to decouple Hezbollah from Hamas? One day later, here you have it, Barak Ravid probably directly reporting what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, because when he says one source told me in the Israeli government, he means Benjamin Netanyahu usually. The goal was to convince Hezbollah that it is in the interest to disconnect itself from Hamas and cut a separate deal for ending the fighting with Israel regardless of a ceasefire in Gaza. I told you this. I told you this yesterday. It was a direct, verbatim, bar for bar Benjamin Netanyahu take that was coming. Here's Prem's take on it. The Israeli government committed mass terrorism on Lebanon yesterday. They were not intimidated by whatever the U.S., their largest weapons supplier, said in response. Politicians in the media, meanwhile, whitewashed, even glorified it. So they went ahead and did it again today. Collection of tweets celebrating the terror attack. Jeremy Boring, tracking power. Anyone who defends a terrorist attack in Lebanon has outed themselves as an intelligence asset for a hostile state and should be dealt with as such. I don't think they're like specifically an intelligence asset. Like the Middle Eastern Institute guy is an intelligence asset, obviously. Okay. That's precisely the reason why the way he communicated on CNN as the Arab guy on the panel that this was wonderful and that Israel is probably doing this to decouple Hezbollah from Hamas and try to get them to stand down. That is exactly what the Israeli government's position was a day later, because that motherfucker is an agent, okay? At this point, that motherfucker isn't coming up with that on his own. He is involved, okay? He is directly involved. And these people who are directly involved get prominent positions in mainstream media on a regular fucking basis, okay? It's not an accident that the talking points are damn near identical. This happens in obviously overt ways, in the way that like the American Enterprise Institute or the Heritage Foundation will release studies and talking points, and then those talking points are disseminated to every single person. And that's why you hear Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and numerous other people in independent media basically repeat the same exact talking points on issues like healthcare or how the American military has to be mighty, or whatever the fuck, right? Like that's an overt way in which messaging discipline is instilled all the way down to independent media on the Republican side within the media infrastructure that they've created. That part is overt, but there is also covert ways in which this is done. And that's when you have someone who is working for supposedly an NGO or supposedly a think tank that is completely independent, but is absolutely linked either directly or indirectly to the American State Department and also Mossad as well. Some of these people, on the other hand, are just like fucking celebrating this shit because they're monsters. Lots of people still think bombing Japan is justified. Not surprised that those same people don't see the problem with this. Yeah, the issue is that was done during World War II. It was still unacceptable. Firebombing Japan was still fucking unacceptable. The difference was it was done in the midst of war. We changed the rules of war after said war. This is being done not in the midst of war, in just totally fucking civilian territory, completely removed from any kind of war whatsoever. Okay? That is also unacceptable. This is even more unacceptable. Why? Because this comes after the firebombing campaigns happened in Japan. This comes after we wrote new rules for how we should conduct war. Anyway. It's wild to me how many people use those examples of why we wrote laws to prevent atrocities from repeating as justification for repeating them. Yeah. Oh, the rules do not apply to the West, unfortunately. I know that already. Come on, I'm a Turkish man living in the United States of America and an anti-imperialist. You think I don't fucking know that? I know that. I've known that my whole life, okay? I'm glad at least the weird silver lining in all of this is that there are at least some Americans that are now finally recognizing that, alongside the recognition of the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, sometimes 14 minutes in. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Moving on from that. All right, we're going to continue with the coverage. It won't be forgotten that the Western media's response to the maiming of thousands of people is how amazing Israel's tech is. The New York Times reporting focused on the strategic value of this horrific attack, raising questions not because Israel maimed and disabled thousands of people, but for not having a clear enough strategy behind their eye-catching demonstration and technological prowess. They're glazing it, dude. They are straight up glazing it. Although the attack on Tuesday was an eye-catching demonstration, okay, an eye-catching demonstration of Israel's technological prowess, Israel has not so far sought to capitalize on the confusion it sowed by initiating a decisive blow against Hezbollah and invading Lebanon. A second wave of blasts was heard across Lebanon on Wednesday, reportedly caused by exploding walkie-talkies and other devices, but the Israeli military did not appear to be preparing for an imminent ground invasion. Has Biden responded? Or has anyone? Dude, if you don't want to hear them respond, okay? Because their response is either going to be A, this shit was awesome and I loved it and there should be more of it, or B, you're really increasing the tensions. Okay? The New York Times always maintains different standards for Israeli aggression and blatant violations of sovereignty. Israel bombed an Iranian embassy complex. Is that allowed? Israel can likely argue that its actions did not violate international law's protections for diplomatic missions, experts say. It's such a glaringly obvious display of the double standard of Western powers that get away with doing whatever the fuck they want. Okay? It's just kind of shocking because America used to do this shit on a daily fucking basis and so much worse in many instances. But that's the United States of America. This is Israel, okay? This is supposed to be a separate nation, right? But not only that, not only is this supposed to be a separate nation, Israel does sometimes outflank the United States of America, okay? Which is crazy to admit. It's accurate to say the hospitals were also using the pagers and walkie-talkies because they sought secure communication because of Israel. No, it's accurate to say the hospitals were also using pagers and walkie-talkies because they use pagers and walkie-talkies. That's what EMS uses. Not because they like sought to secure communications from Israel, but that's just what they do. It's normal hospital shit. They, you know, they still use pagers in the United States, right? Like doctors still use them. Like we still use them here. Second day of communication devices exploding across Lebanon. At least a dozen people were killed and hundreds injured as a result of communication devices exploding across Lebanon. Now, the terrorism aspect of this also, the terrorism aspect of this conversation also is that, like, this creates mass chaos amongst the civilian population in Lebanon where people don't know if they can fucking use their phones or not. That's terrorism, okay? That is the specific goal of terrorism. Making you doubt, making you think that the thing that you rely on every fucking day could explode in front of you directly near your ear or around your children. That is the goal of terrorism. Okay? It is to invoke terror. It is to cause irreparable psychological harm amongst a civilian population. There are Lebanese people in this chat that are probably experiencing it and going through it right now. There are people whose family members live in Lebanon that are going through this right now. We stored our phones away. We're not allowed to bring them on campus. It's genuinely terrifying. The entire 98th Division of the Israeli Army is currently being staged and mobilized at the Lebanese border. It is completely ridiculous, okay? It is completely unacceptable. It's completely ridiculous. And the fact that it's being celebrated in the Western world is like expected, but it still doesn't change the reality that it's just gross, you know? Lebanon civil defense teams extinguished dozens of fires. Organization says the teams have put out at least 60 fires across the country's southern governorate of Nabatea. Fires broke out in residential homes and local businesses as well as in vehicles and motorbikes as a result of the explosion of wireless devices. Firefighting and rescue operations are still ongoing. Israel, it seems, is gearing up to invade Lebanon again. Amid heightened tensions with Hezbollah, IDF deploys 98th Division to northern Israel. The paratroopers and commando division will now join the 36th Division under the Northern Command. The 98th Division, with approximately 10,000, 20,000 troops, was withdrawn from southern Gaza's Khan Yunis in late August. The move comes amid fears of a wider conflict in Lebanon. It's like, it always is like fears of a wider conflict in Lebanon, but you're like fearful that what? Like you're going to go invade Lebanon? That's the fear, by the way. The fear is that they're going to have to invade Lebanon, which is something that they've wanted to do and something that they have done in the past, mind you. It's not like this is, you know, something that they haven't done already. It's crazy. Oh, man, we're so fearful that we're just going to have to invade Lebanon again. I hate that. I hate that we have to do that. And the unfortunate reality is, in the Western world, when you slap the Hezbollah sticker on something because they're fucking Muslim, it's over. You know what I mean? It's like no one ever looks at this and goes, wait a minute. This is like bombs exploding in the middle of a fucking crowded room. Like, how is this acceptable in any capacity? They're like, nah, Hezbollah, they're terrorists. They're around terrorists. They deserve it. Sorry. Isn't an attack on the logistics and command side of Hezbollah a preparation for the invasion of Lebanon? Isn't that the first step an invader makes? No. You would do that in the midst of an invasion if you were making it, if you were doing this as a tactical decision. It would still be completely unacceptable. It would still be a war crime. It would still be an act of terror. But at least there would be some logical fucking reason behind it, because you're already about to explode their fucking neighborhoods regardless. Okay? The reason why they, the reason why they did this before invading Lebanon by giving the game away that they had this capability is because I suspect they were close to figuring it out. They were worried that Hezbollah was going to figure out this plan that they had.
His health minister says at least 12 people, including children, were killed on Tuesday and nearly 3,000 others injured. CNN has learned those coordinated explosions were part of a joint operation between Israel's military and intelligence service.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins us live now from London. So, Nick, what are we learning about how the Israelis might have been able to engineer and coordinate both of these attacks, which took...
I heard I was going to say this yesterday. I heard an interview on NPR today in which an Israeli spokesman was saying they're tracking everyone injured and going to the hospital because they're all Hezbollah, Lamau. Yeah. So that's the other thing I was going to say. The real psychopathic shit to do in this circumstance is to see who had to go to a hospital so that you can once again coordinate additional strikes afterwards, maybe while they're in the hospital, as a matter of fact.
Place, by the way, roughly around the same time on both days.
Well, I mean, just a step back here, we don't know if Israel were behind this second wave of attacks. It's highly likely that they were, owing, as you say, to the fact that it appears this second wave occurred 24 hours.
Why would they not blow up hospitals in Lebanon? Have they ever faced repercussions from the international community or the top dog in this process, the United States of America, for blowing up a hospital in Gaza? An area that they are a belligerent occupier over? What will stop them from reapplying the Dahiya doctrine, which they invented in Lebanon to begin with, once again in Lebanon? They've done it to Lebanon before, and they will do it again.
After the first wave of pager attacks, which CNN has learned the Israeli Mossad and military were behind, it's highly likely too, given the nature of the low-tech devices used here, that indeed the Israelis may have been behind it. But we don't even have at this stage, I believe, Hezbollah.
Yeah, I gave an excellent example yesterday that I used. If you reverse the roles in Hamas or Hezbollah intercepted production of cell phones in Israel and blew up commanders, politicians, and civilians, it would be considered the largest terror attack ever. Exactly. They would say it's October 7 all over again. It's 9/11 all over again. It's the Holocaust all over again. And now we must do Holocaust 2 and 3 and 4 upon every fucking seemingly Arab person of not Jewish descent, of course. Seemingly every Arab person of Muslim or Christian background in this immediate vicinity. Sorry, sucks to suck. The obvious double standard in this situation is so glaring that it's like it doesn't even bear covering it, you know?
Accusing them directly. There is chaos and some degree, I'm sure, panic here. Lebanese security source telling my colleague Tamara Kiblawi that we're talking about 30 to 40 explosions they've reported so far. The death toll having risen today to 9 and 300 injured. And that's significant because it's getting close to yesterday's. And given how few comparative blasts we're seeing today, that would suggest that the impact of these was significantly more. Now, one of these series of images you're seeing there is of a funeral for somebody killed in the pager explosions. And that, I think, is telling because it speaks to what this Lebanese security source was saying too, that these walkie-talkies, who seem to have been the predominant source of these 30 to 40 explosions, are used for crowd control security by Hezbollah themselves. And that specific event there, many yellow flags, many Hezbollah members there. And so these devices too, from the social media videos we've been seeing, more potent in their explosive power. The pagers, according to the New York Times, had small amounts of explosive inserted into them in their thousands thousands for yesterday's wide-scale explosions. These, so far, we think, less blasts, but possibly more potent ones. And so we're dealing here with an extraordinary moment where it may be that the low-tech devices, the pagers that Hezbollah resorted to keep their communications away from the smartphones that Israel could track, has suddenly found themselves 24 hours later reaching to yet a more low-tech device to continue talking amongst themselves, and that those two have been...
Is this the same guy?
Pressed down very well.
What you are looking at is a bomb in the making. The white powder is the explosive PETN. 6 grams of it, just a tiny fraction of what alleged Christmas Day bomber Abdul Muttalib intended to use.
If it goes off, I expect it to blow a hole in the plate, isn't it?
At a remote farm in the English countryside, we're getting a lesson about PETN's destructive force.
Ready to go? Fuses being lit?
Everything about the test is real. PETN is dangerous.
Not taking any chances, because that's going to go off in just a few seconds.
In a moment, we'll see the force of the explosion.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that shit seems like an insane way to do that.
To exaggerate this.
A little earlier in his lab, explosives expert Sidney Alford detonates just a few grains of PETN.
Well, that was quite a big crack, though.
The core chemical in PETN is hard to make or get your hands on. But although it's an explosive because it's not volatile, it's perfect for a terrorist on a long-haul flight.
No, it wouldn't go off accidentally. If I were carrying a pocket full, suitably packaged, of just neat powder in my pocket, its blowing up would be the last of my worries.
Guys, it was a terror attack because it was a fucking Muslim dude that wanted to do it.
Sources familiar with the investigation tell CNN the working assumption is that the alleged bomber, Abdul Muttalib...
Do you not understand? Guys. That was way back in the day, and it was a Muslim dude and a black Muslim guy, too. That's the reason why it was an act of terror. When Israel does it, it's good. Okay? When Israel does it, it's fucking awesome. Okay? It's technological prowess. It's like the most moral army doing it again. When a Muslim guy tries to do it, it's terrorism. It's the Family Guy meme, literally, okay? Obviously, it's good and sick, and more of it should happen if Israel does it. It's just like a spy movie, but when it's a Muslim, then we recognize it as terrorism, okay? Oh, it's only recognized as terrorism, which it objectively is, when a Muslim guy does it.
May have had some 80 grams of PETN.
That will probably be, if it were dry, closer to 80 grams.
Is that enough to blow a hole in an aircraft?
Certainly it's enough to blow a hole.
What we understand, he was wearing these explosives in the sort of groin area. Can you imagine that you could in some way fit these sew them into a set of underpants and they would
certainly
still be
you can.
effective?
Yes. I've done it. No problem at all.
It looks just like sugar, just like salt, and it's easy to imagine how this can be stitched into clothing and hidden around the body. And that's what makes PETN such a challenge for airport security.
Like, look at this. Dude, look at the fucking insane, like, God, my fellow citizens are animals, okay? Every single one of them, every single person, animals, all of them. Look, today's cover, thousands of Hezbollah fighters injured in Lebanon when the new pages all simultaneously explode. Beep, beep, boom. 2,800 Hezbollah terrorists hit by exploding pager plot. Literally a fucking 9-year-old girl was one of the 11 people killed in the first day, okay? I can't wait to watch this movie when it becomes a spy movie. This is the craziest counterterrorism plot I've ever heard of. And then the CEO of fucking Twitter is like putting a bomb emoji. This is like, these people are so gross, and they just don't even recognize the inhumanity, okay? They don't recognize it. They are psychopaths. They're animals. And they're all around us, okay? They're around us. It's totally normal. It's just, if this is happening to Arabs, It's fine. It's great. We need more of it. It's a sick counterterrorism plot. We are so firmly in the fucking post 9/11 pocket right now, dude. Straight up. Straight up.
Targeted. The net result is going to be, I think,
I just wanted to show you that, not realizing that it's the same fucking guy, because this makes it way more clear. This shows the hypocrisy so perfectly. When Israel is doing it, he's glazing them. When he was covering it with the Christmas bombing attempt foiled, okay, he's like, this is an inhumane act of terror. It's the same guy. Yes, it is. It's the same guy, dude. Look. I think it's the same guy, isn't it?
Officials to detect.
Alford believes the only reason lives were spared this time is because the alleged bomber's lack of training.
I mean, it's the same network regardless.
Detonate the bomb, and that means he probably didn't make it.
On the one hand, he's been given, shall we say, a high-value substance, and on the other hand, seems to be left to his own efforts.
Is it easy to make for the average person?
The average person, probably not.
Back at the farm, Alford's crude 6-gram bomb is about to show what PETN can do in the hands of professionals.
Very impressive.
Some
it's gone through?
May have burnt away.
This is what 6 grams of PETN does to something that's twice as thick as an aircraft fuselage. Just 6 grams. That's pretty damaging, and that was a tiny amount, easy to sort of hide about a person.
Yeah. Oh, certainly.
Anyway.
Extraordinary unease in Hezbollah's ranks. People unsure how they can communicate safely, if the person they're trying to communicate with is indeed unharmed. And I think that will impact Hezbollah's response in 2 ways. It will reduce their capability and their sense of certainty if they want to do something on a wider scale. But it may also, too, in this moment really of acute weakness, perhaps for internal reasons to restore morale or for external reasons to remind people of their deterrent value, it may force them into something more irrational or larger scale. We simply don't know at this stage, but the remaining question too is whether these 2 coordinated waves of attacks are a prelude to something larger. We'll see that in the days ahead.
All right, Nick Payton-Walsh live for us. Thank you.
And let's bring in Ben Wiedemann, who is outside the American University Medical Center in Beirut. So yet another day of chaos and confusion there, Ben, as we noted just today, as Hezbollah members were being buried. Yet another round of explosions, this time with walkie-talkies. Give us a sense of the mood on the ground, specifically there at the hospital, which remains inundated with those who were brought in yesterday after the first round of explosions.
Yes, obviously, the doctors, the surgeons have been working around the clock here, trying to deal with the injuries from yesterday. And just within the last half hour, we saw an ambulance come with another injury from, it appears, today's round of explosions. According to Lebanese security sources, somewhere between 15 and 20 blasts went off in Beirut, one of them at a funeral for people killed yesterday. In those pager blasts, an eyewitness told us he saw a man his arms were severely damaged as a result of the blast that took place there. In addition to that, the security sources are saying there are a similar number of blasts today, walkie-talkies, it's believed, in southern Lebanon as well. And of course, the Ministry of Health within the last hour has put out new numbers for today's blast. 9 people killed so far and more than 300 injured. Now, just a little while ago, we spoke to a surgeon who came out. She was on the same plane with us, arriving in Beirut this morning. She said that she had operated on 7 individuals, all of them with similar wounds, missing fingers, faces mutilated by blasts, all the victims, young men in their 20s and 30s. Now, tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. local time, We're expecting Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah to make a speech that will probably give a good indication of where Hezbollah is going. Obviously, we are in the midst of a serious escalation of tensions as a result of the events of the last 25 or 26 hours. The expectation is that Hezbollah is going to respond. And I think, as Nick was just talking about before you came to me, the question is, what can Hezbollah do at this point, given that clearly its communications network, its intelligence networks have been seriously compromised.
This comes just a day after hundreds of pagers used by Hezbollah exploded, injuring thousands. I want to get straight to Beirut and CNN's Ben Wiedemann. Ben.
Yeah, Dana, in addition to the 9 people who have been killed so far today, according to the Ministry of Health, they're saying more than 300.
Can you explain the relationship between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government? Are they the government? They're a part of the Lebanese government, yes. I believe they have 18 seats in the parliament. The Lebanese government is a multi-party, the Lebanese government has a multi-party parliament. Hezbollah is not our government. Okay, it's not the government, but it absolutely has, as you also correctly pointed to and corrected me on, not 18, but 15 seats. I think 3 additional seats that are like, no, it's not like their Green Party. There is no American equivalent because America has a duopoly. Yeah, it's I think it's 18 because of the independents that are aligned with Hezbollah, and they're part of the governing coalition. Loner Box is going to cook you on Lebanese politics, King. I don't think Loner Box would tell me that I'm wrong because I'm objectively correct. Unless he's just like going to deny that it is not the case. What do you mean Loner Box is going to cook you on Lebanese politics? I haven't said anything that is wrong about Lebanese politics so far. Like, if there is, like, what would be a criticism that someone could launch to what I'm saying so far? That Hezbollah is not a part of the, I literally just said that to trigger you? Okay, well, get banned then, idiot. How stupid.
Have been injured in this second day of blasts across the country. Now, according to Lebanese security sources, there were somewhere between 15 and 20 explosions of devices. It's believed walkie-talkies in the southern suburbs of Beirut. That's where Hezbollah has a strong presence. One of those blasts going off during a funeral for people killed in the pager explosions yesterday in Beirut. In addition, there were a similar number of explosions in the southern part of the country as well. Now, this has obviously put nerves very much on edge, keeping in mind that by and large, with a few notable exceptions, the violence between Hezbollah and Israel has largely
their influence in parliament is not nearly as important as the power in majority Shia parts of the country. I know, but that's not the point that I'm making. The reason why I'm mentioning parliament is because America doesn't have a parliamentary structure anyway, so I'm trying to fucking Americanize the conversation. People in the United States of America are primed and conditioned into going, Hezbollah, that's terrorism. They're big, scary Muslim guys with guns that want to fucking put a bomb in a bus or some shit. The reason why I'm describing it with the terms I'm describing it as is so that Americans who are uninitiated, so many people in this chat until yesterday and probably today did not know that there is a parliamentary structure in Lebanon, and Hezbollah has a like civil affairs division, a active party, and has members in the parliament. Most people did not know this, most likely. And that is not even the fault of academia or our institutions that teach people. I think that's directly a consequence of, look at the coverage here. It's directly a consequence of mainstream media refusing to fucking cover these sorts of issues with a grain of truth, because I guess there is a little bit of fear that if you were to look at it and be like, wait a minute, Israel blew up members of the of a foreign nation's parliament? That doesn't make sense. That seems a little weird to me. Just like if they were to reckon with the reality that Israel also blew up the daughter of a member of parliament, that would come across as odd because they want to celebrate it. It's much easier to just say, it's much easier to just simply leave it at, they're terrorists.
Been restricted to the border area. Cities like Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon have largely been spared. But now, given that we are seeing these blasts happening in the hundreds yesterday and dozens of them today in cities like Beirut and elsewhere, it certainly does put nerves on edge. Now, we are expecting Secretary General of Hezbollah.
Sorry, it was the son of a member of parliament, not the daughter. The daughter, the little girl is separate.
Nasrallah to make a speech tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock local time. The fear is that we're on the verge of another escalation. In fact, we are obviously in an escalation right now, given the events of yesterday. And today, Hezbollah has vowed to take revenge for these blasts. We don't know to what extent they can, given that clearly their communications networks, their intelligence networks have been to some extent compromised as by what we're seeing in the last 24 hours.
Welcome back. There's been a fresh wave of blasts in Lebanon, with Israel tonight declaring a new phase in the war in the Middle East. This time, the source of the explosions appears to be walkie-talkies. 9 people are reported to have died and dozens.
By the way, the retaliation for this, and once again, I always, as I like to repeat time and time again, the occupier or the colonial entity always sets the terms for violence. What Israel has done, once again, in Lebanon, invites retaliation from Hezbollah and any other Lebanese forces that want to participate in this to respond in kind. What that means is a similar act of terror, which will be considered terrorism, by the way, if there is any sort of retaliation. Okay? It will be considered terrorism when Hezbollah retaliates. Okay? If Hezbollah retaliates, then you'll know how these things are covered. If they are covered in a way, it still won't be covered truthfully, because they'll say, this is so unprovoked. I can't believe they did such a thing. But basically, you are opening up the floodgates to civilians being targeted. Once again, Israel, not safe for anybody, and definitely not safe for Jews either, okay? Because of the actions of the Israeli government. Is it callous to say that if this happened in Ukraine, the media will call for nuking Russia as a whole, but since it's about us Arabs is not okay, but encouraged? Yes, it's not callous to say that. It's correct to say that, because when Russia does like booby trap civilian infrastructure, it is immediately declared a completely gross thing to fucking do and a direct violation of human rights. They have done it. Not to this degree, but they have done it. Also, yesterday I talked about this, but it would be like if Russia didn't just do this to Ukraine, if Russia did this to fucking Poland, okay? If they just like booby trapped and exploded the fucking phones of Polish members in the government and we're like, yeah, sorry, sucks to suck. Like, you just shouldn't have been against us invading Ukraine. Why is there such a difference in reaction between Russia and Israel? It's a very easy answer. Russia is our enemy. Israel is our ally. That's it. Our allies can do no wrong. Our enemies can do no right. It's that simple. No, it's not just skin color, okay? No, it's not just skin color. That absolutely is a factor. That absolutely is a factor. But the largest factor in this circumstance is that Israel is our ally. There's a strategic interest in defending Israel in the eyes of the American government, even if there really isn't at this point. Okay.
Dozens of others have been wounded, with claims that handheld radios belonging to members of the militant group Hezbollah have blown up. The group is blaming Israel and is vowing revenge. Well, tonight, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said his country was opening a new phase in the war in the Middle East.
The center of gravity is moving north. The meaning is that we are...
In my opinion, the media has been less critical of this blatant terror attack than they were on the Dugan car bomb that by Ukraine that killed his daughter. Yeah, when that happened, the media also celebrated it to a certain degree, where they were like, "Ooh, they did a tactical strike." Right? They did a tactical counter. There you go. It's just like it's ally to enemy shit.
Diverting forces, resources, energy towards the north. We have not forgotten about the abductees, and we have not forgotten our tasks in the south. This is our duty, and we are carrying it out at the same time. This operation is carried out by all the bodies, and the task is a clear and simple task: to return the residents of the settlements in the north to their homes safely. I think that when you look at the picture of the situation, the IDF brings excellent achievements, together with the Shin Bet, together with Mossad, on all the bodies and all the frameworks, and the results are very impressive results. We know how important it is at this time to carry out things in close cooperation. This happens first of all between all the players within the IDF, together with the other organizations, and also at the level of the most senior commanders. There is full coordination in the system and unity regarding the achievement of the goals. The Prime Minister, the Chief of Staff, the head of Shin Bet, the head of the Mossad, the Minister of Defense, everything they represent, everything in a common way is dedicated to one goal: to bring the residents back. I appreciate...
You are wrong. Skin color is a bigger factor. Pakistan is an ally of the U.S., but the U.S. has sanctions on Pakistan developing long-range missiles. If you think that America's allegiance with Pakistan is even remotely close to America's allegiance to Israel, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Didn't it target militants, though? I mean, it seems like it would have a lower civilian death percentage than direct bombing like Gaza, or am I wrong? So any military action where civilians die is terrorism seems like a poor precedent. No, it's not a poor precedent. It is the current international standard. You are arguing against international human rights. You are arguing against the laws of war. One must ask the question, is this appropriate to do so? Am I, like, morality aside, it's also illegal. I know that a lot of people just don't even think about the morality of actions, despite their legality or illegality, but it's just both immoral and also illegal in this circumstance. Okay? You cannot take a military action in civilian areas, okay? Especially against people who are not in combat. Are there war crime statutes about tampering with supplies like this then? I would accept that argument. Yes, there are. And not only that, but the number one war crime statute in this situation is the fact that these are not enemy combatants, okay? They are not enemy combatants. A person who is not holding arms against, you know, your country in that immediate moment, a person who is inside of the boundaries of his own state, who is completely outside of war, okay, who is completely outside of like direct, completely outside of direct combat, is not a legal target. You and many others seem to have a naive notion of what laws are. Wait, what? What are you talking about? There is no naivete here. I'm just simply telling you what the fucking... I'm simply telling you what the rules are. First of all, you cannot fucking booby trap like things that civilians use, okay? You can't do that. That's number one. These are only rules for those underneath the yoke of power. Ugh. God, you're so fucking cringe, dude. It's like chatters that come in here and tell me, the guy who says international rule-based order is nothing to the Western powers, is simply a mechanism for the Western powers to violate on a regular basis and call the other fucking side in contravention of those international rules and standards that we fucking created in an effort to violate it ourselves, okay? To give us just cause to violate it ourselves. I know, dude. Like, thank you, man. Thank you for telling me that, okay? Thank you. I had no idea. It's so stupid. It's like chatters coming in here and being like, why won't you mention that the corporate the corporate monopoly power on our American duopoly is the reason why the Democrats are not fucking behaving in the ways, in expected ways that would actually directly improve the material conditions of American workers. It's like, oh wow, dude, thank you. You just want to come across as smart, okay? You're not. These are things we already know, okay? Yeah. Also, the Israel and the United States are a signatory of this as well. The UN Convention on Booby Traps. Thinking about the rules relating to booby traps under Amended Protocol 2 of the CCW for no particular reason. It is prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of apparently harmless portable objects which are specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons to which this article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing a similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place or does not appear to be imminent unless either they are placed on or in close vicinity of a military objective or measures are taken to protect civilians from their effects, for example, the posting of warning sentries, the issuing of warnings, or the provision of fences. None of those things were happening in this situation. Anyway, so obviously booby traps are illegal, especially like, you know, packing explosive devices on like things that civilians use are completely illegal for good fucking reason. You also can't kill or attempt to kill people who are not directly in combat. Okay? You understand that, right? Like, it would be an act of terror if somehow, I don't know, ISIS figured out who every veteran was in the United States of America and then blew them up by booby trapping their fucking phones. Obviously, ISIS would never do that. It's a part of the American intelligence apparatus, but, you know, like doing that to the National Guard, for example, like that's not that's not legal nor allowed. See this from Ofer Kasif. Activating explosive devices in crowded places is an act of terrorism by any accepted definition, and it doesn't matter who is responsible for it, the IDF, Hamas, the CIA, or Mossad. Yep. It's just crazy. The booby trap rule was reinforced after GI dicks were being blown off in Vietnam using bamboo punji sticks and explosives. There's that other side of it too. Anyway, yeah, this little girl was a Hezbollah human shield because a pager filled with explosives exploded in her house. She's a Hezbollah child soldier. Congressman Brad Sherman. In war, it's impossible to fully prevent harm to civilians. Thanks, Congressman Brad Sherman. Seems great. Where's Christian Amanpour? I thought I had it here somewhere. Where the fuck did it go? Dude, come on, dude. Kamala Harris is talking about the booby trapping news when mom find the poop sock. Like, really? Really, dude? Really? Like, time and place, man. I'm not even doing 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour segues in the midst of this coverage. And you're over here fucking trying to segue into a poop sock? Like, that's psychotic.
I can say.
Anyway, here, let's hear what Christian Amanpour had to say. CNN's chief international correspondent, usually with like some more reasonable takes. Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now, okay?
There are a lot of people who will be killed and a lot of people injured and a lot of them maimed for good, you know, so it's a very hard situation. And I don't know what's Israel's intention. I don't think they can return their those refugees who went from their villages in the north in this way, because Israel was.
Like, think about it this way. When people are saying, aren't there bombing every day from both sides between southern Lebanon and northern Israel? Great question, right? So that chatter asked that question. Here's the answer. If Hezbollah blew up, again, members of the Knesset in the exact same way in their homes, killed their children, you would understand it as an act of terrorism. Okay? You would. But when Israel does it, it's like, nah, that's actually super sweet that they did that.
Lebanon and had to run away in Lebanon. Of course, they stayed 22 years, but there were too many killings of Israelis there. So I don't think Israel would want to occupy South Lebanon again, because this time the resistance is stronger than it was in the past. So I really don't understand the Israelis, because if they want to get back their people to the north, those who were displaced to the north, to their villages and settlements, they have to negotiate. Mm-hmm. And they have to negotiate with the Lebanese government through mediators like
4 medical staff, an 8-year-old girl, and an 11-year-old boy are dead.
Like the Americans as well. What happened today is escalation. Mm-hmm. You know, we cannot talk to Hezbollah anymore now in the way we were talking to them in the past, because they are, of course, they were hit very badly, and therefore retaliation is a must to them. We'll try to do something, but I don't know how much we have power to stop them.
It all
why there
sounds
is resistance in the south.
Yeah. It all sounds
occupation of land.
Foreign Minister, it all sounds really hopeless. On the one hand, you say, the U.S. has to do something. The U.S. didn't even know what was about to happen. Israel is its main ally. Israel takes its weapons from the United States. Nobody knew, according to Secretary of State.
For months and months, I have been telling you that this is Benjamin Netanyahu's October surprise, which is not even a surprise if you're telegraphing this action. Okay? And just like I told you, if America does not restrain Israel early on, since early October of last year, it's been 1 fucking year at this point. Okay? It's been an entire year of Israel's genocide. Early October, I said, if America does not restrain Israel, this will get completely out of control. Okay? And they never did. Joe Biden's bear hug strategy is in full display. Joe Biden flew to Israel, bear hugged Benjamin Netanyahu, and said, "Go off, king." This is it. This is what happens when you keep giving unlimited weapons to Israel and never tell them to stop. Okay? That's why all of the tireless conversations surrounding the ceasefire negotiations process is so fucking stupid. It's just a lie, okay? Even leaving aside the obvious moral issue with blowing up thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies, it shows what fascistic hell pit that we're in, that all Israeli media is jerking off at this successful targeted operation without discussing the obvious strategic idiocy of the move. No one is tricking themselves into thinking this provides deterrence, just swinging our dick around and shouting, "Look how cool our gadgets are." Exactly. I've heard people say that because Israel is in active conflict with Hezbollah, this retaliation is justified and there are no more ethical approach. What would an acceptable response be to Hezbollah be? A bombing would be unacceptable. An invasion would be unacceptable. Ground operations are untenable. I don't agree that Israel should necessarily respond, but I don't know what the counter to this argument is. You should ask them how they would feel if Hezbollah infiltrated and intercepted the regular civilian communications tools that members of the Knesset and Israeli occupying force soldiers that are at home with their families are using, and exploded them in the middle of a fucking day when they were at their grocery stores, when they were at the supermarket, when they were at home tucking their child in. Because if Hezbollah did that, obviously that would be considered an act of terror. That everyone would call it as such. Okay, that's number one. And number two, what is the retaliation to Hezbollah is a great question. If someone asks you that question, it's the same exact answer to Ansar Allah. Okay, these guys are not bombing Israel for no reason. Okay, they're not bombing northern Israel for no fucking reason whatsoever. They have very openly stated since October 8 or October 9 why they are doing this. They are doing this because they want Israel to stop blowing up Gaza. Israel has not stopped blowing up Gaza, so the bombs have not stopped. And it's the same with Ansar Allah. The solution to this problem is de-escalation and diplomacy. The solution to this problem is to end the genocide. But that is not even considered. That is not even up for discussion, right? Even though every single person keeps stating that that is the only way out of this, including generals, Israeli generals, former officials and current officials of the Israeli Knesset. Everybody recognizes that there is no military solution to Hamas. People think they're invincible and nothing like this could ever happen to them until one day you find your phone behaving strangely and it blows up near your head because you did something some government or corporation or bad actor found unsavory. Then all moral strategic justifications will be out the window. Yes, but the difference is in the United States of America, we live inside of the imperial core. We are protected. 9/11 was so powerful in terms of like breaking the American consciousness, and its impact is still very much in our societal understanding of like Muslims, Arabs as a fucking whole, and the war on terror that came after. And all of the domestic setbacks in terms of civil liberties and privacy that came after, that is because 9/11 broke people's minds when they felt like they were far removed from all of the consequences of American imperialism. That brought American imperialism's problems back into our fucking doorstep for the first time ever. Okay? But once again, since then, most of the overwhelming majority of domestic terror has been conducted by our own homegrown terrorists. Domestic terror happens with right-wing nationalists for the most part. Okay, the overwhelming majority post 9/11 and also pre 9/11. 9/11 was a unique instance due to the fact that it was a foreign-born act of terror. Ironic, considering that they were still trained by us at a certain point and were hyped up as a perfect force of good against the evil USSR. But what you have to consider in this situation is that, like, America feels protected. That's part of the reason why we never have the capacity to analyze these sorts of incidents as things that could potentially happen to us. That is the, I guess, interesting equation. That's why I always talk about the West Bank. I talk about the West Bank because that kind of violence, the pogroms that occur in the West Bank, the Jewish Power Party and all of the Jewish supremacist terrorists, the settlers, and their behavior in the West Bank is deeply personal. It's like personal hate crimes. So that is easier to contextualize and easier to understand from the lens of the Western world. Whereas when you see entire city blocks reduced to rubble by American weapons in Gaza, well, that's like regular order of business. Those guys probably had it coming. You know what I mean? Americans have only seen that in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places that like deserved this kind of violence. Whereas the West Bank is a little bit more understandable for Americans to empathize with. Anyway, obviously that would be unacceptable, but I don't understand what would be acceptable. Okay, that's fair. Thank you for the response.
Antony Blinken. How is it going to fix this? Then you say you can't talk to Hezbollah because they are, now without their pagers or their walkie-talkies. Are you afraid that this is going to escalate into a regional war, not just Israel going to war with Hezbollah, but a regional war with Iran, etc.?
Who was praising these Israeli attacks? Virtually every single member of American media has in some way, shape, or form either defended it or has whitewashed the impact or said that it was a phenomenal achievement for Israeli espionage. I have yet to hear from, with the exception of like Cristiano Amanpour and some others, I've yet to hear anyone in mainstream media in a prominent position look at this and go, children died. Like, children were murdered. These were bombs that exploded in crowded civilian areas. These are the targeting mechanism that they applied here was unacceptable. Like, it just, there was no assurance that this was only militants. And even if it was simply militants, it would still be considered a war crime because these are not enemy combatants in war. Okay? I don't know. It's just fucking sad. It's really sad to see how inhumane my countrymen are once again, and how callous their indifference is to the lives of just like regular old people that happen to be living in a totally different part of the planet. Yeah, walkie-talkie of an emergency responder in Burj Rahal, southern Lebanon, exploded in his house, full of women and children, causing extensive damage. Luckily, no one injured. Al Jazeera Arabic covered it. This is from this morning. This is the second version of the explosions. The Hezbollah pager attack not only disabled the group's communications, it has exposed, killed, and wounded, and humbled its members. According to the ABC, the vicious, cold-blooded murder of our people by the Zionist entity is a humbling experience.
We have warned about this for a long time, that this will end up with a regional war. And this is not in the interest of any side, any country in the region. We really want peace as a government. And we are really going to New York, to the Security Council. Friday afternoon, we'll have a meeting of Security Council. We want peace. I don't mean to say peace with Israel and have like a peace treaty. We want peace in the borders between us and Israel. And we want to go back to the truce
In Lebanon,
line,
right.
which was approved by Israel and by Lebanon in 1949. So, you know, we really want peace and we're really working for peace, but we did not receive any good sign from the Israelis in this sense.
Yes, I did cover the Louisiana senator's racist commentary against the Arab Muslim woman, ironically, in the hate crimes Senate judicial hearing. Hourly reminder that U.S. newsrooms are functioning as U.S. and Israeli propaganda wings, and their reporters aren't trying to hide it. Trofimov is the chief of foreign affairs correspondent at Wall Street Journal. Landay is the DC NatSec reporter for Reuters. These are the people who make the news. Jonathan is with Reuters. Yaroslav is with Wall Street Journal. This is the narrative they've chosen to marvel at the kind of Hollywood production this is. They are entertained as thousands are maimed in a bloody attack that sets a very dangerous precedent. Blow-up pagers force the surviving Hezbollah cadres to rely on walkie-talkies and then blow up the much bigger explosive devices inside the walkie-talkies. A TV spy series producers would rule out this twist plot as impossible to believe in. The only reason why you look at this, the only reason why you can have these kinds of opinions is if you just objectively do not believe that the people that are suffering are real human beings. And they are people who are just waiting out their days, waiting until, you know, they meet their demise that they deserve. Okay? Just no empathy whatsoever.
That we are at the beginning of a new era in this war, and we need to adapt ourselves. This is true for everyone, certainly for those who are in the air or control what is in the air, because the position here is stronger. It is not Hamas, it is something else, and we need to prepare for this matter properly. Take that into account. We need consistency over time. This war requires great courage, determination and perseverance. And thank you for everything you do and carry out. We are going to complete our tasks on all fronts, and you have the duty, but also the right to be partners in this effort, each in his role, in the ground teams and the air teams.
So let's return straight away to our top story, that breaking news from Lebanon. Fresh explosions have been heard in southern Beirut, Hezbollah's stronghold.
You've talked about how the Palestinian movement has had more momentum since 10/7 than ever before, but it feels like Israel's been winning the public opinion again lately. The amount of not just excusing but celebrating shit like this is unreal. No. I mean, that is a byproduct of the media making it seem like people think that this is awesome. I think that's it. That's just the media and people in positions of power. I don't think that the analysis has changed all that much. It's just a new target. So I don't think they've like... No, I will not be going to Reddit. Okay, please.
During the funerals of 4 of yesterday's victims of those synchronized pager blasts, 3 people have been reported to have been killed by exploding walkie-talkies. That's today's development. So let's bring our security correspondent Frank Gardner in straight away. And Frank, a second day of this.
Yeah, yesterday it was pages, today it's walkie-talkies. So Hezbollah's means of communicating between themselves, from the leadership, from Central Command in southern Beirut, to its fighters in the Bekaa Valley, to its fighters in southern Lebanon, are seriously compromised. Now, we don't know yet what the how the walkie-talkies were sabotaged, but what we do know is that thousands have gone off, hundreds have been injured, at least 3 have been killed in eastern Lebanon in the Bekaa Valley. So it's a second wave of this. Clearly, they were tampered with in advance in the same way, presumably, as the pages were tampered with. I mean, intelligence-wise, yes, extraordinary, but there is going to be a cost for Israel of this. Already there's mounting criticism that international law may have been broken here. Civilians are being harmed in all of this. You know, Hezbollah, yes, it's a proscribed terrorist organization by many governments, but civilians who have nothing to do with Hezbollah have been injured in this, and the injuries are horrific because when these pages go off, even though it's quite a low, small amount of explosive, if you're relatively short-sighted, as you know, you clearly are, you just put your glasses on, so you know, you've got to raise the thing to close to your face to look, and then it goes off. There are people who've lost eyes from this, facial.
This is like the most, this is what you're gonna see. Like that is the maximum amount of like humanity that you will see from Western media. Okay? That's it. This guy is saying things that like are basically talking about the actual impact of an act like this. This is the most amount of empathy you're gonna see from people. Okay? That's it.
Disfigurements. It's horrific, and so that's drawing a lot of criticism.
Well, as you say that, I'm just reaching for a page with exactly a reference to that, with a doctor there in Beirut telling the BBC that at least 60% of the patients he'd seen had lost at least one eye, with also most losing.
It's kind of crazy, especially because this is the maximum amount of empathy you're going to see, and American media is not even reaching that standard. Like, American media is not even reaching the minimum amount of empathy required in this situation to be a human. Wild. Wild to watch unfold right in front of our eyes.
Losing a hand as well. So that absolutely coincides with what you're just describing there, and the other reports we've had of hand injuries, stomach injuries, eye injuries as a result of these explosions. One of the obvious questions, though, being asked is, why now?
I think the most plausible explanation that I can think of, it's one that's been circulating all day, it hasn't been confirmed or stood up, but I think it's very plausible, is that Hezbollah had discovered that one or two or some of these devices were compromised, and there was the risk for Israel that, assuming that Israel did this, there's no other credible alternative, that their entire operation was about to be blown. So they had to use it or lose it. Now, it's possible that there is a massive own goal here for Israel in this, because think about it. When is the, you know, if you've managed to sabotage your enemy's entire communication system, you know, they don't dare use mobile phones because they're hacked and tracked by Israeli intelligence. So they're using walkie-talkies and pagers, both of which are compromised. Now, the most effective time to use that is...
He's right. He's right. He's right. The tactical, like, when you are even thinking about this as like a matter of like logical strategic reasoning, it literally also does not make sense, because this would be the most effective way to cause chaos after invading Lebanon, when Hezbollah has to be in contact with one another at every point. So he's not wrong. He is right when he says that this also is an own goal, because you just completely gave away your like secret war crime that you could have conducted after invading. Are they doing this for shits and giggles? No. The most likely scenario is that that they were worried about they were worried about this plot being foiled for one reason or another, and so they did it ahead of time.
Right at the beginning of a military campaign, where you essentially blind and mute your enemy.
Yeah.
And there is no sign of a military campaign, even though lots of people in Israel are pushing for it. There's no sign of troops or in large numbers, columns of tanks moving up to the border. There's no sign of a big preparation of a big IDF, Israel Defense Forces, push against Hezbollah. So I think it's quite possible that Israel has shot its bolt too early here, and that this could be an own goal, because it's going to cost them. You know, there's going to be a lot of criticism. I mean, okay, they tend to shrug it off internationally, but militarily, they might have lost the element of surprise here, because Hezbollah is not going to make the same mistake twice.
In terms of that basic question about how much closer this might bring us to an all-out war, what is your analysis of that?
I don't think it's that likely, but, you know, famous last words. I don't want to be a hostage to fortune on this one, but Hezbollah they will retaliate, definitely, but they will almost certainly calibrate it so that it inflicts enough of a blow that they can say, we've hit back at the Zionist enemy and we have avenged the blood of our martyrs and so on, but not to such an extent that Israel feels compelled to then mount a massive air campaign that decimates southern Lebanon. And there are plenty of voices in Lebanon. They've got no love for Israel, for their neighbor to the south, but they're calling on Hezbollah the whole time for restraint. And against the background of all of this, you've got Antony Blinken, who's been in Cairo, trying to push for a ceasefire in Gaza. If they can only get, and I was at the British Foreign Office last week at the Antony Blinken, David Lammy joint presser, and they said, look, we're 90% of the way there in this ceasefire deal. We just have got to do the last 10%, and that's the hardest bit, of getting it over the line. A lot of people are saying that the big stumbling block is Benjamin Netanyahu, who keeps finding reasons to not sign up to it. But plenty of Israelis say, well, why should we actually withdraw from the Rafah border between Gaza and Egypt, because Hezbollah will just smuggle weapons again through there. So that's the really difficult thing, to break that impasse. If you can do that, it lowers the temperature in the whole region.
Critics have always made the point that they think that there's a danger that Antony Blinken and the Americans have talked up just how close a ceasefire actually is. But when you put the last 2 days' events in Lebanon into context with what Benjamin Netanyahu said was a new war aim, how do those pieces fit together, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think that these explosions that have happened in these pagers and walkie-talkies, this won't be welcome in Washington. This is the last thing the State Department or the White House want when they're trying to calm the region down. They've got an election coming. They want to focus on things like that. What President Biden would love in his administration is to get a ceasefire deal in Gaza before he leaves office. Now, something like this is going to make it.
Benjamin Netanyahu, and I will repeat this, will never do something that is pro-Biden. He will never do something that's pro-Kamala Harris. He likes Donald Trump. He flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet Donald Trump personally. If I can see it, then so can, I hope, American officials. This was one of the other locks that I had, which is that this is his goal. This is Benjamin Netanyahu's goal. He is not interested in Democrats winning the election. He wants Donald Trump to win.
Far harder to achieve that, because Israel is currently braced for some kind of retaliation, and there will be some form from Hezbollah. Iran has said, well, you know, we've still got a score to settle with you here, because remember there was the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of the political wing of Hamas, right in the heart of Tehran at an Iranian government guest house. He was there for the inauguration of the president. That is so humiliating for Iran. So they feel they've got a score to settle. So the region is pretty febrile, pretty volatile, pretty tense. And I don't think there's any desire by either Hezbollah or Israel, or Iran for that matter, to go to a full-scale war. It's damaging for everybody. And you've got the Gulf states who are trying to calm everybody down and try to work a peace deal. But unfortunately, the two sides in Gaza, Hamas and the Israeli government, are still too far apart to see that working.
Interesting what you were saying about the Iranian government, because they've just posted on social media, Iran's government spokesperson again condemning what we saw yesterday, what we saw today with these attacks in Lebanon that involve these exploding communication devices. It doesn't extend to any sorts of or threats of rhetoric. So again, perhaps feeding into what you're saying, is despite everything that we have seen, all the different prompters that are pushing perhaps towards the brink, that still the region keeps pulling back at the last moment.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, it pulls back both from full-scale war and from actually sealing a peace deal in Gaza. But I think all eyes tomorrow are probably going to be on the speech at 5 o'clock local time, Lebanon time, by Hassan Nasrallah. He is the leader, he's the head of Hezbollah. Now, in the past, you know, we've watched with simultaneous translation.
Yeah. It went from the war in Gaza to the war in the region. And that's how the needle moves, baby. That's how consent is manufactured. Oh, it's this war in the region, tension in this region. It's like, hold up. I thought there was a Israel versus Hamas war in Gaza. Now it's a regional war?
His speeches, and there's a lot of very fiery rhetoric and angry words there, followed by very little action. Lots of people have said, you know, is this going to be the clue? Is he going to declare all-out war? He knows that he's probably compromised. If there was a full-scale war, you know, he's going to have to run for the bunker, because there are spies and agents for Israel, clearly, all around senior commanders. They knew where Fuad Shukr was, you know, on July the 30th when they targeted that senior commander in Hezbollah. I'm sure they know exactly what Hassan Nasrallah's movements are.
A final thought, Frank, because you talk about the Israeli strategy. One of the things I saw reported was perhaps Israel's desire to force a response from Hezbollah, which gives them the pretext to launch some sort of military attack. But when you hear something like that, it is worth always returning to the facts of this, which is that Hezbollah have a huge arsenal, don't they?
They do. And I mean, I think for the Israeli government, they're caught between a rock and a hard place on this, because they are under a lot of pressure domestically to deal with the problem on the border, which has displaced over 60,000 of their residents. Israel is not a big country. The whole of the north of Israel is within, the far north of it is within range of Hezbollah's missiles. Well, in fact, the whole country is within range of its longer missiles, but the north is being targeted almost daily, and they can't get back to their homes and farms and businesses. Likewise on the Lebanese side. So the status quo is unacceptable for both Lebanon and Israel. But the Israelis know that if they launch a full-scale war against Hezbollah, they will face a barrage of... Hezbollah have boasted 30,000 rockets and missiles a day, up to that amount, which would overwhelm Israel's air defenses. It's Iron Dome, it's David's Sling, all these are the Arrow, plus all the stuff that the Americans might do to help protect them. They can't protect all of it. So you would see high-rise buildings in Tel Aviv getting hit, you know, left, right, and center. The tech hub of Israel that is so phenomenally successful and lucrative, that would be hit. Homes in Tel Aviv, Jaffa, Haifa, all up that coast would get hit. And so it's a tough decision for Israel's government to decide what to do.
Senator Welch, you may conclude.
Is it a tough decision? Because it doesn't feel like it. This is what the State Department's response was yesterday to the fucking pager attacks. We covered it yesterday. The secretary's been very, very focused on ensuring that the tensions in the region do not escalate into a wider regional conflict. Israel is counting on the Americans to block further escalation if it does invade southern Lebanon, diplomatic sources tell Al Monitor. They are going to drag U.S. forces into this conflict. They have no way of like both protecting Israel and also simultaneously fucking going into war in Lebanon. They are going to drag us kicking and screaming. Well, the military people might be kicking and screaming in the process, and the American population might be kicking and screaming in the process. But of course, the American government would willingly send the troops that we've already sent to the region. This happening as like Ansar Allah's hypersonic missiles, which is an insane word that I cannot believe I'm saying right now. Like insane sequence of words that are coming out of my mouth in an unprecedented move. Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, were able to send a hypersonic missile across more than 1,200 miles in under 11 minutes, which bypassed all 4 of Israel's anti-missile defense systems. Okay? Do you understand what that means? If this is something within the capability of the Houthis, this probably is something that Hezbollah has as well. I'll be radically honest and say that this is entirely the fault of Israel, okay? Why? Because Israel is showing every fucking regional actor with a shred of sanity that it will not stop its bloody endeavor, its bloody conquest, until it is forced to stop, until penalties are incurred. And the United States, for some weird fucking reason, cannot communicate that message to Israel, or cannot restrain Israel when Israel won't restrain itself for sake of its own preservation. If you are a regional actor and you see the way Israel behaves, what else are you supposed to do? Like what they're telegraphing that they do not care, that they will never stop, and that America will go down with them. Israel is pushing every regional actor to recognize the reality that they have to take matters into their own hands, and that there is no interest in diplomacy here whatsoever, and that Americans are not even actively pushing Israel to engage in diplomacy. That's it.
Right now, state media is reporting what appears to be another deadly wave of exploding devices. This all comes just one day after health officials there say at least a dozen people were killed and nearly 3,000 others were hurt in an attack that appeared to target members of Hezbollah by blowing up their pagers. Two U.S. officials tell NBC News Israel is behind those blasts. So far, Israeli officials have not commented directly, but Hezbollah is promising to retaliate. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Tel Aviv for us this afternoon. So Raf, lay out what we know about this attack today, what kinds of devices exploded.
Vicky, this is a very fast-moving situation, but at this hour, Lebanese state media is saying at least 9 people killed and more than 300 injured in today's set of explosions. And while yesterday's blasts all over Lebanon appear to have been the result of exploding pagers, Lebanese state media is saying today they are seeing walkie-talkies, two-way radios blowing up. And again, we are seeing this not just in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. We are seeing it in the south of the country, near the Israeli border. We are seeing it in the east, in the Bekaa Valley, which is another Hezbollah stronghold. And once again, emergency rooms overwhelmed all across Lebanon with this absolute influx of the wounded. So this does appear to be a second wave of what American officials tell NBC News was an Israeli attack yesterday. We don't know exactly how the Israelis got these explosives into these pagers, but however they did it, it had devastating effects. Vicky?
Raf, it is difficult to know how this might have occurred. We know in the explosions yesterday, the pagers appeared to be linked to a manufacturer in Taiwan, but that company...
My cousin in Beirut messaged me saying she disconnected her baby monitor and other household appliances and devices. Our people are unaware of which devices are safe and which are not. If this was happening in Israel, the entire world would be condemning it. It is terrorism. Once home solar panels and electronics shops start exploding, we start walking into Article 51.2, Additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention's territory. Acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which are to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. I mean, that is what this is. It's not once that happens. That is happening right now. That's why it's considered an act of terror. That's why it is considered a war crime. Blowing up baby monitors would be insane. No, it doesn't have to be baby monitors, man. That's the reason why you can't booby trap civilian communications devices, whether it be walkie-talkies or fucking pagers. Doctors use that shit. EMTs use that shit. Y'all are being fucking crazy. We're already at the insane point.
Says the pagers were made in Hungary. What are your analysts and your sources telling you about the potential for tampering with these kinds of communication devices?
So this is a very complex, very shadowy supply chain at this moment, Vicky. As you said, this Hungarian company, according to the Taiwanese manufacturers, are the ones who actually made these pagers. But a member of our NBC News team called that company early this morning. They reached a woman who said she was the CEO, who seemed quite shaken to find herself at the center of this international news story, and said that her company doesn't actually make the pagers, that they are intermediaries. So it is not clear at this point who exactly produced the pagers. It is possible, though, that the Israelis, either at the beginning or in the middle of this supply chain, got hold of them and planted those explosives. Vicky?
Raf Sanchez with the very latest out of the Middle East for us. Raf, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and
This is part of the reason why I don't believe that this was like done without American know-how.
A shaken Lebanon, shaken anew. A funeral stemming from yesterday's pager attack, suddenly the site of fresh chaos. A man lies on the ground, apparently injured by a blast. A new wave of seemingly bigger explosions at funerals, apartment buildings, at mobile phone shops. Again, communications devices the focus. This time, VHF walkie-talkies, an apparent sleeper weapon. Hezbollah, still reeling from the extent to which its communications had been penetrated and weaponized, now discovering the breach was deeper still.
Nothing will shake us, not even if you blow us up or our children. We are steadfast in our path and will not change or move.
Yesterday afternoon, hundreds of pages first beeped with a message purporting to be from Hezbollah leadership and then exploded, killing and injuring fighters, other Hezbollah members, medics, civilians. Some reports that Israel feared its capability was on the verge of being discovered. The choice, use it or lose it.
I don't buy it. I think these rumors, unconfirmed stories are just in order to deflect the criticism inside Israel that someone prematurely activated it. Namely, it's the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who gave the order.
Lebanon's health minister said today of the more than 2,750 people injured in the attack, 150 were in the east of the country, 750 were in the south, with the overwhelming majority, some 1,850 people, in the capital, Beirut. About 300 suffered critical injuries and 460 needed surgery, most on their eyes or faces. Operating theatres overwhelmed as eye surgeons in particular dealt with injuries on a scale they'd never experienced.
1/3. The reason why is because it beeped before it blew up. So people probably took it out of their pocket, like with the express goal of having someone take it out of their pocket and like look at it. So it blows up in their head.
Of these 110 lost vision in both eyes irreversibly. And the other 2/3, we have been working all night long. I think this will take us another one day to salvage one eye. So all the eye injuries are associated with amputated fingers.
The pages carried the branding of Taiwanese firm Gold Apollo. It issued a statement saying it had licensed a Hungarian-based company to make the devices in question, bearing its logo. Today, the Hungarian government denied the pages had ever been on its soil, that the firm in question had no manufacturing capacity, even as an opposition MP demanded an investigation into whether it was a front for Israeli intelligence. Israel's defense minister today saying a new phase of the war had begun, a shift in focus from Gaza to the north. This after the news that a division of elite paratroopers and commandos had been sent there in preparation for further escalation. Escalation, exactly what the U.S.
Why are they covering who made them? It's a massively important part of this puzzle. The the networks of intelligence that were able to infiltrate, intercept a supply chain. It also is a direct line. Like you are complicit if you're a manufacturer that created a civilian product and you worked alongside a foreign government to intentionally kill people that were using your product. Are you fucking insane? You are directly complicit in an act of terror. I know that we forget that like Israel gets to do whatever it wants, but like there will be some comeuppance in this process. This is a massively important investigation. It's important for multiple different reasons. Like obviously, one, to figure out like who is complicit along the fucking supply chain. Two, to figure out who actually played a role. And to ensure that there's like additional protocols put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again. For the broader consumer base, this is to instill confidence that like your phone is not going to blow up in your fucking ear because Israel decided to like activate it in Lebanon. Like there's so much. There are so many reasons as to why this investigation is massively consequential. Would you say there is no breach? Tide is turning around a bit in normie channels. I've seen terrorism being thrown around. Yeah, I think like the initial reaction, of course, was like everybody repeating whatever the fuck the media was saying and celebrating this as like not a callous, an inhumane act of terror against an unsuspecting civilian population. But now I think people will start thinking about it a little bit more. Like cooler minds will prevail in this situation. That's why I think what I do here is, and what you do here as well, when you repeat the things that you hear here, is important. Because there's no other real outlet out there in mainstream media or across the board that are going to cover this with the with the truth of the matter, like with the actual morality that this story requires. And that's also subsequently why AOC's statement is very important. Israel's Patriot attack in Lebanon detonated thousands of handheld devices across a slew of public spaces, seriously injuring and killing innocent civilians. This attack clearly and unequivocally violates international humanitarian law and undermines U.S. efforts to prevent a wider conflict. Congress needs a full accounting of the attack, including an answer from the State Department as to whether the U.S. assistance went into the deployment or development of this technology. Like, this is very, very important. Everybody that fucking says AOC is a genocide denier or whatever, shut the fuck up. You don't understand the importance of a fucking a member of Congress in the, party that is currently in charge of the American government openly stating this, okay? This will be reported on. This is how you inevitably get the mainstream media to cover it with this alternative perspective. Okay? You could say no all you want. I don't care. I do not care what you have to say or think about this matter. You just hyper focus on it being AOC. Okay? And I don't care. I just don't care what your opinion on the matter is. I'm just telling you exactly how it is. Okay? When a sitting representative in the Democratic Party says what Israel did here is a direct violation of international human law, okay? International humanitarian law, that is important, okay? That is a sea change. That is an attitude shift. That will get covered by mainstream media, okay? It lends credence to not just some fucking random dickhead sitting in a goddamn diesel tank top covering the fucking story, but actually a goddamn sitting representative saying it, okay? It gives it legitimacy. Legitimacy that obviously requires mainstream media coverage. And then, slowly but surely, people will turn around and read those articles. They are aiming to change the whole perspective of the world on how to wage war and what is legitimate or not to survive. So instead of complying with international law, they are trying to change the whole concept of international law. What we know about Israel's bloody attacks targeting consumer electronic devices in Lebanon. Yeah. I think the real scary consequence of this is that, like, going forward, like, Israel will say, like, you can do whatever the fuck you want when you're fighting against quote-unquote terror, and that's it. Here's the new death toll from Iraq bureau chief of Reuters, Timur Azari. He says the Lebanon death toll rises to 20 today from device blast, health ministry says. Wounded remains at more than 450 today. 2-day toll at 32 killed, 3,250 wounded.
Has been cautioning against for months. The Secretary of State was in Egypt today, working on a new Gaza ceasefire text. Israel's main ally saying it got no advance warning of the pager attack.
We remain very clear about the importance of all parties avoiding any steps that could further escalate the conflict that we're trying to resolve in Gaza, to see it spread to other fronts. It's clearly not in the interest of anyone involved to see that happen.
Before the latest round of blasts, a funeral today for the youngest victim of the pager attacks. Fatima Abdullah was 9 years old. While Israel has not claimed responsibility, the attacks have drawn international criticism. Ireland talking of wanton disregard for civilian life, Belgium of terrorism, the UN human rights chief demanding accountability for those responsible. Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah due to speak tomorrow about its next steps.
Well, I'm now joined from Tel Aviv by Ronan Bergman, journalist and author of Rise and Kill First, the secret history of Israel's targeted assassinations. Good evening. This wouldn't be the first time that Israel had used a communications device
Okay, I'm convinced that everyone living in Tel Aviv has this. They're talking from the same room. I swear to God, I have seen Gideon Levy, I think, speak from this exact same background. What do they got? One fucking room over there? What's happening? No, it's not like this is the fucking one area that they let the anti-Zionist or like those who are critical of Israel ever speak out of. I swear to God. No, it's not the Hasbara HQ, okay? Actually, that's not true because I have seen like ultra-Zionists speak from the exact same background too.
evening. This wouldn't be the first time that Israel had used a communications device in an attack, but certainly on this scale, it seems unprecedented. Is it becoming any clearer how this might have been done?
Well, we're talking about something between 4,000 and 5,000 devices. It's very hard to tamper with each one separately and leave no trace. So as Israel did in other places, it's getting into the chain of supply or creating the chain of supply, yet to be seen. And also need to create a device or tamper with a device in a way that would not create any attention, that would not create suspicion in the airports if it contains explosives, and in a way that the whole change of production, marketing, selling, and delivery would not be suspected by a military intelligence apparatus of Hezbollah that is, very, very, could be concerned of such hacking or sabotaging or booby-trapping devices. The fact that Israel or whoever did that was able to supply so many for so long, and that at least for until recently no suspicion was arisen, and Israel was able to explode, means that this operation was very complicated, and at least from the Israeli point of view, reached its goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly humiliating, I'm sure, for Hezbollah. But where does this fit into a strategy? If the defense minister now says there's a new phase in the war, what would be the strategy in this kind of mass attack that will inevitably hit civilians?
Well, you need to ask the Minister of Defense if you think that he ordered the attack. Not here to speak for him. I could see potentially few goals. Israel was severely hit, surprised. Israeli deterrence was severely beaten on the surprise Hamas attack of October 7 last year. The second is that since October 8, Hezbollah unprovokedly has been attacking Israel, something that forced the evacuation of 100,000 civilians from the north of Israel. And I think shed some light into the need from the Israeli point of view to re-demand the implementation of the United Nations Security Council decision 1701, which basically said all Hezbollah forces should move north to the Litani River, something that Hezbollah violated brutally throughout time since then. So Israel, if Israel was behind that, and Israel, if I could maybe try to think of the decision-making process, Israel is trying to signal to Hezbollah that if this doesn't happen, Israel is ready for escalation. Now, is that wise? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
This could deteriorate into escalation.
I mean, in terms of the decision making, I mean, I know for your book you spoke to sort of practically everybody in the Israeli intelligence, setup. How would a decision like this be made? Would it be the Prime Minister's decision? Would it be Mossad? Who would be doing it?
Now, at the end of the day, it needs to be, it's either the Prime Minister or a smaller group, very small group of ministers. It's always the political.
Yeah, no, he's not an anti-Zionist. I saw the Gideon Levy background and I thought maybe he's of the same variety.
Level. It's never just the professionals from the defense establishment. They will recommend, it's bottom up. They will recommend usually on a certain assassination of operation. This will be brought to a decision of.
I think he's a former Haaretz journalist, but I don't know what his personal attitude is. He used to be a critic of Israel. October 7 changed him. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people like that. For me, it was when he said the unprovoked attack from Hezbollah. Hezbollah did an unprovoked attack. Okay, bro.
A discussion in something called Varash. This is the Committee for the Chiefs of the Intelligence, like the British JIC, and then brought to the cabinet or to the Prime Minister. They will make a call. No one else.
So it's absolutely knitted together. Ronan Bergman, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, how do these unprecedented attacks fit in with the rules of war? Earlier today, I spoke to the leading human rights lawyer, Sir Jeffrey Nice, who led the prosecution of the former Serbian president, Slobodan Milosevic, at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. And I began by asking him whether the attacks are legal.
They're almost certainly criminal on a number of grounds.
Pretend you're surprised that he's part of the New York Times editorial member since 2018. I am surprised, actually. The New York Times writes articles. That's not even surprising. The New York Times barely writes articles from a liberal Zionist position anymore. Today's New York Times daily podcast was the first time I've heard a liberal Zionist adjacent perspective from the New York Times in a while. Since October 7, the New York Times editorial staff basically is Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich and the Jewish Power Party. Okay, the way that they cover the stories, unironically, are outflanking Israeli media. I'm talking Hasbara rags, right? We're talking about fucking people that are outflanking Ynet at every step of the fucking way in the United States of America. It is straight up monstrous, a complete abdication of responsibility to journalism. They've just dropped it entirely. They still have good journalists at the New York Times. Okay. Obviously, I have some of them on the stream. I talk to some of them off stream. There are plenty of phenomenal journalists in the New York Times. They hire thousands of them. But their editorial staff is literally like kahanists, okay? The outcome of that journalism is whether, I don't know if it's directly a Kahanist descendant writing the fucking or making these editorial decisions, but it basically is like that. It is wild, dude. It is wild how consistently they outflank Israeli reporters who literally live in Israel and obviously have a vested interest in the continuation of the Israeli state in the violent ways in which it exists. Like, these are people who are apartheid defenders in Israel that are doing adequate reporting from the ground in Israel, and the New York Times is refusing to recognize it. Harder than you refuse to recognize the top of the hour ad break. The Vibe Sirs, is this like Ukraine where I can donate for them to buy drones? How do I donate dollars to Israel to get more beepers going? This is pretty awesome. And it's limited to the terrorists wearing the beepers, so innocent people aren't likely to get hurt. People would rather this over mass bombing, right? Beep, beep. Dude, you're so sick. Whether you recognize it or not, you're already paying for it, okay? In the form of your tax dollars going there. Have fun being fucking broke for the rest of your life and watching your parents die at the fucking hospital floor, because that is the destiny that you have right before you, okay? You are going to sit there and all of your tax dollars are going to go to the Israeli government so they can conduct operations like this that end up killing fucking children. And you're going to sit there and watch your parents fucking die on the hospital floor if you are lucky enough to even get them to a goddamn hospital if they haven't closed in your stupid fucking neighborhood. And you are going to have lifelong crippling medical debt in this fucking country, and you're going to deserve every moment of it, okay? Your life will never get better, and that is precisely the reason why you think Israel doing this act of terrorism against another country is actually the only thing keeping you motivated. Oh, there's other people who are getting killed out there. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I should celebrate it, okay? You are literally a Nazi. I hope they do another round, lol. Don't worry, brother. What they do or what they don't do does not fucking matter. We're talking about you right now. Your life is never going to get better. Your life is shit right now. Anyone that looks at what Israel did, this act of terror on Lebanese soil, and says, I celebrate it, I think it's great, is already a disgusting little cretin, a disgusting little monster who lives a disgusting little pathetic life. You are very obviously the exact type of person who spends all of his time online growing out your fucking neck beard as your crusty ass basically fucking latches on to the bottom of the plastic on your fucking stupid ass computer chair. Hasan, you're looking a little chubby. Chill out, big up. I know, dude. So goddamn chubby. The only chub that you will ever see is my dick inside of your mother, okay? You dumb fuck. Denying abject reality in front of your eyes once again. Fat boy for life. Yeah, my fat dick. Let me tell you something, okay? Your life is never going to get better. I promise you. If you keep this shit up, your life will never get better. Considering yourself to be like this epic online troll wearing a goddamn trilby talking about, haha, methinks I've destroyed this man in the marketplace of ideas, is only going to give you maybe a second of happiness, a brief moment of happiness. You got acknowledged by a person that you despise, a person that you've obviously spent a ridiculous amount of time watching. You created a sock account and then you followed with the vibes terrorists. Imagine having an actual life and getting triggered by someone who you think is an abject failure, zero emotional maturity. Now you have changed the conversation back to, I was just pretending to be a fucking loser. Okay? Imagine having an ideal life and getting triggered by someone who you think is an abject failure, zero emotional maturity. You do realize that I'm not actually upset at, whatever dumb fucking thing you said. I'm actually upset at your starting position, which was a celebration of terrorism, a celebration where 4,000 people, random members of parliament, fucking nurses, doctors got their faces blown off as a direct consequence of a violent apartheid regime conducting a genocide, choosing to fucking expand the war into another front. Okay? You are not Israeli. You do not live in Israel. You are simply a merchant of violence. You are literally watching violence unfold somewhere else with your fucking tax dollars, and you're going, I can't change anything in my immediate vicinity. I'm a fucking loser. My job sucks. I have no future prospects. I will never be able to retire. I will never be able to buy a house. Everything is fucking awful. So what can I do? Maybe I'll go and openly celebrate acts of terror. Okay? That's all you did. And that's what's frustrating. That's what's unimaginably frustrating about this entire process, is that you cannot see the reality in front of your eyes. All of these systems that cause you to feel so much frustration are intertwined with one another. Okay? That's it. It is not an own for you to go, you have an ideal life and you are responding to me, a fucking loser. Do you see what I'm saying? We are both know who's the fucking loser and who has an ideal life in the situation. You didn't have to reiterate that, right? Everyone can see that from a mile away. Just like it is idiotic to be like, oh, you're fat. Like, okay, bro, we know. Like, we know that you have no way of seeing what is in front of your eyes. You are the classic right-wing dipshit who thinks just because Ben Shapiro says the words, he's actually a beacon of masculinity. Or Sneeko says the words, so he's an alpha dog. He's a beacon of masculinity. Whereas someone like myself is a pussy. I'm soy. I'm beta. You know what I mean? It's because a lot of you think that when you can see the other person, you can still hallucinate a different reality, an alternative reality where your words matter more than the fucking optics that lizard brain dipshits like yourself could comprehend under normal situations. Okay? Ultimately, though, I do hope, I do wish that you have a better life. Okay? I do. I hope that you have a better life, because this kind of behavior, this kind of sentiment is not expressed by those who are comfortable in their standing in life. This kind of behavior, this kind of sentiment is only expressed by people who are pathetically absorbed by all of the awfulness that they experience on a daily fucking basis. Okay? And I get that. But I promise you, projecting your own personal insecurities onto other people and fucking crying in a Twitch chat is not going to make your life better. Leaning into your obsessions is not going to make your life better. You are not going to be happy. Okay? Anyway, I wish you well, big dog, on your journey. Please don't kill yourself, okay? Don't do it. We have much to live for. Life will get better. You just got to start by leaving the communities that you take part in that causes you to feel really shitty on a daily basis.
With many of which your viewers will be familiar, having become more acquainted with war crimes law since 22 for Russia, Ukraine, and last October for Israel, Gaza. These things which exploded in an uncertain place at the time they did, obviously likely to be amongst civilians, even if also in the presence of the people being aimed at. Attack on a civilian population, unlawful. Even if damaging the person aimed at, because in his possession, with or without anyone else, unless he's actually an active combatant, unlawful. Even if there's any other defense for what's going on, i.e. the argument of self-defense and all that sort of thing, let's assume that's lawful. Is it, and this will be a word your viewers familiar with, is it proportionate? Clearly not. You cannot calculate what the damage for, the collateral damage to civilians, children, whoever else it might be, is. It's quite likely to be far greater than the advantage, if any, of harming or killing the individuals whose pager it was hoped it would be, therefore criminal.
It is akin to terrorism, then?
Well, I'd rather just stick with the law itself. It is criminal acts within a conflict, as it has been since October, and since and certainly before, and it has been unlawful by non-proportionality and also by other specific crimes, attacking schools, attacking civilians, and now, of course, attacking people completely unknown. This is a criminal war on both sides, and the Western countries have got to say that, accept it, and starve both sides of any ability.
I love defining like what terrorism is and then refusing to say it because Israel's doing it, you know? And that is because he's technically correct. Terrorism is not a legal definition. It's a political tool applied to deny people habeas corpus, okay? To deny people normal humanitarian laws when you apprehend them. And that's it. That's the real reason. That's the real mechanism. That's the real application of the word terrorism. It's just a made-up concept. And that's precisely why you can't use it on Israel. So he's not necessarily wrong.
Ability to continue with it.
If Lebanon wanted to try and bring Israel to account in some way, or any other country over this act, these bombings, what are the routes available?
There are no lawful routes by way of unlawful use of force. And Lebanon's best route now is to pray and aid such parts of the very limited international world order that there are, and to try and get the International Criminal Court not just to consider what has been happening on the territory.
Bernie's live talking about Israel.
And other infections have taken hold. Madam President, Gaza has 12 universities. Every single one of them has been bombed, as have hundreds of schools. 88% of all school buildings in Gaza have been damaged. Every university bombed, 88% of all school buildings in Gaza have been damaged, and more than 500 people have been killed while sheltering in UN schools. There are many, many hundreds of thousands
Bernie's
of
not
children.
finally on it. It's just Senate is back in session. What do you mean? He's been doing this. He's done this since October 7, chat. Come on.
I've been in school since.
The issue is he's done this before. He's done this way before October 7, and he's done this since October 7. There are issues that I have with the way Bernie communicates this problem, specifically because he knows better, and my expectations are much higher than him from him than anyone else. Both, not only as a living, breathing socialist senator, but also as a Jewish man, a Jewish American who fucking ran for president, who was outflanking everybody else on the issue of like what to do with Israel far before October 7. My expectations are significantly higher from him for these reasons. Ultimately, he's still infinitely better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but that doesn't really mean anything. Who cares if he's Jewish? What do you mean? Judaism, in its long history and its cultural aspects, is incredibly revolutionary. Like,
for this starvation and suffering, and that is that Israel has severely restricted the amount of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medical supplies that can reach the desperate people of Gaza. This, Madam President, is a clear violation of U.S. and international law, not just immoral, not just outrageous, but a clear violation of U.S. and international law. And Madam President, every day, every single day, the bombardment continues. Bombing and shelling carried out with U.S.-provided weaponry, often financed in large part by American taxpayers. U.S. weapons financed by U.S. taxpayers.
Yep.
In the last year alone, Congress has voted to send more than $10 billion in American taxpayer dollars to the extremist Israeli government to buy more of the bombs and more of the weapons they are using to wage war against the Palestinian people. Madam President, enough is enough. U.S. complicity in this horrific war must end. With a group
when he
of
says
colleagues,
Madam President, I think he's talking about Kamala Harris, who is the leader, who's presiding over the
joint
Senate.
resolutions of disapproval.
That's who
which
Madam
would
President
block
refers to.
some $20 billion in
The vice president presides over the Senate. He's speaking to her.
He's
He's the president of the Senate.
Congress has to block arms sales which are inconsistent with established U.S. and international law.
If it's not her right
The
now,
Senate
it's probably someone
will
else.
vote on these measures.
But that's how you refer to
Let
them.
me outline briefly why it is critical that we prevent these sales from going forward. Madam President, I have laid out the horrible reality of the situation in Gaza, but the sad truth is that much of this carnage has been carried out with U.S.-provided
It could also be Patty Murray, the current president pro tempore, Patty Murray of Washington.
Equipment. Put simply,
It's probably it's probably not Kamala Harris.
To continue this disastrous war would be immoral. It would also be illegal. These sales directly contradict the stated purpose of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and the Arms Export Control Act. These laws require that U.S. arms transfers to foreign countries must be consistent with internationally recognized human rights, advance U.S. foreign policy interests, and avoid U.S. complicity with any human rights violations. That is the purpose of these laws. Madam President, during the August recess, the administration sent to Congress official notice for several sales to Israel that clearly do not meet these criteria. The arms sales total over $20 billion and include transfers of joint direct attack munitions, or JDAMs, 120-millimeter tank rounds, 120-millimeter high-explosive mortar rounds, medium tactical vehicles, and up to 50 new F-15 fighter aircraft, as well as upgrades for some of Israel's current F-15s. All of these systems have been used in Gaza, causing massive death and suffering to innocent men, women, and children. The JDAMs and 120-millimeter tank rounds in particular have been used indiscriminately and are responsible for a significant portion of the civilian
Why do you think the
casualties.
attitude changed? Bernie's attitude on Israel didn't change. He's just a liberal Zionist, and I am frustrated by how much further he should be taking his rhetoric at this point.
Leading to
but this is like normal for Bernie. Everyone that says this is like new or unique hasn't been paying close attention to what Bernie is. Bernie
hundreds
has
of
said.
eyewitness testimonies, photographs, videos, and satellite imagery all underscore one simple point. These weapons are being used in violation of U.S. and international law. I have a list here of some of the most egregious incidents involving these systems. Tragically, the list is too long for me to read here on the floor, but Madam President, I ask that this list be
He's not even a
included in the
liberal. He's
congressional
more than a
record.
liberal Zionist.
Without objection.
You're right. You're right about that. Time without an ovo. You're
Madam
giving liberal
President,
Zionists a lot of credit by
the
calling him that.
administration's
Yeah, I agree.
report pursuant to National
He
Security
goes above and
Memorandum
beyond.
20
He's not just a
concluded
liberal.
that,
He's not a
quote,
liberal Zionist, but he definitely
it is
still has
reasonable
that.
to assess that defense articles have been used
All
by
I'll
Israel.
say is he's not anti-Zionist. Okay, that's it. He's not anti-Zionist. Ofer Kassev is the difference. Dr. Ofer Kassev is a member of the Israeli Knesset. He is an anti-Zionist. Look at the way that he communicates on these issues versus the way Bernie communicates on these issues, and you will recognize. Having said that, however, yes, if every Democrat had this position, the genocide would end. Absolutely. If every single Democratic Party member had Bernie's opinion and Bernie's courage and communicated what was going on in Israel in the way that he does, then, you know, there would be no more apartheid. Palestinian here, he's a liberal Zionist. He's a two-stater who thinks Bibi and Likud are the problem. What makes him go above and beyond? I mean, liberal Zionists will say it's unconscionable that the ICC and ICJ are prosecuting Israel, as they openly have said, despite being like Benjamin Netanyahu's primary opposition. Yair Lapid comes to mind when I think of like liberal Zionism. Okay? Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, will openly be like, what Israel is doing is unconscionable. They're doing war crimes, and the ICC and the ICJ are good. So he definitely goes way above and beyond. He doesn't just like single out Benjamin Netanyahu. He does single out Benjamin Netanyahu regularly, but he doesn't stop there. He is on the spectrum, but he's not. He is closer to anti-Zionism than like who you would consider to be a liberal Zionist normally. Bernie Sanders has time and time again called into question our undying loyalty and allegiance to Israel. He has regularly talked about stopping weapons transfers. He literally ran on, if I'm president, I will not give Israel weapons. Okay? That's very important to understand. Pre-October 7. Pre-October 7. A lot of you found out about the fucking brutality, not the Palestinian chatter, but like many Americans found out about the brutality post-October 7. Okay? Yeah. I think October 7, especially the attacks on the kibbutzim, broke him a little bit. Straight up. That's my assessment. I don't know what is in anyone's mind, but like as the number one Bernie stan, knowing that he lived in the kibbutz at a certain point in his life, I think like that kind of brought this issue close to home to him in a very emotional way that I think changed his analysis a little bit, because his statements, I mean, he was getting fucking outflanked by AOC, dude. That's crazy, okay? The reason why I say this, you will never see a liberal Zionist voice criticism of the IDF's conduct on moral grounds. You don't even see that from the Zionist left. They'll mention strategic issues here and there, but they never dare show pictures of the destruction in Gaza. Yeah. Well, you're talking about liberal Zionists in Israel and the Zionist left in Israel versus liberal Zionism in America. Like, liberal Zionists in America will say, like, oh, the settlers are awful. And, oh, well, you know, there's, like, definitely Zionist left. Yes, there is a thing in Israel, okay? Some national socialism going on. Yes. Probably more so than anywhere else. Yeah, 100%. That's a real thing. Dudes who are like, liberal Zionists in America know better than to let anyone know they're Zionists, to be honest, like AOC. Chat, AOC has called what Israel's doing a genocide. I am not going to have this conversation with you because you're fucking hyped up, okay? Sorry. AOC has outflanked Bernie Sanders consistently on the issue of Israel. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care to have this conversation with you over and over again. It is so ridiculous, dude. Just analyze the situation adequately. AOC has a lot of fucking awful positions on this throughout this conflict, okay? Throughout this genocide. But if every single American politician or a decent number of American Democrats maintained AOC's position on the matter, this would be a very different conversation, okay? Holy moly. Like, everybody hyper-focuses on our lying and saying that the Democrats are working tirelessly for a ceasefire, which is a ridiculous thing to say, and forgetting all of the other shit that she says in terms of, like, calling it what it is, a fucking genocide. There's like 4 people in Congress that have done so, okay? You guys are, on the one hand, you just made them more angry, boss. I know. They have a hyperfixation. And they don't understand, like, the things that you say, American congressperson will never say, okay? What good does calling it a genocide do now? If it does no good, why won't other American politicians do it? If it doesn't move the needle at all, you just moved your position entirely. I'm honest about it. I'm telling you right now. AOC has outflanked Bernie Sanders on the issue of Israel, which is shocking. Grift, you know this. Okay, dude. Yeah, you guys are right.
It may, just may, begin to restore a shred of you.
Bro, half the chat can't even talk shit about Israel around their parents without it getting lump in their throat. Tired of this. Yeah. Only those who are not sure of themselves can fear to enter into temporary alliances, even with unreliable people. Not a single political party could exist without such alliances. Lenin.
61% of Americans oppose sending weapons and supplies to Israel, including 77% of Democrats, 62%
Why is it shocking for AOC to outflank Bernie?
Republicans as well.
She's younger. She also sometimes, like, has a rad lib tendency. Like, the difference is, you know, she'll hyper focus on, like, optics and whatnot on certain instances. So I think it's shocking in a situation where, like, someone who is that optics focused will just come out and straight up be like, Israel's doing a genocide. This has to stop. That right there is, that's it for me. As the biggest voice on the left, shouldn't you voice against some influencer on the left that obviously have some personal vendetta since the FTV and attack on others on the left, for example? I don't care. When people that repeat those statements come into this chat, I'll yell at them. That's it. How about accountability? TLDR, Jojo and I wants you to start drama with Bree Joy. Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I don't care to do so. All right, let's get back to Bernie.
Threatened to withhold $10 billion in loan guarantees unless Israel stops settlement expansion. In other words, using arms sales and military aid as leverage is not a new idea done under Republican presidents, Democratic presidents.
Yep.
There is also recent precedent of Congress acting to stop the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. In 2019, Congress passed a series of JRDs to block arms sales to Saudi Arabia over its bombing campaign in Yemen. At that point, the Saudi coalition was directly responsible for roughly 8,000 civilian deaths over 4 years, mostly from airstrikes. Israel has killed 41,000 in less than a year. Madam President, blocking these sales would also be in keeping with actions taken by the international community and some of our closest allies. So what I'm suggesting here is not unique in the world, taking place all over the world, including some of our closest allies. There has been widespread condemnation of Israel's conduct during this war from governments around the world, international institutions, and humanitarian organizations. The United Kingdom recently suspended 30 export licenses for a range of armaments after concluding there was an unacceptable risk they could be used in violation of international humanitarian law. Germany has not approved an offensive weapon transfer since March. Italy, Spain, Canada, Belgium, and the Netherlands have taken similar steps. United Nations bodies have called for an end to the arms shipments fueling the conflict. Madam President, we cannot continue to ignore what the extremist Netanyahu government is doing in Gaza. We cannot continue to be complicit in this humanitarian disaster. The time is long overdue for the U.S. Senate to act, and we must act. I hope my colleagues will support this effort on the floor, and my office is ready to answer any questions that senators may have. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we missed it. I wonder what fucking John Kennedy has to say. Combine both of them, and you get a leftist position. Fact sheet 502 BC of the Foreign Assistance Act and Senator Bernie Sanders' resolution on Israel and Gaza. Ocasio-Cortez defends accusing Israel of genocide in floor speech. Yeah. That's it. What she did other than calling it a genocide, though, she did no policy push. She did not use her platform. Also, she did a photo with the IDF soldier. Yes, guys, she is secretly in the pocket, okay? The question you must ask is, why won't Bernie call it a genocide? Also, all of this stuff is so petty.
Nobody
it's like, it's like straight up, we're just straight up doing drama at this point. Like, completely irrelevant, place of power, powerlessness, petty drama. Like, focus, guys, focus your attention on, you know, bigger scumbags. Think about it like this, okay? You don't have to love AOC at all. But what you have to recognize is there was a Senate Judiciary Committee yesterday. It was a hearing held to combat hate crimes in the United States of America. And in that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, right-wing Republican senators like John Kennedy straight up did hate crimes. Like, this guy committed a hate crime in the process of holding a hate crime committee hearing.
Thank you very much, Senator Hawley.
This is not Kennedy, by the way. We are now watching Josh Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Berry, let me just start with you. You said in response to a question from, I think it was Senator Graham, you praised the protests going on campuses. I just want to make sure I got this.
Kamala confirmed chatter. You said this word for word last week about the logistics of mass deportations. Guys, I'm not a fucking brilliant political tactician, okay? I'm a normal person who sees what the fuck is going on and has like a conscience. Okay? What she's doing here, verbatim, what I've said she should be doing for a very long time now, is the fucking bare minimum that I am shocked that they didn't get to already. Okay? Fall back on being a dumbass quick. What? I mean, first of all, this is a moment where I should be saying, I have the gift of prophecy. Like, I call me Apollo, not calling myself a dumbass. The reason why I'm saying that is because even as a dumbass, okay, I can see certain things that are going on and be like, why won't she communicate? Conscience. Sorry, not conscience. It's just common sense. But yeah, here. Vice President Kamala Harris on Wednesday criticized the Republican Donald Trump's promise to deport millions of people who are in the United States illegally, questioning whether he would rely on massive raids and detention camps to carry it out. Harris, the presidential nominee, told the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute's annual leadership congress that the nation can find both a pathway to citizenship for those who want to come and at the same time secure the border. We can do both, and we must do both, she said. Trump, for his part, was heading to Uniondale in New York, Long Island, as both candidates took a break Wednesday from campaigning. Harris harked back at the Trump administration's immigration policies as she bid for Hispanic support. While we fight to move our nation forward to a brighter future, Donald Trump and his extremist allies will keep trying to pull us backwards, Harris said. We all remember what they did to thank God. We all remember what they did to tear families apart, and now they have pledged to carry out the largest deportation, a mass deportation in American history. Imagine what that would look like and what that would be. How's that going to happen? Massive raids? Okay, this is verbatim what I've said on stream like 1,000 times over. I get it. Okay, now I know why. Now I know why chatters were saying what they were saying earlier. Okay. Massive raids, massive detention camps. What are they talking about, she said. Her staffers finally caught up on the VODs. Meanwhile, this is what JD Vance is doing.
Hi, Senator. Mia McCarthy with Politico. Question for you about the Haitian migrants in Springfield. So I know you've talked a lot about how we need to deport illegal aliens, but I wanted to ask you, the majority of the Haitians in Springfield came under TPS, so they are here legally. And I know you've expressed a lot of your issues with the TPS program and wanting to change that under a Trump-Vance administration. But I guess my question for you is, if you become the vice president under a Trump administration, what will you guys do about the migrants that are already there, since they did arrive legally? And a follow-up to that, if you plan to deport them, how would you do that legally?
Dude, the media should have been asking these questions like for months at this point. And the Democratic Party is absolutely at fault for this. Yeah, 54% of Americans back mass deportation of immigrants. It was higher than that like 2 months ago, by the way. Okay. 54% of respondents, 86% of Republicans, 58% of independents, and 25% of Democrats said they strongly or somewhat support a wide-scale effort to deport millions of immigrants. And 59% said they are closely following the immigration situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. They're not. Okay? It used to be 60%. Now it's down to 54%. Now, I need you to understand something. Okay? People look at this poll and go, oh my God, America is so racist. And to a certain degree, yes, you're right. America is very racist. But what you also fail to consider is that these guys, once again, have no understanding of what this would look like. And the reason for why they have no understanding of what this looked like and how cruel this would be and how insane it would be is because the Democrats haven't been calling to question how this would actually be conducted. Okay? Instead, the Democrats have personally launched their own right-wing white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment in the form of legislation. Okay? Democrats have adopted the right-wing framing on the matter, which was always insane. I fear that Kamala Harris is far too late to the game and you know, switching her trajectory now. And I don't know if there's going to be enough time for her to adequately craft a narrative around it, especially when it'll be called into question. Like her policy prescriptions will be called into question. a really phenomenal time to do this would have been during the debate. Because, and I've been saying this quite a bit as well, especially recently with the Haitian immigrant stuff. One of the aspects of how frustrating the Trump administration was for average Americans was the reality that Trump greatly accelerated, galvanized, emboldened some of the biggest dumbasses in our country. Okay? That is a massive, massive motivator to get people to go out and vote against Donald Trump. Like, it is not just it's not an issue that causes like significant material harm. Okay? To advocate against the Republican Party's like endless blood libel against migrants is already both the morally correct position and also beyond that, a smart political position to take as well. But beyond that, just to simply remind people, one of the most significant aspects of the Trump administration from the eyes of like the median voter that doesn't really like to pay attention to issues at all, okay, is emboldening the dumbest people in society into feeling like their opinion is worth a damn. Do you see what I'm saying? That was an incredibly fucking stupid time. People were just like straight up dying from COVID and still denying its existence on their deathbeds. People were getting separated from their children and being placed into fucking concentration camps at the border. And the defenders of this unimaginably cruel policy were outwardly just being like, nah, they deserve it, brother. Shut the fuck up. You're a pussy. Remember how shitty that felt. If you can't think about the abject cruelty on its own as a standalone problem, then think about how shitty that made you feel. Think about how angry and resentful that made you feel. That is absolutely a phenomenal anti-Trump message that she can run on. To be like, see, remember this Haitian migrant shit? It is basically a callback to all of the times that the Republicans lied about a multitude of different issues and had their followers fucking chirp and repeat those ridiculous lies. That's it.
Well, look, this is a media and Kamala Harris fact check that I want to clarify and clear up right now. And here's now, the media loves to say that the Haitian migrants, hundreds of thousands of them, by the way, 20,000 in Springfield, but hundreds of thousands of them all across our country, they are here legally. And what they mean is that Kamala Harris used two separate programs.
They are, though. You just don't want them to be here legally. Like, whether you recognize that they're here legally or not doesn't change the reality that they are here legally. You just want to make them illegal. You want to believe that they're illegal. That, by the way, that right there is actually the truth, which is the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is paperwork. Okay? That's it. This is the other side of that reality, and it gets scary when you think about it from the framework of the Republicans, where they're like, well, they're here legally, but it doesn't matter. I still think they're illegal, and I will take away their paperwork. Versus what I say, which is they're here legally, and the people here who are illegal could be made to be legal migrants.
Parole and temporary protective status. She used two programs to wave a wand and to say, we're not going to deport those people here. Well, if Kamala Harris waves the wand illegally and says these people are now here legally, I'm still going to call them an illegal alien. An illegal action from Kamala.
I just want to point to something here. Two different things that I want to fucking mention. One, Trump blocks Venezuelans' deportation and last political gift. Two, Trump grants Venezuelans temporary legal status on his way out. Okay? Just understand that, like, a lot of the Venezuelans that came here directly as a consequence of Donald Trump's crippling sanctions on Venezuela. Okay? And not only that, but also he granted them TPS. I think part of the reason why they're hitting the Haitian stuff instead of the Venezuelan stuff any longer is because obviously Trump granted Venezuelans TPS, okay? Temporary protected status. The legal framework for them to exist inside of the U.S. boundaries without any fucking additional scrutiny. Okay? But he did also end TPS for Haitians. So now he can fucking say, you know, we didn't do the Haitian thing. Kamala Harris did. Having said that, however, there were already hundreds of thousands of Haitians with TPS, temporary protected status, living inside of the U.S. borders. And they continued to receive an extension on their temporary protected status under the Trump administration as well. Here it is. Haiti was initially designated on the basis of extraordinary and temporary conditions in Haiti that prevented nationals of Haiti from returning in safely. Following the initial designation, TPS for Haiti was extended and redesignated once from July 23, 2011 through January 22, 2013, based on the extraordinary and temporary conditions. Thereafter, TPS for Haiti was extended 4 times based on extraordinary and temporary conditions, 2013 to 2014, 2014 to 2016, 2016 to 2017, and from 2017 to 2018. Subsequently, the Secretary announced the termination of the TPS designation of Haiti effective on 2019. So Trump both extended the TPS status to Haitian migrants and then revoked it. Okay? He did. But this has been an ongoing temporary immigration status that has been afforded to victims of major conflicts for a very long time. Okay? It's not new. And Trump did this as well. Trump also happened to take away the TPS status of Haitians, for the record. But once again, he definitely did not do so for Venezuelans. Okay? So when these dipshits talk about the magic wand, what they fail to mention or what they fail to acknowledge is that they've also waved that magic wand. Okay?
Kamala Harris does not make an alien legal. That is not how this works.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway, here, the Democrats are changing their messaging a little bit, finally going back to the old school Democratic Party, which was still fucking not good enough, but at least it wasn't like overtly racist and also completely captured by right-wing interests.
Yes. Let me be clear. We believe in an immigration system that reflects our values. We don't demonize immigrants. We don't single them out for attacks. We don't believe they're poisoning the blood of the country. We're a nation of immigrants, and that's why we're so damn strong.
It shouldn't have taken them to get to this point only after like Republicans try to do pogroms in Springfield, Ohio by fucking doing blood libel on Haitian immigrants. Okay? It's ridiculous. Like, Republicans are going full Nazi on the timeline, and the dumbass Democrats only now are like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should say something about this. Anyway, that's the reason why I'm riding with Biden, though, because he's brave enough to say these truthful things like, America is a nation of immigrants. Like you said, they're finally taking advantage of this as a campaigning opportunity. I know, it's so fucking insane that it has taken this long. It's so goddamn frustrating. Anyway, I'm riding with Biden because he did NATO.
Now they have pledged to carry out the largest deportation, a mass deportation in American history. Imagine what that would look like and what that would be.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve.
Okay, dude. One of the funniest things is, yeah, we got liberals going, your best fit is ambivalent right, along with 12% of the public. Shocked to find out that a Kamala Harris supporter is ambivalent right. Anyway, these poll results about respondents saying that they would love for mass deportations to happen in this country are correct. It's a correct snapshot that reflects how far right we've moved on this issue. But these polls can change, and they do change. And the only way they change is either A, if the Democrats launch successful counter messaging against this, okay, as I've been begging for them to do so for fucking months, for years, and especially so in the last couple of months. And then beyond the successful counter messaging, the alternative is once these policies are implemented, only then do Americans recognize the cruelty of such policies and the devastating impact that such policies might have in the economy in general. That's the problem. A lot of these dumb fucks, including liberals, including centrists, including independents, don't actually think about the outcome. They just hear something. They hear it over and over again. They think to themselves, oh my God, immigrants are doing insane crimes, I believe. And it's not like the Democrats are saying the opposite. So I'm willing to believe that myself, that immigrants are doing massive crimes. Okay. And then they see the polls, especially after they see the polls of like 62% of the public saying like they want mass deportations. There is no counter messaging for it whatsoever, right? They go along with it out of the fear that they have. The fear that like, oh, people really want this. So then it actually ends up happening, and only then people go, oh shit, maybe it wasn't such a good idea. This happened under Trump as well. This literally happened in between the time frame of 2016 and 2020. People genuinely despise Donald Trump's immigration policies. Okay? Why did they despise it? Because they were fucking separating children from their fucking family members at the border and then using those children as a honeypot to catch additional migrants. They were doing dragnets. They were doing mass deportations. And the Democrats, because they were in no position of power, were behaving like the little radicals they are when they're far removed from power. Okay? All of the independent thinkers that love watching American TV and love, paying close attention to politics in general are just fucking bots that repeat whatever television man tells them. They do not think on their own about the impact of such policies. They do not think on their own about like the veracity of the claims being made on television about criminal migrants, especially when there's no one on the other side of the duopoly saying, where are you getting this criminal migrant shit from, dumbass? You just made it the fuck up. You made it up. Because they did. They hyper focus on anecdotes, and those are very emotional. Those are very emotionally charged anecdotes. And the Democrats are too scared to oppose it. They can't just be like, dude, what are you talking about? 20,000 homicides occurred on U.S. soil. You're talking about 24 homicides? Are you fucking insane? We actually want to curb back homicides. You very clearly don't give a shit about it. The only thing, it seems to me, the only thing you don't like about the homicides is that it's not a fucking natural born U.S. citizen doing it. Okay? That's the only time it seems to be in the wrong. Republicans only care about murder or rape when it's a non-American doing it. Clearly. And when that's not enough, when they still want to push the fucking needle further, they just start making extra shit up. Like, oh, they're eating your cats and dogs. They're eating your fucking pets. It's crazy. These are the very same people, if polled, would also, without even a shred of recognition for the irony, would say they are for mass amnesty. Okay? I'm letting you know right now, I know for a fucking fact that if you were to ask every single one of these people, do you think there should be a pathway to citizenship for people who have, been inside of the U.S. borders for however many years, as long as they have no criminal background, they would say abso-fucking-lutely. And they do. They poll this shit. And you see it in the anecdotes as well. You see this in the anecdotes. Like, there will be Trump supporters who are like, yeah, my mom is undocumented. Build the wall. But also, my mom should be allowed inside the wall and become a citizen. It's like, okay, that's weird. Why did you just what? Like, those two things are at odds with one another. But okay. Anyway, something to consider. What? What did you say about this? I didn't see vids in your highlight channel.
And that.
What do you mean? I did cover it when it happened. It's not that big of a deal. It's only not that big of a deal that Richard Lowry said the N-word because he basically writes it out in every article that he writes without actually saying the N-word, okay? That's the reason why you probably didn't see a highlight, even though I did cover it. It would be a bigger deal to me, at least. It would be a bigger deal to me, at least, if he wasn't saying it.
Two Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese.
The audio is not broken. I just have the best goddamn noise gate in the game. Have you seen this yet? Oh, I was going to cover this. Yes. God, I love the Republicans so much. Yeah, he said the N-word with a hard R, man. He had a Freudian slip, okay? He just rolled off the tongue too good. All right, we're going to cover Drop Site's Ryan Grimm destroying Matt Walsh, apparently. Okay, I want to see him humiliate this fucking little demon. That noise be catching me lacking. Don't get caught lacking at the top of the hour, though, because there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6, even though it's September, so it's 30% off, or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You can also get gifted a sub. That's it. Lexi T, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Nobody thinks that it will benefit America to become more like Haiti. Nobody thinks that. Or I would challenge anyone if they do think.
Yeah, who is going to like absolutely eviscerate America in the way that America has gutted Haiti? Barry Balls, thank you for the 10 community give the subs. Like, what do you mean? The problem here is for this dickhead, okay, he thinks Haiti is the way it is because black people run it, okay? He does not care about anything other than that. That's the reason why he's saying that, okay? What a stupid fucking argument. Oh, well, no one would think that it would benefit America if it turned into Haiti. It's like, yeah, except we would need a force so powerful that it must be extraterrestrial, because China could not do that to the United States of America as it stands currently. It would literally need to be fucking aliens. That's the power differential between the United States of America and fucking Haiti. Okay? So we would need like aliens to fuck America up in the way that we fucked Haiti up. It has nothing to do with the fact that like black people run the show there, okay? Unless you're a racist little animal.
That to explain how that's the case. Like, in what way could this country be improved by making it more like Haiti? When you look at Haiti, what part of Haiti are you saying to yourself, we need more of that?
Beaches.
Well, we have more beaches than them too, right? Don't we?
Right.
We're a much bigger country.
Right. We don't want a marine invasion and occupation of the United States that constantly decapitates governments and takes the money out of the country. And saddles us with
we don't want the Clintons
debt
either.
from a revolution. Yeah.
Right. Although I don't. So you're saying that
we wouldn't want to be.
He's like, well, what do you mean? I thought we were on the same page. I thought you were also going to say that it's black people that is the primary responsible party for Haiti being in the conditions that they're in. I don't understand.
Like basically.
He's making fun of you, Matt, because you're a fucking idiot. Okay, because he's smarter than you. That's what's going on here. You fucking dumbass. He's offering materialist analysis as to why Haiti is in the situation that it's in.
A colony that the entire West spends 200 years punishing after the Haitian Revolution.
I get that. I understand that.
Oh, I get that. Oh, yeah. Do you? Do you get that? Like, how would that work? An alien force comes onto the planet, destroys and you know, makes every American citizen a fucking slave, does horrifying things to them, and then Americans revolt against it, and then the alien colony is so goddamn powerful that they literally go, okay, you know what, you killed a bunch of our people, but like you still have to pay us reparations for actually, you know, fighting against the mass slavery that we put upon you. And then aliens also simultaneously are like, we got to make sure that these guys, no one else in all of our other planets that we've colonized, you know, learn the lessons that of the Haitian Revolution, or the American Revolution in this instance. So we have to make sure, again, to keep them docile and you know, destroy their country every couple of fucking years, so that like other humans don't actually look at that and go, "Ooh, that's successful. We should do that here ourselves."
That, but also at a certain
we wouldn't want that. No, yes,
we wouldn't want that. But I would also say that That's not entirely why Haiti's in the position that it's in. I mean, at a certain point, as a country, you have to.
Oh, he's gonna do the classic, like, well, you know, this is the classic American racist position. It's like, well, slavery was abolished, so why are black people still poor? Okay, move on. Haitian Revolution happened, and all the things that you just described post Haitian Revolution, well, you know, that's inconsequential.
To stand on your own 2 feet and take care of yourself. And
but at what point is that? They elect Aristide and we overthrow Aristide. Then they elect Jovenel Moïse. Jovenel Moïse is assassinated a bunch of people with American connections, and then we install in 2021, like the United States installed the prime minister that we just ousted. Like, so we could say, okay, yeah, you got to get over the 200 years ago, but like we're still doing it.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not in favor of. I'm very non-interventionist in my policies, so I'm not in favor of most of.
I don't believe that.
The things that we're doing in other countries.
We just made the new government in Haiti in a hotel room in Jamaica. And then we insisted that whatever government we made in Jamaica had to allow Kenyan troops to come in under the flag of the UN in order to go to war with the gangs.
Yeah, I'm not interested in. Right. If it were up to me, I'm not interested in doing anything in Haiti. Like let Haiti be Haiti and take care of that. That's sort of my whole point here.
No, you're not, because you're using what we have done in terms of destabilizing Haiti as a way, while avoiding that, as a way to say, like, well, black people don't know how to run shit. Like that's the point that you made. A point that requires everyone listening to not know anything about fucking Haiti, which is fine because most people don't know anything about fucking Haiti. That's the whole point. That's the reason why people get away with saying like insanely racist shit on a regular fucking basis.
Let them take care of themselves and their own problems. I'm also not saying that there's like never a scenario where we would let someone from Haiti into the country. But it doesn't have to just be about Haiti, but when you're throwing open the gates and just inviting anyone, in particular, third world.
I guess your assumption there was that it is.
The United States is largely responsible for a lot of issues in Haiti, though. But of course, a conservative would never recognize that. You're wrong. Conservatives have recognized that and will continue to recognize that. That's the other part of the problem. You want to know why conservatives do recognize that as a simple talking point without ever thinking about it beyond that? Because the Clintons played a prominent role in fucking up Haiti. Here is Donald Trump during the third presidential debate in 2016 telling Hillary this.
And you take a look at the people of Haiti. I was at a little Haiti the other day in Florida, and I want to tell you, they hate the Clintons because what's happened in Haiti with the Clinton Foundation is a disgrace. And you know it, and they know it, and everybody knows
Secretary
it.
Clinton.
Very quickly, we
Look at that. As a simple talking point, they know how to deploy that shit real easy, okay? They hate the Clintons, so they're like, yeah, Clinton's fucked up Haiti.
Haitian people that are creating the conditions on Haiti, and that if the Haitian people come to Springfield, they will recreate the conditions
well, but I don't think
in Haiti in Springfield, whereas what I'm saying is that it's actually the U.S. that has largely.
I was gone for a bit. Did you see this? JD Vance lied again. Oh yeah, I did see this earlier today. I forgot to cover it. Why we need professional journalists. JD Vance rep tells Wall Street Journal about Anna Kilgore, a Springfield, Ohio woman whose cat went missing in August. So Chris Marr from Wall Street Journal, Pittsburgh-based Wall Street Journal reporter, drives to her house. She found the cat in her basement and apologized to her Haitian neighbors. A Vance spokesperson on Tuesday provided the Wall Street Journal with a police report in which the resident had claimed her pet might have been taken by Haitian neighbors. But when a reporter went to the house, she said her cat, Miss Sassy, which went missing in late August, had actually returned a few days later, found safe in her own basement. Kilgore, wearing a Trump shirt and hat, said she apologized to her Haitian neighbors with the help of her daughter and a mobile phone translation app. I don't even give a fuck how old this lady is. She needs to go and work on the land, okay? She needs to toil the land for at least a year. Do you understand? This is my solution. Send her to the fucking camp. Send her to work the goddamn fields, re-educate her, teach her poetry, teach her the arts in the process, okay? That's it. This is after a week of coverage by mainstream media. They're more complicit in this than this women. They ran with a lie and let the liar repeat it over and over again. For sure. I agree. And you know I agree. I've been fucking yelling about this nonstop. But also think about sending her to the camp. Like, re-education is a necessity at this point. You know what I mean? Think about how sick that would be. Omar Jimenez, CNN did a ride along with some Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, getting picked up early morning for work. This van gets those that don't have transportation to their jobs. Part of why Haitians are settling in Springfield because demand for work is high.
Other Haitian workers piled in on their way to their factory job in a nearby town.
This will be our 7th pickup. We pull up, they're sitting on the porch ready to go.
The company that organizes these vans says the demand for workers is high.
Maybe just the first education. Yeah, that's what I mean. Re-education is education, okay? Everybody gets weirded out when I say those words, but honestly, like, I just mean rehabilitation, okay? I'm using spicy language surrounding it, but like, these people need fucking education. Like, they actually do. They do. They need rehabilitation. They need education. They need to be normal, productive members of society again. They are completely fucking checked out. Okay?
Many just don't have a way to get to work. The president estimates most of their business comes from Haitian immigrants.
At this point, we are probably a 60-40 split. They add a great benefit to our workforce.
These hopeful workers showed up just as the doors opened Tuesday.
Or when would he like to start work?
¿Cuándo puedes empezar trabajando?
Hoy.
He says today.
We're averaging 18 to 25 people a day.
And that's people looking for new jobs?
Yes, people that are actively looking for employment.
We left Haiti because of the chaos.
Vilson Dorsonville was a doctor in Haiti. He says he fled because he was going to be kidnapped. He's been in Springfield now a little over 3 years. But
that's the other part of this. Is like, listen, dude. For those of us who are at least like first generation or fucking fresh off the boat, like, that are fortunate enough to be able to live on U.S. soil, like, our motherfucking parents are straight up insanely educated, insanely overqualified when they come here. But because of, in this circumstance, like the color of their skin or where they're from, you got a toothless, inbred, racist, white supremacist piece of shit living in the fucking town that you now have to work in, where you are incredibly over fucking qualified for the job that you're working on, making significantly less than you deserve, going, that right there is stealing my cats. And it's like, what are we talking about, dude? What the fuck are you saying? Like, that shit is so goddamn frustrating, dude. That's white supremacy. That's why it's like super funny to say this about Haitians who are like speaking 4 languages. Motherfuckers can speak 4 goddamn languages. You got one lady who can't even speak the English language that she learned since birth, being like, they're lesser than me. I know it. Dude's like a fucking engineer. And now has to do Uber Eats delivery here. And you're like, yeah. My god dang. Uber Eats delivery driver stole my cat. I know it because television man told me. Who the fuck are you?
But he had to leave his fiancée and young daughter back home.
I'm trying to deal with it, but, you know, it's still very hard.
How old is she?
She's 3.5 right now.
Yeah. So she would have been just born right as you were leaving?
Not even yet born. Not even yet.
So you haven't met your daughter yet?
Oh, I haven't. We just talked through video call. I didn't want to leave, to tell you the truth. So I had no choice.
It was either your life or getting to see the birth of your daughter.
Yes.
His doctor credentials also didn't carry over. So for now, he's studying to be a registered nurse. Recently, though, his schooling has been virtual because of initially believed threats of violence. Also, elementary schools and government buildings were evacuated in recent days.
We're such a goddamn cruel ass nation, dude. We're such an awful country. Like, it's so fucked up. It's just so insane, dude. Oh my God.
Along with an annual festival celebrating diversity, canceled.
These threats have all been hoaxes. We have people, unfortunately.
By the way, the absolute idiocy of the Republican Party in full display. Republican Governor Mike DeWine comes out and says, we've had like 10 bomb threats, okay, in the past 2 days. Luckily, they've all been hoaxes, as in they're not real bombs, right? Like they're lying about there being a bomb. As in there was no real bomb there. Like they're bomb threats, right? And these fucking idiots, these assholes, either because they genuinely don't understand the English language or are purely monstrous pieces of shit, sometimes both, said, oh, see, he admitted that they're hoaxes, as in they're not, like, there were no bomb threats being issued.
Overseas who are taking these actions.
As a precaution, though, the governor announced nearly 40 state patrol troopers will be stationed throughout the school district to sweep each building for threats and stay on site for security. It comes
definitely normal, cool, and good that like every time something is in something is in the crosshairs of the Republican Party, like the broader, extremely online Republican movement, that like instantly doxing, swatting, bomb threats instantly. Like this is just the norm. It is a very weird thing that like doesn't really get discussed all that much. But that is straight up what is the normal process now. I guess the one good thing is that Americans are too fucking fat and lazy to like actually do something. And instead they just, you know, try to use the police force as their mercenaries. But it's crazy that like that is just a normal aspect of politics now.
in the middle of what's been a surge in Haitian population to the roughly 59,000 in Springfield, which had been declining in population. The city now estimates 12 to 15,000 immigrants, many, if not most of them Haitians, call Springfield home.
We are hard worker and we are paying a lot of taxes.
Yeah. All to try and make Springfield better.
And while
33% increase in taxable revenue since last year, by the way, due to all these migrants working. Do these people calling in fake bomb threats get in trouble? I never see a mention in mainstream media. Not enough. I think they just I think they often use, like, you know, different methods readily available at their disposal, like Google phone numbers and shit like that. Like, there are untraceable means of doing such things. And even if it's not a direct call, it's just like people make sock accounts. People either make sock accounts, like fake emails that make it hard to trace.
The influx has boosted the local economy, city officials say. It's also strained resources.
People are getting really fed up.
It's been a major topic of conversation.
We feel like people are acting based on fear, panicking.
That's the craziest part, is that, like, they're openly saying their resources are strained, and it's like, you should be yelling at JD Vance every day, dog. Like, it's not your fucking Haitian neighbor that is the problem here. You understand? It's your goddamn senator and your local officials that are not, like, adequately funding these already crippled resources.
In the Haitian community itself, it's confusion.
Including around opportunities.
With those jobs being open, you know, whose job is it to take? It's an open job.
The added tensions in recent days, though, has taken a toll.
I was feeling a little bit down. I feel better right now. My teachers, co-workers, friends, they reach out to me somehow.
A lot of people ask, by the way, how do you counter message against that? This is how you do it. Okay? You show an like, anecdotes are very powerful. Anecdotes are very powerful. If you don't just, like, want to parse through the data and you consider that to be boring, then show an anecdote that is positive. Get a guy, like, positive as in, like, his situation is still horrific, but, like, you know, get a guy who's a fucking doctor in Haiti coming here and working or trying to work as a nurse. Like, that's the way to do it. Show that these are real people. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, just humanize immigrants, please, is a crazy position that I have found myself advocating for. Like, it's wild.
Asking me, how are you holding up? Okay, we love you. We need you here.
You still see Springfield as a beautiful place.
It is.
He balances his new life with his old one, dreaming of uniting them both.
Sometimes they call me, and there is a lot of shooting in the neighborhood. The best way to get them right here in the United States, it's through the school process. Because after graduation, you can, like, apply to get a green card. Through this, I can get them.
Now, outside, of course, yeah, fire truck going by, that's the noise there, but outside of even the recent politics here, I mentioned the strain on resources. We have seen that pop up in various aspects. For example, the state announced new resources for primary health care because those that may be arriving here might not have had the best health care to that point, but also adding state patrol resources to local law enforcement to assist in what they say has been an increase in dangerous driving. Specifically, they pinpointed to inexperienced Haitian drivers and all others who disregard the law. So there are pressure points within this community that have been tested, again, well before.
I fucking hate cops, dude. Every situation, they got to get a bag. Every situation. Like, they always got to get a fucking bag. Every goddamn situation, dude. Yeah. All this stuff is, you know, the Haitians are fine, but also they're horrible drivers and we need more resources. Yeah, let's not fucking fund the DMV, you know, offer driving courses or anything. We need cops. That's what we need. We need more cops. No public transit, okay? Cops is what we need. I'm sorry, did the roads have potholes? Cop will fix it. Oh, did the traffic lights not work? Cops will fix it. Give more money to the cops. I promise. Please, please, a little bit more funding, sir. Sir, we need a little bit more funding. Please, please, please. Let's look at Springfield, Ohio police budget. I want to know. I want to see something. Oh! Clark County approves more than $200 million in the 2024 budget. Clark County has approved a $233.9 million budget for 2024, allocating large sums of money for the county sheriff's office, building upgrades, and community and economic development. The budget, which county commissioners approved Wednesday, consists of $61 million for the general fund and $172 million for other funds. This is about $8.1 million increase from 2023's $225 million budget. The largest expense is about $27 million that will go to Clark County Sheriff's Office, up from $19 million last year. The Sheriff's Office regularly has the highest expense, with it running several agencies, including the Clark County Jail. Emergency Management Agency received about $1 million. By the way, did I know that ahead of time? No. I speculated. I happen to be correct. Why? Because this is the reality in every town. This is the reality in every city. This is the reality in the United States of America. Okay? This is the exact same thing in every fucking locality, township, municipality, state, large city. Police take up the largest chunk of the budget. And then beyond that, beyond the regular operational costs that are always increasing, police also are a strain on resources because they constantly beat the shit out of people and they constantly kill people, and then they have to pay civil litigation fees. That's the other side of the process. Yup. Did you see what Pharrell Williams said? What? Did he say, I'm Israel Chai? Just kidding. I know what he said. He said, popular artists should just shut the fuck up about politics. I never talk about politics unless I'm raising $60 million for the IDF. Okay, there you go. That's what I think about Pharrell Williams. He can suck my dick. I bet he's happy.
For the recent politics, but you talk to any of the Haitians here, none of them are being forced to come here. They all heard from someone else, another Haitian that was here previously, that this was a good place to live, and that has been a major portion of why they've ended up being here. And the city has also come out and said no one is.
Bro, you seriously want Pharrell to call you out? He's not going to hear me say this. Okay? And even if he did call me out, who gives a fuck? Vampire motherfucker.
Is forcing them to be here, but clearly they've found something that they wanted in this community. Again, well before all of these politics got involved over the last few weeks.
Anyway. All right. What else is on the docket? I'm skipping the fucking racist shit. Here's the Fed chair.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated 2.2% as of August. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a half percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that
really quickly, just on the Fed cutting, it's a very Wall Street Journal-y question, but the Fed cut the interest rate today by a half a percentage point, going to alleviate inflation for a lot of people, and so if you have any reaction to that, we'd love it.
Well, look, my reaction is...
The fuck? They're like, yeah, we want the Fed to cut the interest rates. The Fed cuts the interest rates. Boo! Now we don't want it.
My reaction is a half a point is nothing compared to what American families have been dealing with for the last 3 years. The question is... Really?
Iran or Biden or busters? Iranian hackers sent stolen Trump campaign information to the Biden campaign. I'm deeply frustrated that the branding camp didn't use the stolen, hacked information. I think that's because historically rate cuts have led to a recession. Yeah, dude, those people are definitely making that calculation. Also, a rate cut of 0.5% is fucking nothing. So which one is it? Are they mad that the rate cuts are not large enough, or are they mad that like they perceive a recession to happen? It just spells what it will look like for the future.
with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
Terry, we now know that the Federal Reserve is cutting interest rates by 0.5 percentage point, a 50 basis point rate cut. That is bigger than it had been originally expected. On the bigger side of things, when you think about this move from the Fed, this is an historic move, the first rate cut in 4 years from the Federal Reserve, and now it is sending a very clear signal that it is taking this fight seriously, that it wants to preserve the jobs market. In its statement, it makes that clear that it is making a 0.5 point rate cut to try to preserve the jobs market, with inflation now closer to its target. So again, Terry, a lot of division going into this. The Fed went bigger. It went with that 0.5 point rate cut.
Right. Got it. Thank you, Elizabeth. They went bigger, Alexis. And so, first, why? Why did they go bigger, and what's it going to mean?
There were two camps of thought here. I mean, they got a lot of criticism, Terry, a few years ago when they started raising interest rates. Many thought they were too late to react to what was happening during the pandemic, and that's why inflation really got away from them when we saw inflation hit a 40-year high. So there were some who said, look, you need this aggressive 0.5 point cut now to help out the job market, which has been slowing down, and to prevent the economy from maybe moving in the opposite direction, slowing down so much that we would possibly tip into a recession maybe later next year. Others are saying a 0.5 point is overkill, that it could actually, believe it or not, fan inflation again because it might be a stimulant for the economy. There are some who thought a 0.25 point cut was the way to go. If you look at the number here on the screen, a live number of the Dow Jones Industrial Average rallying now more than 260 points. Clearly, Wall Street believes that the Fed did the right thing and that it was time for this 0.5 point aggressive interest rate cut.
All right. So, Elizabeth, this is Wall Street likes it. We were just looking at the stock market going up. What does it mean for consumers, though?
You know, what this means, Terry, is that we are clearly on this trajectory. The Fed is very seriously now embarking on this path of lower interest rates. I do want to point something out to you, Terry, from the statement from the Federal Reserve, which was just released, that there was one governor of the Fed that dissented. What that means is they didn't agree with this decision. They said instead they would have preferred that smaller rate cut, but otherwise all of the members of the Federal Reserve did vote in favor of this. And what that shows, there was a pretty big consensus around a half-point cut. And that shows that the Federal Reserve, as it kind of met over the last 2 days, as it looked at the economy, looked at the data that it has right now, it decided that this was the move that will ultimately result in what it wants to do, which is preserving that jobs market, like Alexis was talking about, and also continuing to keep inflation in check. So right now, what that means, you asked what it means for consumers. We will expect to see rates lower. When you think about mortgage rates, we've already seen them trending down. Those should continue to go lower in the months ahead. Credit card rates generally start to go lower, auto loan rates, impacts on businesses, too, who are taking out loans. And that's where you'll start to see this trickle throughout the American economy, Terry.
Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Doubtful. And we'll see. What are you talking about, dude? We'll see. I mean, they've interest rates have been going down beyond this, but I don't think that it'll ever get back to a point that ever get back to a point where it was. I locked in my rate at 2020 at 3.7. I don't see it hitting that anymore. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think it'll go down there. I feel like the same principle stands for inflation everywhere else, which is that when people get comfortable, at a certain at a certain interest rate, as in people still go out and refinance. I don't think that banks will go along with it, but who knows? Boeing is putting tens of thousands of employees on furlough. I know, we're going to talk about Boeing. Did you see this crazy inflation TikTok?
I just looked through my Walmart history and I found this Walmart order from 2 years ago for the whole month worth of groceries. 45 items cost $126. A whole month of groceries just for me, basically. But I did notice this reorder all button, and I wanted to see how much it would cost now. Now, this order of 45 items for 1 month would have cost $414. That is...
I've been telling people, do not believe the government when they say inflation's only 8 or 10%. Food's gone up double, triple. That's over 100%. Whoever's doing the inflation numbers, liars.
What do you mean? It's not just groceries, man. What the fuck's he talking about? There's also a shit ton of junk fees that a lot of online delivery services have added over the course of the past couple of years. One thing I will tell you, for example, if you ever order Uber Eats, okay, and you happen to actually go to the restaurant that you normally order Uber Eats from, look at the prices inside the restaurant versus look at the prices for the same items on Uber Eats. The prices on Uber Eats are much higher. If you go to the restaurant directly, it's cheaper. I'm talking about the same exact thing. Like, this is before the delivery fees. This is before all the other additional fees tacked onto it. A lot of people don't even know that. And the same goes for Amazon as well. Bro, Uber Eats is a luxury. Ain't no everyday man using that. The example that we're looking at is literally Amazon delivery, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's the reason why I'm using the Uber Eats example. Even if you pick up through Uber Eats, it's still more expensive. Yes. Yes. They do. Or it was Walmart, sorry, not Amazon. But still, it's like online delivery. Online grocery delivery. So there's probably a bunch of additional junk fees associated with that purchase now, beyond the fact that Amazon has also tacked up the prices. Labor economist, she's chill on today's rate cuts.
Points. What does this mean? Is it good? Here's my quick reaction. I'm still a little gussied up from being on TV where I was talking about exactly this, so I hope you appreciate the extra effort. But basically, the Fed started raising interest rates in March of 2022 to battle inflation. They raised rates 11 times since then, but for about a year and a half now, they've been held at around 5%. And the question was, when is the Fed going to cut? Well, they were waiting for prices to fall sufficiently to feel that the threat of inflation had been contained. Now,
If only there was another deflationary mechanism, you know, beyond monetary policy. I can't really think of any alternatives. Can you guys? Is there anything else other than monetary policy to engage in any sort of like deflationary mechanism? Oh, that's right. It's called fiscal policy. That's the other side of this process that is oftentimes forgotten. Well, fiscal policy requires legislative action. And obviously, when the legislative branch of the government is completely gutted, and obstructionist policies, obstructionist principles from one party or the other, especially when it comes to deflationary mechanisms, which would probably increase taxes, for example, or even like any kind of anti-capitalist measures in terms of this could be, I guess, the federal agencies engaging in antitrust initiatives. It could mean tax. Like I said, it could mean increasing taxes. It can even mean something like instituting price controls. You know, all that sort of stuff. When neither party has the appetite to push for these kinds of bold, radical ideas, and neither party actually ever gets punished for being obstructionist, and by neither party, I mean the Republicans don't ever get punished for being obstructionist, obviously there's no alternative. The only thing you have in your hands, the only thing that remains is monetary policy, because it's not controlled technically by anything but, I guess, market pressure, market movements. There's no direct government intervention there. So that's the only tool that the American government has to deal with such a thing, to deal with inflation. I mean, if it were left up to Trump, he would also take over that part as well.
now that prices are at 2.5%, as we found out last month, it feels like we reached that milestone. But in the meantime, the labor market has been showing more and more signs of distress. Unemployment rate has been rising for about a year. And ever since the Fed started raising interest rates way back in March of 22, hiring has fallen. And pretty much every month since then, the number of people.
Fiscal policies sound a bit neoliberal. What? No, it's just the. What are you talking about? That's just simply the term for it. Fiscal policies are policies that the government has at its disposal to engage in inflationary or deflationary mechanisms. And it's a broad range of things that the legislative body could do or the federal regulatory agencies could do. Whereas monetary policy is in the hands of the Fed. That's it. It's a generic term. It's not like neoliberal.
Hired into a new job, and the rate of hiring in our economy has been falling, getting to dangerously low levels that would indicate recession. Of course, the only reason why we're not in a recession is because layoffs have not ticked up at all, meaning that most employers are holding on to the employees they have, but they're not quickly expanding their payrolls. It's a really tenuous time for the labor market. The question for today was, how much are they going to cut rates by? If it was 50 points versus 25 points, really signals how committed the Fed is to the labor market. 50 points is what I thought the data suggested, and what I had just said on TV, that if you look at hiring, if you look at the number of jobs added, if you looked at the change in the unemployment rate, the Fed has little room for maneuvering here. They have to cut by 50 just to make sure that they telegraph to everyone that the labor market matters and that what workers are going through matters. Employers have made it through this fight against inflation without cutting jobs, but we don't know how much longer they're going to wait to do that. So this was a good signal. A lot of people thought maybe they would go for 25 instead. The reason for that, though, was not so much about data as it was narrative. If they go by 50, does it look like they're helping Kamala? If they go by 50, does it look like they're actually panicking? If they go by 50, is that just because what the market wants? The data indicated they should cut by 50. The narrative indicated that they might cut by 25, but they went with 50. I'm really happy they did. It's going to show kind of an immediate effect in interest rates. The stock market's probably going to go up by a lot to the extent that that matters to you. But it's a really good signal to send to employers that borrowing is about to become cheaper. And hopefully they're going to respond by expanding their payrolls, because that is what the labor market needs right now.
But I thought they were hiring a lot. I just don't understand it. Not these last round of jobs numbers, which caused the Fed to respond in the way that they did. But for the past couple of years, we've been hearing that like hiring is back on the menu. There's so many readily available jobs out there. The situation in the job market is so dire that it led to like people considering a new term, I guess, or maybe it was an old term. It's new to me. Ghost jobs. The notion that like a company wants to make it seem like they're hiring as though they're expanding, but they're not actually hiring. I work in finance, not even close. I literally have you playing in the background. I'm applying for a second job while being a full-time student. Low-paying jobs are open. Mid to high-paying jobs aren't. Anyway. That's what's been happening to me since I got laid off last January. At least 35% of HR professionals have admitted to posting ghost jobs according to surveys. What? I don't know what that is. So show me the data. I would like to look into that. I think a lot of this stuff is just fake in general because of the financialized aspect of our entire economy. It's more so just about like confidence in a stock, and the way that most corporations move is not about like widgets in a widget factory and who gets to produce those widgets any longer. This is your output, this is your revenue, and this is the operational cost. It's not like that. It's more so just confidence. People will yell at me and say I'm wrong for this and say classic socialist doesn't know enough about the economy. And I agree. It's certainly not my strong suit. But when I look at this stuff, I personally see, what is this? Thanks for skipping my message. You know, it's really going to suck if the people who love their comfy life are going to have to go back to backbreaking work. Did you hear the booed when he said the Fed cut interest rates? I didn't skip your message. I watched the video. Looking for work is a struggle, and headhunters are making it even harder. More than 8 in 10 recruiters say they post ghost jobs. Jesus Christ. But hey, if the company has job openings, that kind of cuts away at the layoff. That cuts away at the layoffs and the impact that the layoffs might have. It just simply looks like they're restructuring. You know? It just simply looks like they are restructuring. So it's not as bad as like the company's actually doing horribly. So it's probably a way to withstand additional market scrutiny. And no, they fire the high salaried employees and hire at lower salaries. They don't even do that. With the way technological improvements work, and especially with like additional pressure attached to your loss of job in the United States of America, which implies that you'll lose, in many instances, your visa status. If you're if you're a visa employee, or your health care, or paying off your debts that you have incurred in an effort to become a more productive member of the labor force for a crumb of potential upward social mobility. The real fear, due to having no safety nets that will catch you if you fall, Americans can be forced to work two people's jobs. You can be as productive as two employees would be. This allows companies to engage in layoffs. There's also offshoring. There's also AI. You're wrong. Tech companies are doing that, including the one I work for. Yeah. Most companies will do this. At my current job, they did layoffs and basically laid a bunch of people off, opened a bunch of job postings that they obviously have no interest in filling. It's been months, and they're just ramping up the burden on individuals. Yeah. Corporations will do this. It's called eliminating redundancies in corporate speak. But the elimination of redundancies do not always reflect positively in your stock prices. Usually does, though. But in an effort to offset any kind of like negative consequences that you might incur on your stock prices, then you make it seem like you're expanding. This is at the heart of many of the this is one of the problems that many labor unions engage with. Specifically, one example I'll use is nursing unions. Nurses unions oftentimes will either go on strike due to the fact that both in the UK and also in the United States of America, nursing unions regularly go and demonstrate or go on strike all around the country. The reason for why they do that, or the demands that they have usually, is to hire more nurses. Okay? Because nurses are overworked. They can't get paid leave. They can't get time off. And the nurse to patient ratio goes up. Or sorry, the patient to nurse ratio goes up year over year. This also obviously makes their output worse in general. If you're a nurse and you're taking care of 4 patients as opposed to now 10 patients, you're going to do a better job taking care of 4 patients. Okay? If there is, if the hospital network, which is what they usually do for the record, if the hospital network looks at that and goes, oh, you guys are striking? Okay, we're going to hire more traveling nurses. We're going to get scabs. Okay? And we're going to weather this storm, which is what many hospitals do. Inevitably, you'll be forced back into making shittier concessions, not getting even half of the demands that you've made, and getting the fuck back to work. Hospitals would rather spend a ton more on traveling nurses than actually give the existing full-time nurses in their staff the very reasonable demands that they make. This is just one aspect of the labor force, but it happens everywhere. Okay? It happens everywhere. A lot of people are asking for more people to be hired. Why are they asking for more people to be hired while keeping the pay rates the same or maybe a little bit better? It's because they want like less of a workload. This is one of the unnoticed aspects, which is why a lot of leftists will look at productivity and then compare it to wage stagnation. Because in comparison to productivity skyrocketing over the course of the last 30, 40 years, wages have remained completely stagnant. And in the process, when productivity goes up, but wages remain stagnant, profits go up. And when profits go up, there's more cash on hand for companies to engage in what used to be illegal, but is now totally legal and valid. What used to be considered market manipulation, but is now totally invalid, stock buybacks. And if they're not going to do stock buybacks, oftentimes they'll invest in R&D. But that R&D under normal conditions is supposed to make it easier. It's supposed to lighten the burden of the existing labor force. But all of that money that goes into R&D, that goes into automation, will actually be used to reduce the size of the labor force. Because if you have better technological improvements in your productive output, you can simply make 3 guys do the work that previously 10 guys used to do. This is how it works. We watching the big boy speak? Who's the big boy? What's the point of these fake job offers then? Fake job offers simply make it seem as though the company is not in a dire circumstance. Makes it seem like the company is still growing. Makes it seem like there's still, the company's still generating better revenue than projected, and that they need more people to come in. They need more people to come in
about no tax on overtime
and work. It's a way to improve their standing in the market. Oh man, we have like 500 job openings. We need people. We need people to work these fucking jobs. It's crazy. It's a form of market manipulation. Basically, everything is a form of market manipulation. That way you can also tell your existing workforce, see, we're trying to fill these roles. We're desperately trying to fill these roles. I know that you're doing the work of many employees right now, and we're inevitably going to fill these roles so that you can have more time to watch Hasan Abi at the top of the hour and have more money in your pockets to spend $6 a month to avoid seeing the top of the hour ad break when you're watching the Hasan Abi broadcast. That's what people are thinking about. The New York City nurses strike reveals a fundamental flaw in U.S. healthcare. The best way to prevent future healthcare work stoppages is to fix how we pay for healthcare. Nurses at 8 other city hospitals reached a last-minute deal with their management, and is still perhaps the most high-profile example of tension between hospital executives and their medical staff. Now, I'm having this conversation in the eve of Boeing employees striking. 30,000 Boeing employees are currently striking as we speak. UAW is gearing up for another strike against Stellantis. Stellantis, who they negotiated with only last year, is refusing to make good on their side of the bargain. Let's look at the Boeing strike and cover that. Boeing, in an effort to withstand this strike, has decided to furlough their white-collar workers. By the way, what's good for Boeing workers is good for the public. On the West Coast, 33,000 Boeing workers are in the midst of the largest strike, U.S.'s largest strike. It's not just wages and benefits at stake. It's the question of whether we will continue to have skilled, secure workers making goods as delicate and as complex as airplanes, written by friend of the show, Alex Press. Okay. On Friday, 33,000 Boeing workers went on strike after voting down a tentative agreement reached on September 8th between their negotiating committee and the airplane manufacturing giant. The strike by the workers, members of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, most of whom work at the company's gigantic Everett, Washington plant, the largest manufacturing building in the world, is now the largest active work stoppage in the United States. Its first strike at Boeing since 2008. Boeing CEO Robert Kelly Ortberg installed earlier this year after the company suffered yet another publicity nightmare when the cabin panel of a 737 MAX 9 came off mid-flight in January this year, not to mention the highly suspicious deaths of 2 whistleblowers at the company, practically begged the workers not to strike, stating that the walkouts puts Boeing's recovery in jeopardy. We encourage them to negotiate in good faith. They got a new CEO on the line. Okay? Many machinists are hogs, unfortunately. I don't care. Hog or not, they obviously recognize what's good for them and what's fair for them. This is what I always stress people. Unions are not about being a card-carrying member of like the American communist movement. Okay? You join a union not because you're a socialist or a communist. You join a union because there's no other way to bargain for a fair contract. United you bargain, divided you beg. Okay? That's how this shit works. Let's see what more perfect
How long are you
union
gonna
has
take
to
it
say.
for? As long as it takes. As long as it takes, man. As long as it takes. Don't even care. We're here for the long run, man.
For a week, for 2 weeks.
2 months, why not? Okay. What the fuck is Zelensky doing there, bro? This motherfucker is always looking for more money, huh? That's crazy. This motherfucker is always looking for more money, okay? No matter where. No matter where in the world. He's like, no, I just love it. I'm doing it for the love of the game. He does not like working, okay? I can tell. Classic Ukrainian commie, okay? Need more money! Need more! See? Bro! He did the Zelensky tagline. Yo! It's him, bro. 2 months, why not? Need more money! That's him. I swear to God, that's him, bro. That's him. It's him, bro. Need more money!
Strike! Strike! Strike!
32,000 Boeing workers are on strike in the Pacific Northwest. They walked off the job at midnight Friday after 95% of workers voted down a tentative contract agreement between Boeing and IAM, the machinists union. 96% of workers voted to go on strike.
Voted no, rejecting the contract, voting yes for strike. Us as machinists and mechanics deserve a better future for not only us but for our children. And this vote today determines that, the future of Boeing.
Workers rejected a contract that would have raised wages 25% over 4 years. After losing their pensions, years of slipping wages, and rampant safety problems, Boeing workers are demanding better.
We're supposed to be the best in the aerospace industry. They need to be paying their employees accordingly. They're willing to pay all their executives. The upper crust makes all the money in the world, but yet the people who build the planes can't. We're just trying to make a wage to afford to be able to have a house and feed our families.
Yeah, that's the other side of unions that like fucking Republicans and liberals alike refuse to mention, which is that in times of like economic downturn, like the company will go back to the workers and be like, we have to make cuts. Okay. So the union in that instance will also agree to certain cuts in an effort to ensure that the company continues to operate. Okay. And that's what's really funny about this fucking problem, which is that like every company, every executive, every single time will say, we'll go bankrupt if we do. We'll go bankrupt if we do what these unions are asking for. And it's like, dude, why would they want to bankrupt the company, you fucking idiot? Like, why? Why would they? Then they won't make any more money after that. No, they just want a larger percentage of the profits that they are creating for you. There is no value without labor, okay? Without labor, all you have is just sitting capital right there. That's it. And no matter how much we financialize our economy, there is ultimately no real value. There's no output. There's no production without workers. So when they go back to the table and they're like, dude, what the fuck? Like, give us some of this money back that we created for you. These guys go, oh, that'll bankrupt us. No, what they actually mean is, no, I don't want to because I really like my massive salary that I get by ensuring that I don't do that for you so that, you know, our shareholders who we actually care about, who I have a fiduciary responsibility to improve their profit margins, I will continue turning larger and larger sums year over year.
We haven't really had a pay raise in 10 years.
The wage increase isn't enough. Just over the last 7 years, I've lost 23% of my buying power due to inflation. The cost of planes have gone up, but our wages have not. It's stagnated. I make 23% less money. That's unacceptable.
And if you keep letting them take and take and take, when does it end?
Soon we'll have nothing left, and we'll just have to accept the shittiest thing they can throw in our face.
We've been seeing that they've done for the last 16 years when we've been in this pigeonhole of a contract, what they've done for their upper level and their management.
Yes, fiduciary responsibility means they legally have to do the thing that makes the shareholders the most money. Okay? That is what the fiduciary responsibility is.
They've been willing to bend over backwards and give them, you know, $20 and $30 million plus bonuses where they can't even support their employees that build the plane.
The future of Boeing is precarious as the company struggles with a crisis of its own design, overwhelmed by safety problems and deluged with criticism after nearly 2 decades of financialization.
Well, problems continue to mount for U.S. aerospace company Boeing after another string of international safety incidents.
The NTSB says this photo shows the failed Alaska Airlines door plug still on the Boeing production line without at least 3 of the 4 bolts to hold it in place.
Our goal is to make sure.
Here's what they did, by the way. They outsourced their production to obviously cheaper companies in parts of their manufacturing, and they did this obviously to keep costs as low as possible to increase profits. Okay. They relied on like internal manufacturing less and less. They also dropped the standards on their own personal manufacturing, but they literally cut corners every step of the way. And with the increase of additional money that they got, they went and they did stock buybacks. Is Murad out there protesting? Dog, this is in Washington. What are you talking about? This is the manufacturing facility in an entirely separate division at Boeing. Okay? He is not a machinist, nor a part of Boeing that is unionized.
That Boeing makes the necessary changes and has the right tools in place to sustain those changes.
I really think that when you talk to people on the floor, we want to do a better job. We want the environment that helps us make that safe, quality work, and we expect Boeing to provide it.
Are you worried about company's financial state?
Nope, because they did this themselves, not us.
Workers are looking for input into production, with bonuses for delivering the safe planes that Boeing has regularly sabotaged.
We're going to be here for a long time. The deal's going to take a little while. It's definitely not going to happen overnight, and most of us are definitely prepared to be here a long time.
Anyway, law tip. Corporations possess a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to ensure said shareholders make the most money possible. If corporate boards don't do what is best for the profit of the shareholders can literally sue them for a buttload of money. Can I kiss you on the cheek in TwitchCon just once, please? No. Please don't do that. Not exactly correct. They span off part of the company, Spirit Aerosystems, into a separate company, hoping it would have extra customers. But still, 70% of its revenue is from Boeing. With 2 companies instead of 1, there are communication and quality issues. I mean, they bought Spirit Aerosystems, which was a separate company, if I'm not mistaken. But what I'm saying about outsourcing is true. Trump has taken the stage. Our big boy's taken the stage. Does anyone have the link for it? Oh, there it is.
Of where I stood, but thankfully, our outstanding Secret Service agent, and they are outstanding, spotted the barrel of his rifle in the bushes. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? He saw a barrel of a big, this was a big barrel. This you don't want to even talk about, AK-47. But he saw the barrel coming out a little bit out of the very lush bushes. And he took fast action to stop the gunman before I even entered the line of sight. And I want to express my thanks to the U.S. Secret Service, who was there that day, and to all of the sheriffs and law enforcement down in Florida, they're heroes who helped to apprehend the attacker. And by the way, you possibly heard the story. So the secret agent, service agent, pulled out the gun and started shooting. He said, a barrel. He didn't talk like a lot of people. They talk. How are you, sir? What would you like to talk about? Would you like to talk about the weather? No, he pulled out the gun and he started shooting at him. And the villain... No, but think of this. This could only happen with a woman because men aren't smart enough, I hate to tell you, fellas. So he dropped his gun. His car was a block away, and he started running because they had him. And he was running. And a woman driving a car innocently said, he looks like a bad person to me. He looks very suspicious. And she followed him and pulled up to the back of the car and started taking pictures of his license plate. Can you believe that? And she took the pictures of his license plate, perfect, beautiful pictures like a professional photographer, and sent them to the sheriff and said, I just looked at a man, there was something strange going on. Who the hell would do that, right? Only a woman, only a woman. Right. Now, I asked the sheriff today, I said, so, Sheriff, if you had 1,000 events, how many people would have done that? Man or woman, how many people would have done that, followed him, taken pictures of the license plate and also the type of...
It'd be really funny if the woman was like, I had no idea it was actually to assassinate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Because of that,
it would be the funniest fucking outcome.
Catch him in a very speedy.
Oh yeah, my complex interview came out.
In Florida, but they got him, and they got him fast. But I think it's incredible. So the agent and that wonderful woman, and with all of my heart, I thank you all for your incredible valor. What you've done is incredible. What the people of our country and law enforcement does in this country is incredible. Tonight, let me also deliver a message straight to Kamala Harris. Have you heard of her? Who, by the way, was just rated by far the most liberal senator in the U.S. Senate, more so even...
You're in New York, brother.
Further left than Bernie Sanders and Pocahontas. Pocahontas. She's more so. Elizabeth Warren, she's more left than Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren. Let me also deliver a message straight to Kamala Harris, the radical left Democrat politicians, and the fake news media. Look how many are there. We've got to get our media back in this country. We've got to get them back. But the message is it's time to stop the lies, stop the hoaxes, stop the smears, stop the lawfare or the fake lawsuits against me, and stop claiming your opponents will turn America into a dictatorship. Give me a break. Because the fact is that I'm not a threat to democracy, they are. They're doing things in politics that have never been done before in the history of our country. And worst of all, with their open borders and bad elections, they have made us into a third world nation, something which nobody thought was even possible. Americans deserve a campaign based on the issues. We try and keep it on the issues.
Yeah, like issues that I made up, like Haitians eating pets.
Must have been. God, thank you. Not once, but twice. And there are those that say he did it because Trump is going to turn this state around. He's going to turn this country around. He's going to make America great again. And maybe. And we're going to bring back religion into our country. Bring it back. These encounters with death have not broken my will. They have really given me a much bigger and stronger mission. They've only hardened my resolve to use my time on earth to make America great again, for all Americans, to put America first. Going to put America first. Earlier today, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. I love the Teamsters. They delivered all that concrete for those buildings I built in New York. They delivered the big, heavy, most beautiful trucks you've ever seen. They delivered the concrete in all those buildings I built in New York. But, you know, this hasn't happened in so many decades. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members, and as a result, the national organization has refused to endorse the Democrat candidate for the first time in many, many decades. And I also want to thank Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, amazing man, and all of the incredible rank and file Teamsters across the country, because this was a surprise. It's automatic. They endorse the Democrats, automatic for many, many decades. But you know what? They said, they looked at her, they said, we're not going there. I'm sorry. These are tough people.
Oh my God. The Rod of Iron
And together we
Ministries
will
marching
secure our
at the Trump
borders.
rally.
We will protect our workers.
Remember the people I
we will
told you
defend our
love to marry
jobs.
guns?
We will rebuild our country with American skill and American pride. And
Remember what I told you about the gun fuckers? These are the gun fuckers. The Rod of Iron Ministries marching through the Trump rally in Uniondale, New York. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Oh my God, my goats.
event. Thank you, Teamsters. Thank you. You did a great job. To every hardworking American, whether you live in a red state, a swing state, or a state with a failed Democrat rule, this year we need to elect all Republicans up and down the ballot. We have to clean out and straighten out our country. With your vote, we are going to rescue our country. We are going to rescue our Democrat-run states. We are going to start by saving the great state of New York. Is that good?
I don't think the Teamsters endorsed Donald Trump, but they openly did not endorse the Democrats, which was the expected outcome, which is why, yeah, Teamsters are delivering no endorsement for U.S. president because they're fucking stupid. Okay, I hate the Democratic Party, and I think the Democratic Party didn't do enough to win over favors from the Teamsters Union. But in any circumstance, the fact that they're like, oh, we're just not endorsing anybody because like there's a, you know, better alternative out there with Donald Trump is crazy. Okay. Trump referring to the internal Teamsters survey that showed about 60% of membership supports Trump. I know. Ooh, if you have a horrific take on this, LMFAO. Yeah, Lasagna CEO, it's because the Teamsters are fucking 60% of Teamsters are pro-Trump because they care about Gaza, right? That's why. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, they're going to endorse Jill Stein, dude. Maybe Trump could be nicer to unions. Oh my God, you're right. Maybe he could also advocate for Medicare for all. Let's just make up other random shit. Yeah, no, Trump is actually really fucking solid with unions.
Run by radical left Democrats, every single one of them. Our heavy industries have exported overseas, and our middle class has been eviscerated. Right here at home, been eviscerated. Housing costs are out of control. Inflation has cost a typical family $28,000. Think of it, in less than 4 years, $28,000. And we filthy encampments. We have horrible, disgusting, dangerous, filthy encampments of junkies and homeless people living in places that our children used to play Little League baseball, which they don't get to play very much anymore, do they? Over the past 3 years in New York City, there has been a 29% increase in robbery, a 36% increase in felony assault, a 42% increase in grand larceny, a 75% increase in carjackings. Did you buy a nice car lately? Well, 200 police officers leave the NYPD, New York's finest. I always say, I knew it well. New York's finest. They leave every single month, 200 people a month. Incredible people. They're incredible people. The trains and subways are squalid and unsafe. The media.
I will still always defend and advocate for the Teamsters and unions in general. I still think that Kamala Harris should have had concessions extracted from her. And then inevitably it would have led to an endorsement from the Teamsters Union, but I don't think Sean O'Brien is interested in that. I do think personally that it is for bad reasons and not for good reasons. Okay? Bad reasons being culture war shit and not good reasons like material extractions that will genuinely improve the working class's standing. That is the problem. Okay? I think Sean O'Brien is infinitely invested in culture war shit, which is devastating.
Listen to this. Can you also imagine what the migrants must be thinking? They're saying, can you believe this? We just came from a place, in many cases, they were in prisons, and now they're living in hotel suites while our veterans are living on the street. And so I say to the people of New York, with crime at record levels, with terrorists and criminals pouring in, and with inflation eating your hearts out, vote for Donald Trump. What the hell do you have?
This is Kamala Harris. This is the Dems' fault. They literally won't meet with O'Brien. You're wrong. Kamala Harris had a closed-door meeting with Sean O'Brien, like, I think a day ago. What the fuck are you talking about? Before the Teamsters Union came out with a non-endorsement, Kamala Harris literally met with Sean O'Brien. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, here, this is what, according to Alex Thompson from the Axios reporting, or the New York Times reporting, New York Times reported in Harris' meeting with them Monday, she told the union, I want your endorsement, but if I don't get it, I will treat you exactly if I had gotten your endorsement. That's what Kamala Harris said. After the meeting, Mr. O'Brien said that he still needed time to consider the union's next move. Ms. Harris opened the meeting by saying she understood she might not get the union's endorsement and that some Teamsters would be voting on issues beyond labor, such as the border, according to another person in the room. I think one of the worst aspects of the Teamsters is just like, you know, which has, again, 1.3 million fucking members, is that I fear that there is not a lot of education occurring inside of the union beyond, you know, just here, fuck Trump. Let's hear what Sean O'Brien.
I've been looking forward to this interview for some time, especially given the last-minute drama. I'm talking about a chat with Sean O'Brien. He is the Teamsters General President. We've talked to him many times.
I think no matter what he says, he'll couch it under like doing right by his rank and filers. But I genuinely think it's like culture war shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm fucking wrong, but I think it is 100% culture war shit. I think he's just like a little bit of a fucking weirdo on this front. Republicans are making inroads on what? Labor issues? What? No, they're not. Dude, shut the fuck up. Hey, guys, stop. Okay? Wake the fuck up. Republicans are not making any inroads on labor issues. The Democratic Party barely makes any inroads on labor issues. If you ever think that the Republican Party is actually going to make any concessions to labor unions, oh, you mean Long Island? Oh, okay. I thought when you said LI, you meant, fuck, I'm sorry. I thought you meant labor issues. I apologize. Anyway, like Teamsters, like other states and their own Teamsters unions are endorsing the Democratic Party. But like, God, I hate this conversation so much because it comes across like I'm defending the Democratic Party when I'm absolutely not. But if you look at a duopoly as a labor union and you look at either party, one party is actually fucking offering limited amounts of concessions to the labor unions. The other party is trying to gut it. Okay? The other party is just desperately trying to gut it, openly gutting it, laughing about the idea of striking, striking workers. That's what Donald Trump did with Elon Musk. These are two fucking billionaires, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Like, if it was about like a very obvious policy agenda, that's one thing. If Sean O'Brien was coming out, okay? If Sean O'Brien came out and was like, listen, I wanted assurances on the PRO Act. I wanted card check. You're wrong. Sean O'Brien asked Kamala. Okay, dude. Mark Wayne Mullen. Okay, stop.
Over the years, and he speaks his mind. That's why I'm a little surprised by this news today that the Teamsters will not be officially endorsing a presidential candidate. So I thought to myself, Neil, when you talk to Sean, ask him how a guy who was invited to speak before Republicans at their convention, but didn't get the same honor at the Democratic convention, could decide not to support the Republican.
They definitely should have welcomed him as a speaker at the, God. They should have definitely welcomed him as a speaker at the DNC. God, the DNC is so fucking bad. The Democratic Party is so stupid. But that's like, that's besides the point. Still, again, like, they are not on the whims of like one man's personal animus or his own personal fucking pet project or whatever the fuck. Like, that's ridiculous too, because you need to do right by your rank and file members. And I feel like this is just like stupid.
Nominee. And here he is, Sean O'Brien. Good to have you, Sean. Why not? Why not Donald
How are
Trump?
you, sir? Well,
Very
listen,
good.
we interviewed both candidates, and we were seeking commitments from both candidates, and we couldn't get solid.
By the way, I forgot to fucking run the 3-minute ad break after saying I was going to run it at the top of the hour, so I'm running it now.
Commitments on our core issues, like the PRO Act, like veto and national right to work, like staying out of labor disputes and not trying to force any contracts on us, like what happened to our brothers and sisters in the rail industry. We didn't get solid commitments from either candidate, which was a major factor in our decision.
Like, this, him using this is fucking ridiculous. Okay? Him saying the rail, like our brothers and sisters of the railroad union is ridiculous because those unions fucking endorsed the Democratic Party, and those unions were happy with the concessions that the Democratic Party pushed for after forcing them back to work. So like that, like, he knows that, bro. You're a fucking labor leader. Like, you are literally, you are straight up the the labor union leader. You know exactly what happened. You know what the attitude looks like amongst the railroad unions. So you're wrong. Everybody always tells me I'm wrong on this. Oh my God. Everybody always tells me I'm wrong, and then they never tell me how I'm wrong. Okay? We have the same exact fucking conversation every goddamn time. Every goddamn time.
Decision as a general executive board not to endorse any candidate. However, we did a lot of polling, as you know, and the polling leaned heavily towards former President Trump. So that tells you that
very heavily, Sean. And I'm just wondering, do you look disconnected from your members?
No, we're definitely not disconnected from our members because, look, we did extensive polling that was important. Our goal as leaders, as union leaders, as leader of the Teamsters.
Harris is going to break future strikes. That's why she didn't get their endorsement. Man, shut the fuck up. Look. Labor unions are not the same as like the average person that's going to go out and fucking vote. Okay. The harm reduction conversation absolutely is a major player. Sean O'Brien should extract concessions from the Democratic Party. That is perfectly valid and the smart thing to do. But the notion that like he is openly in the tank in the most cowardly way possible for the Republican Party is unimaginably wrong. Okay? Because like in this circumstance, you're when he is leaning on one side and saying like, oh, well, our rank and filers love Donald Trump. They're big fans of Donald Trump. I couldn't be at odds with our rank and filers. Okay? When he says that, it implies that Donald Trump wouldn't do that.
Is to provide the ability for people to have a voice and to provide credible information. And we cannot dictate to our members. Our members are sophisticated. They're going to make their own decisions. But this is a bigger problem. You know, the Democrats have always taken for granted that they're going to get our vote no matter what. And the Republicans are fancying themselves as the working people's party. I think right now both sides have to take a step back and really reevaluate what their commitment is to working people. And that's what we did in this process.
All right, but it does make me wonder when 2 out of 3 of your members prefer Donald Trump. Now, it's a telephone survey, I grant that, but that trend has been around for a while where members tend to favor more the Republican candidate than the Democratic candidate, but that's a pretty overwhelming shutout right there. So
well, I think
did that come into your thinking or no?
We evaluated everything. We evaluated the straw poll, which was done in person, which, as you know.
Here, I'll give you some background from Jacobin on the straw poll. Okay? The original straw poll was conducted from April 9th through July 3rd in union halls and was organized entirely by local union leadership. From anecdotal evidence, it seems that only a small minority of locals took time to mobilize and educate their membership on these votes, the stakes of the election, and the meaning of the polls. As a result, mainly active and engaged members who tend to lean Democrat showed up. This poll indicated that members backed then Democratic Party nominee Joe Biden, 43%, to Trump's 36%. Immediately following this poll, the IBT leadership announced another poll, this one online, that would supplement the in-person straw poll. There was a lot of speculation that this online poll was commissioned to counteract the results of the straw poll. There is no way of knowing whether that is true, but its results do indeed contradict the straw poll's results. This poll went heavily for Trump. Conducted between July 24th and September 15th, members voted 59.6% for Trump and only 34% for Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. This pattern itself, a wild swing from Biden to Trump, doesn't actually tell us very much. In fact, it confirms the suspicion held among many demographers and pollsters that engaged and active members of organizations lean to the left. Votes that take place in person self-select for the kind of people who have higher levels of institutional trust and a higher commitment to political action. That is, they select for people who seem more like Kamala Harris voters. The online vote does just the opposite. So what about the phone research poll? This poll had Harris losing as well by a wide margin. It went 58% for Trump and only 31% for Harris. Unlike the other two polls, this one was conducted on September 15th by a third-party polling firm, Lake Research Partners, which describes itself as progressive. If the firm is reputable, it would have taken a random group of the entire voting eligible membership and produced a representative sample. There is no reason to doubt that it did this. Therefore, it's quite likely that 58% of Teamsters support Trump. This finding would be consistent with the fact that some 56% of non-college educated voters overall support Trump, according to the Times Siena poll from September 8th. Now, the puzzle is why. We don't need to rehearse the litany of sins Trump has committed against labor: his National Labor Relations Board appointments, his closeness to union-busting billionaires, his comments encouraging the illegal firing of striking workers. The list goes on. So why would so many union voters still vote for him? The answer is threefold. First, inflation. There's no getting around it. Levels of inflation have been historic. Whether they are the fault of the president and vice president is almost irrelevant. Voters, especially working class voters, are blaming them. Second, the Teamsters, and they are far from alone in this, have not made it a priority to educate and mobilize his membership on political issues. This is the most consequential aspect of the Teamsters. Okay? A lot of the other labor unions don't just talk about their contracts or whatever, but they also play the role of educating and mobilizing their entire rank and file, their entire membership. This is why unions are a very powerful force in politics, or they're supposed to be a very powerful force in politics. Okay? That is the other aspect of labor unions that's very important. Teamsters don't necessarily do that as much. Obviously some local chapters differ, but overall, across the board, it seems like they're not doing this at all. In the past 4 years, the union has rarely made an effort to explain or motivate its distinct political interest in the upcoming presidential election. Most local union presidents, and this is true in almost all unions, avoid talking politics for fear of offending their members or causing arguments among their membership, which again is kind of ridiculous if you look at the history of unions, but understandable if you look at the history or the recent history of unions in the United States of America, where neither party is like overtly defending their interests, with the exception of this last candidacy, with the exception of this last president. I will stand on this. Joe Biden's NLRB is one of the best one of the best NLRBs in recent history. Joe Biden has been more progressive and more pro-labor than any other contemporary U.S. president. That is 100% correct. The Democratic Party's messaging reflects this as well. And yes, it is incredibly important to stand on the picket line. It is incredibly important for the bully pulpit to be applied towards being pro-labor and specifically being pro-union. This is absolutely correct. Okay? If you guys think that that is not the case, you are delusional. Okay? The bully pulpit is perhaps one of the most consequential aspects of the presidency. Look at the way that the bully pulpit was applied when Donald Trump was president. It was applied in a way to be as racist and vitriolic and instill racial animus amongst the working class in the United States of America. And the outcome was Nazis taking off the Klan's robes, taking off the masks, and protesting in the streets with their faces open, out in the open. Okay? They felt emboldened. They felt galvanized. Why? Because Donald Trump hyped them up, okay, with what he said and what he refused to say. The same goes in the other direction for labor unions with the American president, okay? What do you mean when you say bully pulpit? Thank you. Bully pulpit is just like what the presidential platform. If the president goes up there and on the most consequential platform is the leader of the free world, says shit like unions are important, they're the backbone of this economy, that is incredibly important, okay? That is very consequential. The need for unity is incredibly important for a union, and so it makes good sense to avoid topics that might cause division. Still, the failure of union leadership to really articulate what working class interests are and how the parties help or harm those interests is a factor. Such political education should be a monthly part of the union's activities and not relegated to a few short meetings in the year of a high-stakes presidential election. Finally, and most important, the Democratic Party has done a miserable job of trying to identify with the working class. Many, if not most, on the left will offer an exasperated reply to this charge, insisting that Democrats are so much better for workers and unions. Yes, that is obvious from a policy perspective, but leading liberals take for granted that workers are people too. It's no secret that the Democratic Party's image, interests, and value system are far closer to the upper middle class liberals than they are of the average working class. Oh, I hate this article. This article makes it seem like one of the I think Teamsters might be the largest North American labor union, actually, if not one of the, but I think it is the largest. This article does the classic, idiotic, I can't believe I'm reading a Jacobin article and I'm criticizing it this much. I don't know who the fuck wrote this. Dustin Guastella. I'm shocked. Does the classic shit that runs with the assumption that labor unions are not unimaginably diverse, okay? Comprised of people from every different fucking background. I hate the idea that labor unions are comprised of people who are inherently reactionary and also all white. That is so stupid. That is just far from the truth in a country where the labor union participation rates for black people is higher than labor union participation rates for white people. Okay? I just want to bring this up one more time. This is a very important fact for people that don't know. There are a higher rate of unionized black workers than there are a higher rate of unionized white workers. Okay? The notion that the Democratic Party on cultural issues, okay, are, doing fancy footwork for like bi-coastal liberal elites is ridiculous. When the Democratic Party talks, they don't even do that anymore, but when they used to talk about black issues, or when they used to talk about trans issues, when they used to talk about fucking gay rights or whatever, the notion that this was liberal elites and not reflective of not by pure numbers, chatter, of course, per capita. What are you saying? I said the labor participation rate. What do you think that is? The labor participation rate. Yes, of course, not higher across the board. There are 13% of the population is black. Obviously, there aren't more black people in any field than there are white people. There's just more white people in this country. Okay. Anyway, just clarifying, but it's fine. Let's get back to it. Okay. But once again, gay people, black people, queer people, lesbians, trans people, they are what makes the entire American labor force. Okay? That's it. So just understand that. Wait, what? The Maltese leftists, there's this article about the railroad workers voting down the new contracts as given by Biden. No, this is before. You're sending me an article before what happened. Not after. You're sending me an article about what happened you sent me an article about the potential largest rail union contract, and not after Biden actually forced them back to work and then went back and extracted concessions from the railroad companies and the managers who then turned around and offered some of the concessions. Okay? Biden, after this unfolded, Biden and even Pete Buttigieg, I hate to recognize this, and Marty Walsh, went back to the fucking companies and forced them to offer paid sick leave. Okay? They did that, which is why there are articles from the railroad unions themselves after this November 21st, 2022 date that say that they celebrate the concessions that they were able to get. Here it is. U.S. rail companies grant paid sick days after public pressure in win for unions. This, or rather the failure of this to be presented as a solid W for the Biden administration, is once again the fault of the Biden administration, for sure. They should have communicated this to the public. But you should know better because I've talked about this a million times over. Okay? One must ask the question why these railroad unions have endorsed the Democratic Party if they were so unhappy with it. A diverse coalition all impacted by the RLA, and only Rashida gives a damn about the rail workers. Your whole narrative on this is warped. Four days is not a W. Dog, when Palestinians want something, I'm not going to fucking sit here. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm outflanking the Palestinians on this issue, okay? When the railroad unions are happy with the concessions that were extracted from the companies, I'm not going to fucking outflank them because Twitch chatters don't agree with the decision, okay? That's it. Yeah, we never stopped applying pressure. Hard fought success on rail sick days. If you as a chatter have reservations about this, you can send me. Maybe I have not seen it. Maybe you've seen something that I am oblivious to and unfamiliar with. Okay? But everything that I've read on the matter, shows that the unions were happy with any of the concessions that they were able to get. Okay? Why push back against the Dems at all then? Because the Democrats are incredibly right-wing on immigration and have adopted the positions that the Republican Party held on to during in the 2020 race, and also beyond that. I don't know if you guys know this, but they're funding and facilitating a fucking genocide with your tax dollars. So obviously, I'm always going to be honest with you. Backpedaling Andy, I think you're too stupid to understand anything that I'm talking about here. What do I always tell you? I will always be honest with you. If you ask me what the Democrats are doing in terms of of how they fought for workers' rights, okay, they are significantly better. Not only better than the alternative, but significantly better than previous Democrat administrations. Following since 2019, yeah, that's probably a fucking Divorcelli fan. You always eat this bait. Do you get bored of doing this 1,000 times? I don't think it's fucking bait when there is plenty of people, plenty of new people that literally come back and say the same thing, okay? It would be bait if many people didn't just see this, okay, and never this. That's the problem. And it's not for you because you've heard it a million times over. For me, it's for all the people that haven't heard it yet. Oh. That one chatter that said the railroad unions actually hated this fucking contract has not given me an actual link or any kind of communications from a railroad labor union that openly said they hate the contract. Okay? I'm waiting for it. Anyway, I disagree with the assessment that the Democratic Party focuses on too much culture war narratives, and that's like inherently seen as bi-coastal elitist shit by labor union rank and filers, especially because, once again, labor unions are incredibly fucking diverse. When people act like labor unions are comprised of hard hat wearing white working class reactionaries, they're fucking stupid. They're running on a Nixon era anti-hippie messaging strategy from right-wing populists, okay? That is where it originally started. I hate this fucking argument. It's very stupid. Labor unions are comprised of women who care about abortion. Labor unions are comprised of gay people who care about, gay rights. Labor unions are comprised of black and brown people. Okay? But yeah. On cultural issues, too, is the case many workers feel deeply alienated from the liberal perspective. In conversation with Teamster members and officers, it's clear that even among Democrats and Harris supporters, there's a frustration and awareness towards many of the cultural positions Democrats endorse and how those positions are defended. Until the party is able to change this image and truly identify with the working class on economic as well as cultural terms, we should expect to see continued deterioration of working class support for Democratic candidates. The real problem with the Democratic Party is that they do not communicate to working class problems. They don't even fucking communicate the culture war issues that much any longer anyway. They just basically are running on fucking vibes, okay? We are not Trump, and we are doing vibes. That's all they're doing. I'm not sitting here and telling you that the Democrats are running a good campaign, one that is an objectively pro-worker campaign. But if you look at the track record of the Democratic Party, especially in these past 4 years, in terms of domestic labor issues, they are far better than every other contemporary U.S. administration. It is not even a fucking question, okay? The truth is still the truth. I'm sorry. If that's the calculation that you're doing, then that's, that's fair. Oh my God, Brandon broke a strike, Lamau. I'm going to Brian kill me. Okay. For a lot of people, if the education that you get on labor issues exclusively relies on a fucking TikTok video that you watched, and you're going to come in here and repeat it to me, a person that TikToker probably watched and didn't watch ever again, you're not going to see the full picture. Okay? I'm sorry, chatters, but you are wrong on this. And I have repeated it so many times that I literally repeated it 3 minutes ago. Okay? 3 minutes that I could have used serving a fucking ad break. Oh my God, everyone is... There it is. This isn't even the right one. This isn't the right article. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, I'm not going to repeat myself one more time on this issue. Let's hear what he has to say.
Oh, when you have an audience, you can influence that audience. We figured that was going to lean heavily towards President Biden, and it didn't lean heavily towards him. And then we did the poll where 40,000 of our members participated in that. That's a 60% poll, the other 58% poll that you see. And then we did the research-based polls. And you know, 2 out of those 3 polls leaned Republican. So again, I'll get back to, there's a lot of work that got to be done. Our members.
One of the things that frustrates me about this stuff is that, like, it is perfectly valid to demand more from the Democratic Party. It's the good thing to do. It's the right thing to do. But if you're going to fucking drop it, this took 2 seconds to find. Wait, what? The rail workers did not get everything they asked for when Biden broke the rail strike? Your answer to this is literally a Reddit vent, dude. Like, how is this is just an effort posting chatter at that point. To which the response was, Biden deserves a lot of the credit for achieving this goal for us, from the IBEV railroad director. He and his team continue to work behind the scenes to get the rail labor a fair agreement for paid sick leave. We're thankful to the Biden administration, played the long game on sick days and stuck with us for months after Congress imposed our updated national agreement. It's a purple link because I fucking showed this goddamn link 1,000,000 times on this broadcast whenever people come in here. Because I've shown this link literally 5 minutes ago. In this situation, if you're a railroad union member, a rank and filer, and you have issues with the new agreement that you, I guess, democratically ratified, that's one thing. Because that's what happened. Okay? And this happens all the time. There are tentative agreements, and then there are concessions, there's back and forth, there are negotiations that take place, and then contracts are brought back by the union leadership that's democratically elected to the rank and filers. Okay? And the rank and file vote to ratify the contract. Do you understand? And in that process, there are people who wanted more, for sure. They want more. And that's perfectly understandable. But if we're having a fucking conversation about like what the union's opinion is across the board, the union's opinion across the board are that they are happy with at least some of the concessions that they were able to get due to the consistent pressure that they say the Biden administration put on the railroad companies. Okay? At that point, I feel like y'all are just like, you know, you're outflanking the rank and filers. That's it. Broski, it was just for information. Might be. Let's move on. Even now, I'm getting cancer from this. Thanks, broski. Let's get back to fucking Sean O'Brien's hog ass.
Are paying attention. And again, a no endorsement, I think, sends a message to both parties that if they truly want to support working people, they have to reevaluate it and understand that nothing is given, it is earned.
All right, I don't mean to disrespect here, but no endorsement also means you can have it both ways, and you're not taking a stand.
No, we're not looking to have it both ways at all. I take a stand every day. I call balls and strikes. You know, there's some great Democrats that supported us. President Biden, passed pension legislation that fixed our pensions. But the reality of it is, again, I've said this time and time again, they fix problems that were created a long time ago. Trucking deregulation cost 400,000 Teamster jobs. Companies went into bankruptcy, which destroyed pension funds. So, you know, although they fixed the problem, you know, some of us created those problems that had to be fixed. And, you know, look, it's different times. Our members are different. A lot of people, there's a lot of social issues out there where sometimes our members are focused clearly on the social issues. Not taking a position is not having it both ways. This country is divided down the middle. It's my goal, just like we've done with our union, is to bring this together, work bipartisan, and get some stuff done, like the PRO Act, like bankruptcy reform, and other issues.
If he gets a single fucking Republican vote on the PRO Act, I'll eat my hat. Okay? Like, he thinks Josh Hawley's gonna fucking vote for it. You know what I mean?
Issues that affect our members.
You know, did this turn in any way, Sean? I think you were critical of President Trump after his interview where he was going back and forth with Elon Musk and others about when you can fire or get rid of workers, and that he admired that ability. And
it's always funny when fucking what's his face, Neil Cavato, is like being more woke than Sean O'Brien. This is not the first time this has happened. When the Fox News guy's like, how do you contend with the fact that the guy that you're like kind of hyping up laughed about, you know, striking workers being fired, which is, you know, illegal. Just illegal.
And you were quite vehement about it. And I just thought that might have represented a turning point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously words have consequences, right? Statements have consequences. And I will, you know, I called former President Trump out, just like I would call anybody else that tries to retaliate or make fun of people being terminated for exercising their right to strike. But when we asked both candidates in the presidential forum roundtables about supporting our railway workers and workers that are under the RLA to strike and not interfere, we couldn't get strong commitments from either candidate. So, you know, that was a major factor in our decision making. But back to your point, unacceptable for anybody to fire workers for exercising their right and or gloat about it. So and it's no secret, I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk.
Okay, that I do remember. But let me then step back and get your thoughts on that relationship, because Elon Musk apparently might have a great sway in a potential Trump administration. And even when it comes to looking at the government books and looking at how the government spends its money, did that weigh in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Famously, if given the opportunity, Donald Trump would be like, oh, dude, the RLA, I love that. Definitely. So one must look at in between these two candidates, like if neither are saying that, if neither are supporting railroad labor unions after exhausting all options, being given the opportunity to strike. If neither candidate supports that, what are the actual things that you're getting from potentially Donald Trump? Like what? What are the things? Like, is there anything at all? Is there anything that you can ever get from Donald Trump at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, we can't look to see ghosts. I've got 1.3 million of the strongest people in the world, and that's our rank and file members. And, you know, although there may be a difference of opinions or there may be criticisms, if we have to go to fight with corporate America and the Elon Musk of the world, I like my chances.
Okay, so let me just get a sense of where you go from here. Because your colleagues at other unions, by and large, have been going hook, line, and sinker for Kamala Harris. And I know your members, when polled on this, and I know these can be erratic polls, they're not scientific polls, I know how they go, liked Joe Biden a lot more than Kamala Harris. Is that true?
Joe Biden, I think they polled consistently in our polls. I can't speak for anything else. But, you know, they polled about 25% to 30% popularity with our members consistently.
So I'm sorry, compared to President Trump, though, he scored higher, did he not?
He scored higher, he did, yes.
Okay, Kamala Harris does not.
No, she does not.
So they're not psyched about her, they're more psyched about Donald Trump.
I don't think they're psyched about both candidates. You know, there's issues that are specific to.
Dude, you are the leader of one of the largest labor unions in North America. Like, if your fucking rank and file is not excited about one candidate over the other, like, it is your job to at least show the different ways in which either party would be helpful for just one cause and one cause only: doing right by your rank and file workers. I feel like I'm crazy for, like, the communication here is a little ridiculous. There is no world in which any fucking labor union should ever even remotely stand alongside Donald Trump. I've been saying this from the start. Like, when he first met with Trump, I was like, oh my God, here we go.
What our members want and need. And, you know, this polling wasn't just a vote. There were issues and questions posed within this polling that our members asked. So, you know, I think this process, and I guess, you know, I'll get back to, you know, people are sick of it. People are sick of the name calling. People are sick of tearing each other apart because they support one candidate versus the other. And I think it's just, you know, people are fed up and they want it over with. I want it over with, to be honest with you. We do great work. We negotiate the strongest contracts. We're organizing thousands of members each month. That's what our focus needs to be on.
All right, AFL-CIO, United Auto Workers Union, they're strong Democrat. They're going for Kamala Harris. Service workers, maybe because of Donald Trump and you know, the original proponent of getting rid of the tax on tips, seems to lean his way.
If your opinion is that we should not outflank the choice of the union and the rail contract, why are you willing to outflank Teamsters? He could be using his leverage to play both sides and try to push Kamala to give him a better deal. No, he hasn't communicated that at all. That's the problem. That's what my issue is. How do you not understand? Like, he's going on Fox News and he's basically saying, neither care about, like, the railroad workers being able to strike. Okay, so what is it then? What is the reason why you're on Fox News again and again and again, and you went to the RNC and you said, we proudly endorsed Ronald Reagan? I will never forgive him for saying that. Like,
is this an opportunity missed? Do you think you made a statement by not making a statement one way or the other for either candidate?
It's not an opportunity missed as far as we're concerned. It's an opportunity to obviously highlight that there's a problem politically with union members. And look, I polled my members. I released the data. I don't interfere in any other unions or their policies or procedures. But I can only speak for the Teamsters Union. We're going to be transparent and you know, I can't speak. If there's going to be criticisms from my peers in the labor movement, so be it. Our mission still stays the same. We're going to
Yeah, he's talking about Sean Fain.
Be transparent and inclusive of the rank and file members.
All right. You didn't get a chance to speak to Democrats at their convention. You did to Republicans at their convention. Does any of that stick in your craw a little bit that you know, you guys, I went the extra mile and you turned me down?
You know, my feelings don't get hurt easily, and they weren't hurt because I didn't get invited to the DNC. I went to the RNC with one agenda, and that was to highlight how important the American worker and the Teamster member is to this country. It wasn't an endorsement of either party, and
if they say the Democrats took our votes for granted, it's not a constructive way to discuss their attitude. I mean, that's not wrong. The Democratic Party does take their fucking vote for granted. It is true. But like, you have the podium. You should have a coherent strategy for why you are making this decision. Okay? Like, this makes no fucking sense. Hasan, for real, you don't realize there's always been a massive battle by BIPOC, LGBTQ, and women against all the bigotry and union movements? I love woke wrecker splinter behavior when talking about like modern American unions, especially when like data does not reflect what you are fucking talking about in current existing American labor unions. Okay? I love when I say something like, hey, I don't know if you guys know this, contrary to what the popular attitude is, the American labor movement and labor unions right now are incredibly fucking diverse. Okay? Like, its historic significance is utterly fucking irrelevant in this conversation that we're having in 2024. I don't think you are purposely trying to behave like a wrecker. All right, I've seen so many BIPOC queer women be leaders of Teamsters in the UAW. I'm banning you immediately, okay? I'm banning you immediately. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut your bitch ass up, please. Please. Oh my fucking God, dude. Labor union participation is unironically higher for black people than it is for white people in this country. And you still have rad libs chirping about, like, they're writing, oh my God, dude, root.com articles about how, like, BIPOC and LGBT people are not getting enough concessions extracted from their fucking labor unions. It's like, dude, if you're a trans person in your goddamn labor union, they're still fighting for you. They're fighting so you can get your fucking health care. They're fighting for you so you can get a better fucking, so you can get better paid sick leave. Like, trans people are not magical, okay? They don't exist in some other fucking otherworldly confines. They literally have the same material needs that you do. Black people working in unions have the same material needs that everyone else does, okay? I despise this kind of like smarmy, I'm woker than you fucking wrecker attitude, especially when we're talking about labor unions and what contemporary labor unions currently look like. It is literally, it is straight up liberals unironically doing the exact same thing that Republicans do about labor unions. You're just, the goal is the same. I hate this like white working class ass sentiment expressed when talking about the American labor movement. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? What Hasan, I think you're misunderstanding, and this is a hard way to explain why. No, I'm not misunderstanding it, okay? It doesn't fucking matter if a black person is in charge of a labor union or a white person is in charge of a labor union. What the fuck kind of neoliberal goddamn like diversity politics bullshit is this, okay? If they're democratically elected, they're democratically elected. This isn't a fucking goddamn board in a company, okay? The fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Chatters are like signing off in the Pinkerton's office, dude. Holy shit. Yeah. Remember when Barack Obama was democratically elected and he magically erased white supremacy? That was sick. You're doing the inverse of that exact same sentiment that the Jacobin article was like lightly leaning into, which is that labor unions are overwhelmingly comprised of white men, hard hat wearing white men who are tough and only care about real American patriotism. Okay? Real American patriotism. That's the only way to reach out to these guys. Like, you're just doing that. Black and Latina women help propel gains for unions in 2023, finds a new study. Of course. It's just not correct. Like, when you say the share of Black and Latina women in unions went up slightly in 2023 from 10.3% to 10.5% for Black women, 8.5 to 8.8 for Latina women. While these bumps look minor at a first glance, Anwisha Majumder, an economist with the MPWF who co-authored the analysis, described them as a step in the right direction, given that union membership overall has been plummeting over the years. Black and Latina women are leading union growth. Membership fell for white women from 9.5 to 9.3 and is steeper for Asian American women, 9.1 to 7.8. That is across the board happening for every demographic, by the way. Oh. Oh. Yeah, one of the worst aspects of this is, of course, the industries dominated by women, specifically women of color, like domestic work, are very hard to unionize. Like, it's funny to say this, especially in a community like this one, where there's like, you know, trans people, black people, queer people, Latino people that are in unions right now. Like, so someone who is not a member of a union coming in here and outwoking everybody and like denying their existence is so funny to me. Okay? But good job, guys. You're right.
Had the opportunity to speak at the DNC, the message would have been the same. Look, it's about fighting corporate America, fighting corporate greed, and holding politicians accountable. At the end of the day, you know, I've been told recently by Democrats and Republicans everything they do for us, and I appreciate it. But just like anything else, that's the
article does say right after that it has been easier for women to unionize because of more women in leadership positions for unions. I don't have an issue of putting women of color or gay people in positions of power in labor unions. I have an issue with someone presenting that as like presenting the false reality that labor unions are not diverse because like they've only seen 3 fucking high profile labor union leaders, and they're all white men. So now they've like made up their minds about the fucking diversity or lack thereof in labor unions, or even in the fucking like negotiating committee or higher up in labor unions in general. Okay, that's what I have an issue with.
their job. That's what we elect them to do, and that's what they should be focused on. They shouldn't be telling us what they've done for us in the past. They should be focused on what they're going to do for us in the future.
All right, I'm reflecting on that one telephone poll. I don't mean to belabor it.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'm done with this here. Let's get back to this fucking dipshit.
And I got great marks in the economy, never got great marks on COVID because they didn't want to give them to me. But the fact is, we did an unbelievable job. Nobody knew what the hell it was. It came from China. It came from the Wuhan lab. I said all these things. And we did an unbelievable job. And we handed over a country whose stock market was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. And amazing. But we did have to focus on that. Think of what China did to us. The world has $60 trillion and millions of people dead over that disaster. Think of that. The whole world, even China suffered very much. They suffered at the end more than almost anybody. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower more than it has ever been before. We're going to bring back the car industry. We're going to bring back the car industry. Other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax when they send their product into the United States. We have countries, not only China, many countries, many of them are allies. Some of the worst trading countries are allies. Don't let that word surprise you. They're allies. They're friends of ours, and they take advantage of us horribly on the military with NATO and on trade. It will be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, and if China or any other country charges us a 200 or 100 or 300% tax, then we will charge them a like 100, 200, 300% tax in return. You charge us, we charge you. And my message is very simple. Make your product right here in Uniondale. Make your product in America. Make your product in America and only in America. And if you do that, Bruce, you won't have to pay a tax. And they'll be coming in here like you wouldn't believe, right? The worst that happens, we'll take in a lot of money, but we don't even want that. We want them to make their product. We're going to bring back the auto industry. Right now, China is building some of the largest auto plants in the world, and they're building them in Mexico. And they think they're going to build these massive plants, literally the biggest in the world. They're going to make millions of cars and sell them without tax across our border. We will put a tariff on all of those cars to a point where they won't be able to sell them, because we want them to build their plants in the United States and hire many of the people in this audience, and that's what's going to happen. And we also have something that's basic, but wow, people said, you're really smart. Where the hell did you think of this one? No tax on tips. So if you're a waitress, a caddy, a driver, but
on Twitter,
maybe
they're saying New York is a play for him. You are insane.
tax on overtime.
No, New York is not in play for him, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
And we'll get it done. We'll get it done. Unlike him with student loan debt that went nowhere, just to talk. We get it. I get it all done.
Wait, what?
Remember what they say.
Bro, is your Supreme Court that yeeted it? What the fuck?
And ready?
That also comes with the recognition that, like, student loan debt relief is a positive. Oh my God, I hate these people.
You ready? No tax on Social Security benefits. No tax on Social Security benefits. And you know why you deserve it? Because you lived like hell with the highest inflation probably in the history of our country, and you couldn't make ends meet. Now you're not going to have to pay tax on your Social Security benefit. And I will always protect Social Security and Medicare, and they won't. They're going to destroy it. They're putting the migrants all over the place, including there. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates. We're going to cap it at around 10%. We can't let them make 25 and 30%. We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend trillions of dollars. We're going to take the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. Remember when they used to say global warming? They don't say that anymore. They say climate change because the planet's actually getting cooler. Climate change, Chuck. Climate change is different. Just Chuck Zito. Oh, I feel safe with him in the front row. Are you afraid of climate change, Chuck? Because now it's no longer global warming because that wasn't working so well, because it was getting cooler. Now it's climate change because that covers if it's warmer, it's cooler. We're going to take all of that money, we're going to take it, and we're going to rebuild. We're going to take this money from the Green New Scam. It's a Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history. And we're going to spend it on roads and bridges and real infrastructure. And we're going to pay down debt, not fake infrastructure that's caused massive inflation and has no benefit whatsoever for our country. And I will settle the war in Ukraine. I got along very well with Putin and Zelensky. And I will end the chaos in the Middle East. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote to obliterate Israel. That's what's going to happen. Israel. Israel will not exist in 2 years.
Boo.
And by the way, we are closer to World War III right now than
they're going to start chanting. They're like, hell yeah, actually.
Beautiful room. I will stand with Israel and we will return a thing called peace through strength. And we're going to get it settled. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. We're not going to have war in the Middle East. We're not going to have war with Russia and Ukraine. You know, when I was there, we didn't have any war other than ISIS. I finished them off. We knocked out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS. Think of that. We knocked them off. It was supposed to take 4 to 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. General Raisin Kane, what's your name? Kane, sir, what's your first name? Well, they call me Raisin. I said, your name is Raisin Kane. That's the general I was looking. He did it in 4 weeks. The Russian attack on Ukraine and the October 7th attack on Israel would never have happened if I was president. Would never have happened. Think of what the world would be, and think of what our nation would be with no Russia-Ukraine war, no October 7th disaster in Israel, and the Middle East. It's inflamed right now. It's inflamed like nobody's seen it for 50 years. No inflation and energy dominance. That's what it would have, energy dominance. We'd have no inflation. We wouldn't have either the Middle East or the Russia, Ukraine. What a different world it would be, wouldn't it be? Oh, we can't let them cheat on elections anymore. We can't let it happen. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. Right now, we have a capital that when you go down there, you have a damn good chance of being hurt, mugged, something. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. We're losing that, but I'll keep it. I'll keep it. China wants to take it over, and if that happened to us, that would be like losing a war. That would be the biggest thing. That would make us a third world country. We will keep our dollar as the reserve currency. Remember, I said it, and it will be easy. It'll be easy. But this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. That's what we're going to do. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. Very simple. Right? We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military. I want to wish a happy 77th birthday to the United States Air Force. And if you remember, I created Space Force, which was the last since Air Force, which will soon be 5 years old. Space Force has turned out to be very important. We will build a missile defense.
Kamala Harris won't even wish them a happy birthday.
Theory and
She wishes them a happy death day.
we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections, and we will secure our borders. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and the crooked Democrats. So we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. So get everyone you know and vote. We want a landslide that is very simply too big to rig. Too big to rig. Right, Bruce? Too big to rig. Joe, too big to rig. Too big to rig, Joe. I think we can do that, too. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country, because together we will make America powerful again, make America wealthy again, make America healthy again, make America strong again, make America proud again, make America safe again, make America free again, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. We love New York. Love New York. Thank you. God bless you all. Nice seeing you.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Hey, yo, what? This is new? Long Island? Long Island, you are a blight on society. Sorry. If you're from there, you already know this, okay? God damn, dude. What is going on right now in this music? There's no way this is the outro song, right? That's playing in the fucking arena. You live in Lamau. Sex you. You live in LA, Lamau? Yeah, I do. I do live in Los Angeles. And like, this is the melting the fucking homeless capital of the United States of America. But at least they're not like LARPing for this fucking dingus, okay? They're not going crazy over this fucking asshole. They got a cease and desist with the old outro music? Oh no, they weren't playing that. They were playing something else. You got Orange County right next to you, bro. It's true. But notice how I didn't shit on Manhattan. I didn't shit on fucking Queens. I didn't shit on the Bronx. I didn't shit on Brooklyn. Staten Island and Long Island can catch all the smoke, though. Anyway. Oh, he just lost the lawsuit. He has to play other music, legal video on it. No, I don't care. These guys are fucking so gross, dude. They're such little freaks. Staten Island is basically NYPD Island. True. True. All facts. No printer. This is anti-Italian hate speech. Teamster members favoring Trump, the anti-union candidate after Biden, literally say their pension is another data point that the left case for winning over the white working class with economic benefits is and was completely wrong. Yeah, this is dumb as fuck. No, that's... Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone is so stupid about this. I'm the only one who's right, and I'm the only one who's smart about this. There, I said it. Okay. Oh yeah, you can't win over the white working class with economic benefits. You're right. Totally. Here's the issue, okay? What the Democrats did for labor unions is one thing. But the Democrats never communicate what they did for the fucking labor unions. That's what's frustrating about this process. It's all about messaging. It's all about marketing. At the end of the day, you're supposed to market yourself. If you don't fucking market yourself, but you are offering a better product, then yeah, no one's gonna fucking know. Anyway.
It sounds good, but it's not me. There we go. We ready to make America great again? Yes, sir. Scream on the circle on me. Only going to scream on me. What's going on, guys? So how's everybody doing? Yeah! Woo!
What the fuck? He said, please watch these videos.
I can see you on the tag. I suggest you just forget. Cause these words are not about to be tracked. There's no holding back. It ain't anything to say. All I want is my TV. That's what it's doing every day.
It's a mega fashion show in Long Island.
We're all stars on YouTube. Give you whatever I need. You're gonna make a video for me.
Oh my God. Someone said my man has an ass like Hank Hill. Oh, Jesus Christ.
But you took it to support your good and it instead. Look at the game she's at. I'm not supporting that. There's no holding back. No need to restrain myself. No holding back. Gotta do it over there. You can see I'm on attack. I suggest you just turn back. Cause these words are not about to retract. There's no holding back.
I guess you sweeties don't appreciate fine art. Is that what it is? Like, that's what's going on? Or are you just simply jealous that the MAGA world has been able to finally dominate the libs in the world of arts? Inside a truly Trumpian runway show, the hottest ticket on the MAGA fashion calendar. On a sartorial mission for the Daily Beast, two journalists slightly bitter about their lack of invites to the New York Fashion Week shows took a trip to Long Island. I'm doing this because someone in the chat, when I said Long Island is a blight on America or on the world, tried to hit me back with a fucking, you live in LA, says you, motherfucker. Okay. I'm going on my Long Island journey of truth once again.
Don't need to explain myself, no holding back. Got it to me, no one else. You can see I'm under attack. I suggest you just turn back. Because I'm not about to retract. There's no holding back. Trump Fest 2024, thank you! Yes, sir!
Praise.
Keep it moving now.
Wait, he's back.
Keep it moving now, can't you see? Keep it moving away from me. Keep it moving now, not near me. Keep moving, moving out the door now. Keep it moving now, can't you see? Keep it moving away from me. Keep it moving now, not near me. Keep moving, moving out the door now. Get real and believe in our own community. And how dare I protest that we keep giving away our best? Seems like we kiss ass, but then we call it progress. Am I the only one that sees this trickery going? I believe they can't see what I see. Keep it moving now, can't you see? Keep it moving away from me. Keep it moving now, not near me.
Yo, bro is putting that shit on for real, dude. He is putting that shit on, dude.
Keep moving, moving out the door now. Keep it moving now, can't you see? Keep it moving away from me. Keep it moving now, not near me. Keep moving, moving out the door now. Thank you, Long Island!
I can't see anything anymore. This is like ground up glass to my eyes. Bro, oh, not so sweet when Pitbull does the Long Island MAGA fashion show, huh? I thought he was Mr. 305, you know, Dale. I thought he was the Globetrotter himself. All of a sudden, when he's doing the MAGA show, you guys hate it. It's obvious to me that you have an issue with his politics, okay? That motherfucker's Italian, bro. This is Timu Pitbull. After working for Coca-Cola his entire life, Ted was notified he was too white and his services no longer needed. Christ, poor conqueror, less nations? What the fuck is this? CCNA? 84 billion left behind. All of the mascots that have been killed by the woke. Wait, that's Pitbull? Yeah, it's Pitbull. Not Pitbull, Pitbull. A different guy. Pitbull. It's great, man. Yeah, someone printed out Ben Garrison. They put Gina Carano on there like she's a fictional character. Yeah. What is this? I feel like you had dominated this challenge.
Pepsi. Either Diet Coke or Coke Zero.
Which one?
Coke Zero. Diet Pepsi. That's Diet Coke, so that's Coke Zero.
Okay.
That's cake. That's cake. It's
The fuck? Anyway. Damn, dude. Missed the best part of the thread. Border 911, Ashley Babbitt, murdered by Capitol Police, January 6, 2021, for Ashley Com. For Ashley Com. This is amazing. Complex called you a debate lord. It's the name of my show, man. Streamer Hasan Piker is Twitch's foremost debate lord. With TwitchCon heading to San Diego from September 20 to 22nd, the platform's biggest political commentator is hosting a satirical debate show around silly things, such as questioning if Five Guys is a fast food chain. Complex caught up with Hasan Abi to chat about Debate Lords, a semi-annual convention, and his excitement around hosting his first ever live event in front of an IRL audience. I wonder if we spent like an hour talking about Israel, by the way, and the Democratic Party, which I suspect didn't make it to this article. Wait, what? For Ashla.com, photos and videos? What the fuck? Did they have the actual clip of her getting domed? No. Trump X Red Scare.
Red Scare.
If I go on it, it's going to be a big hit.
It's going to be huge.
Cool. You let us know. Let my people know.
Yes, Red Scare.
What is it called?
Red Scare.
If I go on it, it's going to be a big hit.
I hope this happens. I really, really hope this happens. Like, legitimately, I hope this happens. It will tank Donald Trump. It will destroy Donald Trump's already, like, his chances are not looking great, but it will be the final nail in his campaign coffin. Great eats at the Nassau Coliseum during the Trump rally. What is this? The food in this place sucked 30 years ago. $200 million renovation. I think it's worse than it before. Is this chicken maybe in another dimension? Red Scare made me a bigger misogynist. I hate it. Trump supporters are unhinged and threatening the Haitian protesters.
All y'all gotta go. All y'all gotta go. When we get in office, we gonna close the border. There you go. We gonna close the fuck.
Bro, a black Trump supporter yelling at like Haitian Trump counter protesters is so funny. It's like, bro, you're going too. Like, bro, you're also going. Like, bro, they're taking you with them, you know? I don't know if you know that, but like a lot of this resentment is not over their fucking temporary protected status. Okay? A lot of this resentment is directly because they're black. Okay?
Borders. We gotta close the fucking borders. Hey, I die for my country. Y'all is not taking over our country, bro.
Wait, relevant content warning slurs?
Yeah, 10 minutes, dude. Can I make this interesting? Can I make this interesting real quick? Myron, you were in my space the other day, and I said, you know, you're doing a great job calling it these Jews, but, you know, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks, and would you go home? And you said, I was born here, and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites, is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand with that answer? Bro,
look, man, I know you're trying to get a clippable moment here for your fucking
No, it's the truth,
thing or
man. This
whatever.
is the
Like, I
issue
love
with
how
whites working
we're
with
here talking about a
non-whites.
problem. We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, you know, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck
This
up. All
whole
you do
white
is
thing is
bitch.
what built this
Shut
country,
up.
Myron.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, you
Like,
fucking
literally, all
sand
you
nigger.
do,
You
all
sand
you do,
nigger.
bro.
Hey,
That's Richard Lowry, editor-in-chief of the National Review. Will this be a wake-up call for the Fresh and Fit podcast? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Okay. Elon, why do advertisers hate us? Yeah, I know. Yeah, he meant to say immigrant of the sand. That's what he meant to say. He just, oops.
It's
I'm in. I am in.
Anyway. So.
Y'all China, Haiti, no, don't give a fuck. Motherfucker, I know how to shoot too. The fuck? Y'all come over here, y'all ain't gonna get buried alive.
Why is it that like every time I see a Trump supporter, doesn't matter like what background, they're just all so mentally ill? Like, I don't know. It's just like maybe it's sampling bias across the board, like the type of person who just like stand outside of a Trump rally to yell at the fucking counter protesters. But it's like, it's just like, dude, how do you not understand? Disappointed European reporter? Yeah. Some like Norwegian local broadcaster just like, what the fuck am I doing here? It happened to Sneeko too. Of course it did. These guys are fucking white supremacists, dude. Yeah, no shit. Where do you think this resentment comes from? It's just like, I think a lot of right-wing, a lot of like black and brown right-wing content creators, like they recognize it, but they hope that like, you know, it's not so prominent and so in your face that like they can just kind of avoid it like the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? I think they try and hope that it doesn't like embarrass them in that immediate moment because they're grifters. How did black people get sand N-word in 2024? That used to be for Muslims. I know. I don't know how that happened. The other guy was also calling the Haitian migrants that. Like, very odd. I guess once again, it just doesn't really matter for like racist people. They just don't, they're like indiscriminately discriminating. They are saying it as a 2-for-1, buddy. Yeah. Oh, Myron is Muslim? I didn't know that. Anyway.
I already trained my children how to shoot. My kids know how to shoot rifles. Stop playing.
Because I don't want them to come in, taking in our country and killing our children. What's going on? Because Biden got the borderlines open, and see, you got millions of immigrants in our country that's killing our children, and that's not fair to the community, this civilization. No, it really hurts me.
I say Donald, you say Trump, Donald, Donald.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Very cool stuff. Kamala Harris fanboys get triggered. Good stuff overall. Great stuff overall. Fantastic. Everything is going great. And so dies another Middle Eastern dream of the Biden administration. In a televised speech, Saudi Arabia Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman says the kingdom won't establish diplomatic relations without Israel without the establishment of a Palestinian state. Let's do the political topology quiz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I said I was going to do this, and it's time to do it. I am going to do the political topology quiz. Earlier today, we looked at a Kamala Harris supporter being shocked that they were right-wing on this topology quiz. Now we dive in to find out which one of our 9 political topology groups is best your match compared to the nationally representative survey of more than 10,000 U.S. adults by Pew Research Center. You may find some of these questions difficult to answer. That's okay. In those cases, pick the answer that comes closest to your view, even if it isn't exactly right. If you had to choose, would you rather have a smaller government providing fewer services, a bigger government providing more services? When you say you favor a bigger government providing more services, do you think it would be better to modestly expand on current government services, greatly expand on current government services? Which of the following statements come closest to your view? America's openness to people from all over the world is essential to who we are as a nation. If America is too open to people from all over the world, we risk losing our identity as a nation. In general, would you say experts who study a subject for many years are usually better at making good policy decisions about that subject than other people? Usually worse at making good policy decisions about that subject than other people? Neither better nor worse at making good policy decisions about that subject. Okay, this is the first time where it's like, it's not usually better. But, I mean, it's probably the closest. Experts are oftentimes very dumb. But, you know, it depends. Thinking about the increased trade of goods and services between the U.S. and other nations in recent decades, would you say that the U.S. has gained more than it has lost because increased trade has helped lower prices and increase competitiveness of some U.S. businesses? Lost more than it has gained because it increased trade has cost jobs in manufacturing and other industries and lowered wages for some U.S. workers? Lost more than it has gained. How much more, if anything, needs to be done to ensure equal rights for all Americans, regardless of their racial or ethnic backgrounds? A lot. Duh. Which comes closer to your view about what needs to be done to ensure equal rights for all Americans, regardless of their racial or ethnic backgrounds, even if neither is exactly right? Most U.S. laws and major institutions need to be completely rebuilt because they're fundamentally biased against some racial or ethnic groups. While there are many inequities in the U.S. and laws and institutions, necessary changes can be made by working within the... Okay. Question number 6. Which of the following statements comes closest to your worldview? Business corporations make too much profit. Most corporations make a fair and reasonable... No, business corporations should make no profit. That's the closest to my worldview. How much, if at all, would it bother you to regularly hear people speak a language other than English in public spaces? That's insane. On a scale of 0 to 100, where 0 means you feel cold and negative as possible, 100 means you feel as warm and positive as possible, how do you feel towards Democrats? I'm going to go with 10. How do you feel towards Republicans? 0. Which of these statements best describes your opinion about the United States? The U.S. stands above all other countries in the world. The U.S. is one of the greatest countries in the world, along with some others. There are other countries that are better than the U.S. Where is my option? Which is the United States is a blight on progress for the working class all around the world, both historically and still currently. It is so bad that it's actually a blight on the domestic working class as well. The United States consistently works against the interests of bettering society, both here and also overseas. Okay? A continuation of the other shit stain on global history, which would be the British Empire. Okay? We are literally the number one at everything bad. Okay? We are not the number one in anything good, with like maybe some cherry pick data, like fucking, I don't know, brain cancer research or some shit. But like beyond that, we are literally evil. Okay? We're evil as fuck. I like that that's not an option though. There are other countries that are better than the US. How much of a problem, if any, would you say each of the following are in the country today? People being too easily offended by others say. People being too easily offended, minor problem. People saying things that are offensive to others, major problem. For sure. That is a big problem in my opinion, because I assume they're talking about hate speech. Which comes closer to review the candidates for political office, even if neither is exactly right? I usually feel like there's at least one candidate who shares most of my views. None of the candidates represent my views well. In general, how much do white people benefit from the advantages in society that black people do not have? A great deal. Do you think greater social acceptance of people who are transgender, people who identify as a gender that's different from the sex they were assigned at birth is very good for society? Overall, would you say people who are convicted of crimes in this country serve too much time in prison, too little time in prison, about the right time? No. What the fuck? Who the fuck would say anything but too much time in prison? Which of the following statements comes closest to your view? Religion should be kept separate from the government policies. Government policies should support religious values and beliefs. In the future, do you think U.S. policy should try to keep it so that America is the only military superpower? Ew. It would be acceptable if any other country became as militarily powerful as the United States. How about no militarily power? I mean, yeah, fine, whatever. Wait, what? Quiz submissions. Oh, you bricked it, chat. Did you fucking brick it? Oh, so annoying. Annoying. An exercise in futility. It's not even necessarily your fault. It's probably the fault of the website for not assuming that they're going to get this much traffic. So what do I do? Do I just sit here and wait? Do I just refresh it? All right, well, we're not going to be able to do this right now, are we? What we will instead be doing now is this video game that I wanted to try, which is called Dustborn. Okay? Wukong is done. Okay? Legendary game. Loved it. This game is called Dustborn. From what I understand, the game is very woke. Okay? And it got like 0 players. And everyone was making fun of it. And the reason for why everyone was making fun of it is because it kind of feels like it's worthy of the making fun of it. Like, this is one of those instances where, like, I hate to agree with the fucking capital G gamers, but it turns out the game is fucking weird. It's like legitimately woke in the sense that, like, your superpower apparently is getting triggered. And I want to see, I'm not going to like probably play the whole thing, but I just want to see what this fucking game is about. Thus born, hunted by the Puritans, our crew makes a daring escape from Pacifica. Pacifica, 125 miles north of Purity. Okay.
Shit.
Sorry, kid. This
Damn,
is not
the
the
shitting
best
shit.
way to begin a story.
Am I okay? You're the one who got us into this. You fuck.
He was just trying to help. No need to yell at.
Not dragging us into this would have been helpful. No, I'm not okay. I'm the opposite of okay. We are fucked.
We're a bit worse for wear, but we are alive.
For how long? Look at us. Blood, pain, broken bits.
To be fair, I never said it'd be easy.
We have a solid plan, you said.
Please, guys,
In and out before
stop
anyone
it.
realizes we're there, you said. Now,
Guys,
we're on the run
stop
from
it.
people with space guns built into their fucking arms.
Shut the hell up!
Damn. Say hello to the power of words,
Stop
kid.
bickering, please.
Damn.
I know we're all pretty shaken up, emotionally and physically, but we got out. We're alive. We have the cargo. Tomorrow we'll be out of the country, and on our way to Nova Scotia we'll be fine. Better
Is
than
Nova
fine,
Scotia
we'll be
woke?
free. But if we keep fighting, we won't make it through the Republic. We need to stick together. We need to be a crew.
Says the woman who just used her
Anyway,
vocals to forcibly silence everyone.
You can talk again.
Well, that was uncomfortable.
I hate it when you do that.
What's going on?
Pax used her vocals to block us.
I can feel my adrenaline spiking.
Fascinating. I didn't
Sigh.
know it was a thing.
Your hands, they're...
I know. That's what happens when I get agitated. Pax.
I'm sorry. But you really need to chill. Because if anyone
Thanks.
sees...
I know. Shut up.
What is this music?
I believe the kids call it K-pop music. It stands for Korean popular music.
It's K-pop.
What is going
Just
on?
K-pop.
Right. K-pops.
Pop. Fuck's sake.
It's, nice. But maybe turn it down a notch, Sai.
Dude, what is going... Okay, this game... Is this even... Can this even be considered a game? Someone said this feels like a DSA meeting. Yeah, dude. What the fuck is happening here, bro? What the absolute fuck is going on with this goddamn game? I feel so seen and validated. For real, for real.
Fine. How's your arm, Pax?
Stings, but I'll survive.
What if I...
Okay.
It's nothing, Pax. Barely a scratch. I've seen a lot worse.
It's gaslighting.
Thanks, no.
But it feels better. Wait, her power is gaslighting? Wait, her power is gaslighting? What is going on? Why did somebody spend time and money making this? This is what it feels like when you pop into Hoscord? Yes. This, okay, game of the year. I changed, Wukong was a 9 out of 10. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is a 10 out of 10, okay? Wukong could never. There were no superpowers. I feel like the guy who made this is basically, like, I feel like the person who made this, like, looked at Asmongold's, like, commentary and then made a video game off of just like Asmongold's commentary. Like, this is what I think this is what like all of those anti-woke gamers think like every game is. Like Warhammer 40K, when there's like a black person on screen, they immediately think the game is like this. This game was made by a right winger to make fun of wokeness, right? No, I don't think so. Okay, I'm scared of talking to the crew, but let's talk to the man, okay? The boss man.
You're being very quiet, Theo.
I'm counting trucks. 92. Or was that 82?
Why count trucks?
It's a meditation technique.
Does it work?
Not today. I'm just going to start over. 1.
He, him, 42. Software engineer, soulful guitarist, boss man, not really, well-groomed. Man of mystery or a giant dork, as yet undecided. No vocal powers. He basic, not a normal.
Feeling
not
better?
gonna lie, BFF at the moment.
A bit. I'm pretending we're on a weekend road trip and not,
I switched
you know,
over.
on the run.
Tap to preview, hold
I mean,
to speak.
usually we'd stick to coastal roads and not the desert, but at least there are, billboards to look at.
We should treat this whole experience as the ultimate American road trip adventure.
It is pretty epic, crossing an entire continent. If only we weren't being chased by psychos with space guns.
By tomorrow evening, we'll be out of Pacifica. No Puritans in the Republic.
Plenty of Nazis, though. Ashes, meat fire. But I guess we'll survive as long as we keep our heads down and never use our Vox. At least I got this sweet, sweet music to keep my mind off things.
Sai, she, her, 31. Artist, gig economy, proletarian, best friend, insecure, high-strung, occasional drama queen. Can alter her body with her vocals.
Anything on the
X's be
Nexus? No?
Xing.
Nothing about a daring hike.
Okay, dude. White people need to be lobotomized if they talk like this. Okay? There is no, like, X's be Xing. This... What the fuck is going on, dude? This is so lame. Ah! Actually, I take it back. This is what happens when you do lobotomize someone. Oh my god.
It's committed by an unusually well-dressed crew of devilishly attractive thieves.
Well, that's the first bit of good news today.
The Puritans would want to keep this under wraps. Doesn't mean we're not being pursued.
Thanks for saving my ass back there.
I like your ass. I wasn't going to let anyone mess with it. Speaking of a bloody mess, does the arm still hurt?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I like your ass.
That soon.
We're having
Before it gets
lesbian
infected.
sex.
Listen to the boss man, Pax. He knows. Oh, the
Why is
Stones
the
are
man
playing
the
Shoreline
boss?
tomorrow.
No, they, them.
Chose the wrong day to be on the
37.
run.
Entrepreneur, investor, on again, off again, partner, permanently off, comic book collector, hopeless romantic. Vocals cancel out strong emotions, excellent for gaslighting.
Do we really have to keep listening to this music side?
Yes.
You're lucky I love you, because otherwise I'd have to kick you out of this vehicle.
Pax, she, her, 33.
I'd love to see
Con
you
artist
try,
and grudging lead, desperately seeking liberty. Hardy, headstrong, resourceful. Doesn't easily make friends. Vocals provoke strong emotions.
Look,
I don't
guys,
give a fuck if you're they,
even though
them. It's your turn. It's your turn to clean the microwave. Bro, this is literally what that fucking fat-headed British guy was like screaming about. Fucking pronouns.
on the run and dealing with a lot right now. I'm glad I'm here with y'all.
What's going on? Are you dying?
Yeah. You're acting very weird, Pax.
Just feeling grateful.
I bet this is an electric vehicle.
Shut up,
This is the interactable. Hold to interact. I feel a caffeine headache coming on.
Ugh. Absolutely not.
Hey, leave my music alone. Oh shit, I love this song. Come on, guys. It's a road trip. You have to sing along.
Now this is music, kid. Wait, what am I doing?
Just not enough for me. Come on now. Hey, sing along if you know what I mean. There are good ways to cry.
Oh my god, this is the lamest.
If you know what I mean. There are good.
I think this game has made me unironically queer phobic.
Guys, what?
Lights behind us.
We don't know if they're after
What is
us.
going
They've got
on?
their lights on. They're after us. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Sai,
Oh shit.
calm down.
This game made me less of a fucking ally than I already was.
Pax,
I'm officially full status.
Handle the police how exactly?
You know what cops do to people like us.
Wait, what? People like you? What do you
Sai,
mean?
please listen to me.
Says the woman who never listens to anyone.
We're about to make a choice that affects our comic book.
We're so dead.
Wait, what do you
I'm
mean
not going
push
to
or
prison.
block?
I wasn't made for prison.
Stop the car. We'll handle
Damn.
the cops.
I'm kind of a bitch, dude. I'm kind of a fucking bitch.
What?
The window, Sai.
Wait.
I just keep like dominating these people with my
Hi.
voice.
Hello. Hi, officer. What's going on?
I'll need you people to step out of the vehicle.
Gnome? Some assistance?
Sir, we are complying with your orders. You can put that gun down. You're not going to...
Are you? I said, exit the vehicle.
Hey, officer, watch
Not
the
another
road.
word. I'm not warning you again. Get
Sir,
out.
please don't walk into... Road.
Jesus, fuck.
Ay, Dios mío.
Drive. Drive, Sai, now.
Wait, are we gonna see his fucking guts and shit
That
on the
was-
side of the road?
Fucked up.
It was
W
not
truck.
our fault.
If we just... Oh, fuck.
I wonder if he had time to call us in before... Bam.
Oh, fuck.
The Pacific Authority will know something's happened.
You know what cops do to people like us. We're dead.
We need to stay calm. Getting caught speeding won't do us much good.
Classic cop getting killed by
I don't
a car.
think he was
car,
looking
yeah.
for us. It was just a random stop.
You still got the cargo, right?
Bro, she's
It didn't
bleeding.
go flying out of my bra, if that's what you're worried about.
Huh?
All
Question
of this
marks?
for that fucking thing. It better be worth it, Pax. You know what? I'm letting this thing drive itself from now on. In fact, I'm never driving again. I'm done. Done.
Auto drive engaged.
She's too triggered to
20
drive.
minutes out of Sacramento. We'll make it.
This day is just the worst. And do not tell me we're lucky to be alive. I've had it up to here with being alive.
You and me both, but here we are. All we can do is keep moving and hope all of this will be worth it in the end. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna place myself up top here is better, I think. Game of the year, by the way. Sorry for breaking the immersion on Game of the Year. Game of the year. Game of the year. They made this in Norway, by the way. Hunted by the Puritans. Our crew makes a daring escape. Okay, what? We know this already. Come on. Why do people not want to play this and shit on it? This makes no sense. San Francisco Pacifica, Gnome's apartment. It's a flashback. I know this bed, kid. And it's amazing. It's amazing balls. Please play it. It's awful. This is so, it's so like millennial coded. We've spent a fair bit of time in this bed. From time to time, we've even slept in it. Get it? As in, we've had sex in this bed, kid. I love this. I love having this artwork in my apartment that just says ZZZZ, like as in I'm sleeping right here. Get it? It's like I'm living in a comic book world.
Ah, she's finally out of the toilet.
How the fuck am I able to afford an apartment like this, being a fucking broke ass them with a septum ring, okay? Probably working at the fucking Starbucks down the road. How is that possible? How is that possible? Do Norwegians think we have like a normal economy here in America?
Not loving the music, Gnome.
Tough cookies. This is my place. Are you joining us?
Is that guy just standing out there waiting?
Theo, he better be. I don't want him touching anything. He is waiting on our decision.
Man, I can't get over this fucking apartment, Gnome. We should hang here more often.
I know they paid a fortune for this. Trust me, I told Gnome exactly how I feel about it.
I prefer hanging somewhere less ostentatious.
I'll take ostentatious to sharing a studio apartment with a woman who never cleans up after herself, Pax.
This is not our instrument, kid.
I'll never know.
I have to fucking pee.
You just get desensitized.
This is incredible stuff, though.
As an only child of wealthy and emotionally distant parents, I never had to deal with another person. Until boarding school, that was. Immediate, life-changing trauma. What is taking her so long? Pax, we should finish up our little discussion.
Dude, this is one of those things where I'm like, what if the people that made this are fans of mine? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even kidding. These are the doubter chatters. Theo does look like me. A little bit. I recognize that. Like, I'll own it. Currently disassociating. Why is this so trash? Only Gnome can afford real pineapples. Everything was better than the stuff at our apartment. I'm gonna boil this and I'm gonna drink it. I'm just trust fund the emperor.
So what do you guys think?
I don't know, man. This whole thing feels incredibly risky.
Riskier than being a deviant in Pacifica.
Why are you, of all people, so hot to trot? Huh? You're rich, Gnome. I mean, look at that fucking view. You don't need the money.
You'd be surprised. If anyone discovers what I am, all of this goes away. In an instant. Besides, you're my only friends here. What would I do without you?
Well, I have good reasons for taking the job. I'm dirt poor and work for table scraps from tech bros. Not to mention that of the three of us, I'm the most likely to be outed. You know what happens when I get stressed.
Did you finish your discussion?
Not yet, Theo! Jeez, man, hold your fucking horses.
Yeah, shut up, man.
What about you, Pax? I mean, do the risks outweigh the benefits?
There's nothing here for us, kid.
What are you hoping to get out of this?
Future.
What's my future in Pacifica? Even if I could get a real job,
Straight man jump for talking in Queer City,
table scraps. And even if I didn't have to worry about the wrong word spoken in the wrong place at the wrong time, there's still nothing here for me. No papers, no prospects, no family. It's not living. It's just existing. Yeah,
it's Theo just a cishead whipping boy? Yeah.
You won't get another
Every
chance
polycule's got one.
When you put it like that, I'd also like a big payday, a ticket out of Pacifica, and to not have to worry about being thrown in jail. Or worse.
You think we can trust him?
Theo, he's odd, but good odd. Like a dorky dad.
Look at him in the corner.
I think he's legit.
What's he getting out of this? Dude has a job with the Puritans. I'm sure it comes with benefits.
Whatever his motivations, Theo's the real deal. And so's this job, Sai.
Do bi people exist? No.
Okay, so it's settled?
Yo, Theo! We're ready.
So...
We're in. All of us. Where do we start?
Okay, good. That's good. I'm glad. We start by renting a car next weekend. Something small and inconspicuous. Paid in cash.
La Torre, Subterranean Farm Collective. October 13th, 2030. 9:13 on a Sunday.
You sure this is the right dome?
This is it. La Torre.
Ugh, thank God.
Wait, is that...
When you said tour bus, Theo, I was picturing something more low-key.
You're looking at a refurbished 1986 Cougar Cruiser. Isn't she beautiful?
I love it.
You, raise Jack. You, Jack up.
What's going on?
There's lady legs poking out from under that.
Take a deep breath. I'm gonna try and pull you out.
Stop. My arm's caught. You'll break it. I can't breathe. You need to do something.
She's freaking out. What do we do?
She just has anxiety disorder.
Keep her calm.
Working on it. Hey, Luna.
Sai.
What?
How you doing?
Hold the bus up.
You can breathe.
Sai.
Just listen to my voice.
I need you to do this for me.
You'll be fine.
Okay?
Fuck.
You need to raise this bus higher.
That's fucked up. She's like, yo,
Okay.
you're big.
I'll do it.
This isn't working.
You're big for no reason, Sai. Lift that fucking bus. God damn.
Shit, that's heavy.
careful! I'm still stuck! Can't you get it any higher?
I'm barely able to keep it level. We need that jack, Pax!
Try rebooting the UU hub. That piece of crap voice-activated box always bugs out!
Need a hand?
Do you have a degree in electrical engineering?
Okay then. Theo, I think this station runs the autonomous systems.
I'll check it out.
I still need...
The network's down.
That explains why the jack's not working.
Luna, where's the wireless router?
I have no idea.
I'll find it.
Look for a big box with
I know
blinking
what
lights.
a router looks like.
Damn, don't tell me what a router looks like, you fucking man.
I think I found it.
Hold on.
I've got it. Did you cause this ruckus? It's your lucky day, Rust Bucket.
Wait, that's a vibrator, bro. What the fuck?
Did you break the antenna? No wonder the wireless is down. I think we need to adjust this to get a signal again. I think we have network access again.
Thank you. I'll give it a try.
Bro, that's a Hitachi magic wand, dog. That's what that is.
Got it. Luna, system's rebooted. Voice command should work again.
Bro, she's still holding the fucking bus.
Finally. Oh, fuck me. That destroyed my back.
Hey, maybe pull me out before the... That's the last time I'm ever trusting the UU voice assistant with anything.
What is
Good thing
happening?
you guys showed up when you did. Welcome to the
He's
castle.
woke.
How
He's
was the trip?
woke.
Maybe you should handle this one, Theo.
You did what?
Lady,
what the Sigma?
The officer walked into the road.
The Pacific Authority officer was killed.
Accidentally squashed by a robot
Killed
truck.
after waving down your car. If they weren't looking for you before, they definitely are now.
The car's off the grid. It can't be
You
tracked.
can't risk it. You need to leave Pacifica today if you plan to make it into the Republic.
That wasn't the deal, Luna.
Neither was the dead cop, Theo. Look,
You're
I'm
kicking
grateful
us
you guys
out.
showed up when you did. I'd
Seriously?
probably be That's... You think I wanted this? I'm grateful for the help, and I'm doing everything I can to make sure your mission is successful, but... It's too risky. We need to get you across the border today. Nova Scotia will understand. Theo, there's a Weave terminal downstairs. You can make contact with Nova Scotia there.
What about the bus? Will it be ready?
I don't think there's any damage. The robot will do a full checkup, and we need to load it with supplies for the libraries. As for you, Yellow Hat, we need to get you patched up. You won't make it across the border wearing that shirt and the open bullet wound.
I'm fine.
You may be fine, but I've got an investment to protect. Lucky for you, we have a dock below. Finish your drinks, folks. I'll get the elevator.
I'm not fine. I don't know why I
Is
said
this going to be a
that.
problem, Theo?
I don't think so. I just have to check in with Nova Scotia, and then
I'm
we'll be
gonna
on the road to
challenge.
Nevada. We have the bus. We have the cargo. We're just starting our journey east a day early.
We'll be fine, Sai.
Are you doing your thing now? Are you mollycoddling me?
Do you think we have a choice here, Theo?
Unfortunately, no. Luna's probably right. It's risky to stay here long. I trust her. And if the bus is ready, we might as well get an early start.
If you trust her, that's good enough for me.
Pax's choice of words has nudged Theo towards "Okay, buddy." One of the three possible codas. Codas affect the personal relationships you have with your crew and unlock new dialogues, branching narratives, and unique character endings. Use the left button or right button to access the coda screen. Software engineer, soulful guitarist. Okay, buddy. While Theo's our manager and administrator, we've allowed him, or he's allowed us, to get closer as peers and maybe also friends. Theo appears to appreciate the evolution of our relationship, but whether that will last or not is hard to say at this point. Went from okay boss to okay buddy. Homegoing. Way of the mind. Our girls learning from the masters of masquerade, me and Gnome. Stop
Thanks,
saying
Max.
Hasan Abi
The
developers.
elevator's waiting.
We should probably get going.
Make sure that tire's well fastened.
Of course, ma'am.
Okay, so she hates robots.
Yo, bud, you joining us?
Yo, shut up, yo. Why are you
Couldn't your
chirping
people
me?
have used their powers to defuse the situation with the cop?
I don't think that's...
My vocals turn my body to literal stone. I'm not sure how that would have helped.
I did try to defuse the situation, but my gaslighting didn't really help.
People often think we all have this ability to hypnotize, but that's just...
My vocals are only good for short cons, making other people feel bad. In a situation like that, my options are limited.
Right. Well, I'm sorry for assuming that. What happened, happened. Now we have to get you guys out of here before the cops come looking.
You're right.
Sure.
Wait, she's the shit?
Sure.
Yo, what? She needs the dookie? Hey, yo, this game is crazy.
Let's get you patched up, Yellow Hat.
It's PAX.
She said, my powers are making people feel bad and IBS. That's crazy. This game is brave, okay? It's showing, listen, IBS girlies rise up, okay? That is crazy.
Give me a minute. I need the toilet.
Down the corridor to your right, through the kitchen.
I'll go with you. I really have to pee.
The weave terminal's in here, Theo.
And I'll just stand right here.
Is this it?
Nothing. Just need the can.
Very much the same. I haven't peed since San Francisco.
I won't be
Hasan,
long.
please play League.
don't
Thank you for
worry.
the 20 gifted
You
subs,
look
but
like
that's
you're
never
suffering more
happening.
than me.
I'm not saying you're a terrible
I'll wait.
person for supporting you.
Hey, what do you think of that Luna lady?
But that's not what I'm saying.
Can we trust her?
So what are you saying
Can we
exactly?
talk about it
I'm
later?
saying you,
Oh,
you
sure.
as a Hey,
Hello.
I'm saying
All
you has a
gender
terrible track
restroom?
record, and they
No
exploit gig workers.
fucking
and you should be investing in
pronouns.
Obital instead.
This place
They're
has
never
been
getting a
taken
seat on
over
the
by
board. It's a waste of
woke.
time and money.
They have a shot, and I'd love to
No.
talk
Oh,
to you
God.
about an exciting
No,
opportunity.
I'm not buying into Obital. You can forget the pitch. It's not happening.
You're missing out.
I'm really not.
Wait,
What was that?
she's a bulimia girly.
Kid, we need to sleep soon.
What is this fucking game,
I'm
big
fine.
dog?
I'll be right out.
Come on, Pax.
She's Purgante? Isn't she a lesbian?
I'm hurting here.
Am I a lesbian and Purgante at the same time? Check out the poster.
With open,
You done yet?
Man, shut the hell up.
Oh, my bladder is about to explode.
You said I could go, we never say,
Bro, I'm just eating everything I find.
That's got teeth marks, kid.
Hello?
Talking to the pizza.
Strong man's, well, you know, a strong woman who'd appreciate this. This is me, kid. Data key, our precious cargo retrieved from Purity. This is our $1 million lottery ticket. Let's get a better look. Do not leave food or no deje que los alimentos se pudran en la nevera. Es peligrosa y repugnante. Etiquete todos los alimentos y retire los reos antes de su vencimiento. Wow, they got Spanish first, dog. What the fuck? Woke has done this. lo que necesites, deja lo que puedas. Take what you need, leave what you can. Justice for all. Issue number 1. Is this valuable? Sounds valuable. Mother of Justice, Marilyn Monroe's story. Like, being the mother of justice is something to brag about.
You need a change at some point. Not until I've taken care of this shoulder.
Did you say something?
No, just mumbling.
Marilyn Monroe was the first lady in this game.
A dead cop. Not a great start to our road trip, kid. But the guy was asking for it. Pulling a gun on us. And at least this way he can't ID
Los
us.
Pipos, thank you for the 5. Get this subs.
Still, maybe we could have handled it differently. I don't enjoy having blood on my hands.
Is this game a joke to you? Not funny? No, it's not. This game is light. It's the best game of the fucking year.
I reckon I'm fine. Probably something I ate.
I was talking about the gaping hole in your arm, but okay, sure, yeah. Happy to hear your bowels are good. Maybe get yourself patched up now.
Already on my way to get it fixed.
You know, you're not alone in this. You have a lot on your shoulders. Literally. And after what we went through last night...
Don't worry, I can handle it. I'm not your responsibility anymore.
Jesus. I'm just trying to be here for you. I can do that, you know? Even if we're not sharing a bed.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. I'm happy you're here, Gnome. It means a lot to me. I didn't mean
It's
to.
okay. Thank you. Go get your arm patched up. You don't want to end up with a cheap plastic substitute like this idiot.
Wait, so everyone is gay? Is this everyone is gay, the game?
Had some
Yes.
connection issues.
Nova Scotia hasn't replied yet either.
You sent a message through the Greenland number?
It's a classic. Who cares if it's bleak?
Might want to try the computer.
George Orwell, 1987, Animal Factory.
Both channels have been spotty.
What's
Can't hurt
this?
to cover all
A
options.
librarian's manifesto. This is the book that inspired the movement of getting us out of getting us into Nova Scotia and out of the treacherous reigns of cisgender heteronormative Puritans.
Are you feeling?
Let's get you patched up.
Are you feeling better?
What are you doing?
Contacting New Jerusalem. We need to know their library is still online before we leave Pacifica. So far, nothing. Luna, you're sure your line's active?
Very sure. Your name's Pax, right? I'm Luna. Let's check the damage. Hold still. This might hurt.
Where'd you get a dock?
Same place that's helping you across the Republic. Nova Scotia pulled some strings or paid some bribes.
What is that? Is that
I
Megan
don't know
Fox?
what we'd do without it. We get a lot of people coming across from the Republic.
Is that Megan
and
Fox?
Some are in a bad state. I've
On the
seen
poster?
Kids as young as 4 or 5. Tragic stuff. The dock's a literal lifesaver. There's mostly tissue damage with some
Are you a supporter?
Sorry?
The poster?
Medina Castillo. We are supporters, I guess you could say that. Our organization favors political change in the Republic. We don't believe in armed revolution.
Do you really believe she can win against the old dictator?
President Ward's stepping down, but against his son? Yeah, I think so. As I was saying, there's mostly tissue damage with some vascular trauma. Bone looks intact. Doc will get you patched up in no time.
Will my arm recover?
Should be good as new. This machine's top of the line. Puritan tech.
Claudia
Soon as
de
we're
la
done here, we need
Cruz.
to load the bus with supplies for the libraries.
That's the PSL ticket, boys. She will win if you vote
There
for
aren't
her.
that many boxes. It shouldn't take too long. You guys look strong.
What are these supplies?
Books, magazines, political pamphlets, care packages for the libraries. Materials forbidden inside the American Republic. The librarians will be happy to see you. It's lonely, being a safe harbor in a fascist storm. Sorry about making presumptions earlier. We don't see a lot of divergence these days, and that leaves a lot of room for conspiracies to grow.
Wait.
We prefer anomals.
I apologize. Anomals.
Yo! 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 We prefer anomals. Excuse me. That was a microaggression. Let's go.
The last one to pass through was 2-3 years ago. He was like you, could make people bend to his will with just words. What do you call it? Mesmerism? I apologize if I get the terminology wrong. I don't need a lot of...
That's not how it works. I can make people do things, but it's not exactly subtle. It's like negging, but more brutal.
I don't know a whole lot about about anomals. Sorry, again.
Most people have no idea what we can do, so they fear us instead.
This might sting again.
Ow!
Wound's been cleaned and sealed. We just need to give Doc enough time to close it up properly and make it look...
What's happening, Luna?
Could be a false alarm, could be trouble. You folks stay here. Don't go anywhere. Pax, let Doc finish up. And please, get yourself a shirt from the break room table. You can't cross the border looking like a serial killer.
Are those...
Or cops?
Pacific Ops.
Where's the car?
Dismantled and destroyed, all part of the plan.
If it's just the cops.
No. Look, a purity security detail.
What do?
We stay calm and we stay put. We knew this might happen. If they decide to search the place, we'll be safe in the library. La Torre's designed to hide fugitives. Maybe let the crew know what's happening? Soon as the cops leave, we should be on our way.
Dude, this game is awesome. I actually love this game. Okay, I started out playing it ironically. Now I'm playing it unironically.
What's happening?
Unwelcome visitors. Where's Sai? She's still in there?
I don't know what she's up to.
She's still pooping? Well, kid, are we nuts? All right, change the shirt.
Sai, everything okay?
Okay, the fucking alarm just went off. No, things are not okay. Just let me stay in here.
Yeah, that's not an option.
Oh my god,
Hey,
I'm bribing her with food.
You hungry?
Am I hungry? You're asking me if I'm hungry?
I have jerky. Strong nuts.
I'm having a mental health crisis here and you're trying to feed me jerky!
Okay.
Damn.
I see how this might look bad, so I'll just hold on to this jerky for later.
You are the worst. I'm not talking to you.
Smooth.
Damn. Well, she's fat.
Guess it's time to bring out the big guns.
I guess.
I thought she would have fucked with the jerky. I don't know. I'm a simple man, dude. I didn't think about it. I'm fat. I would have appreciated jerky in a mental health crisis moment. She is not a vegan, okay? Get the fuck out of here. I don't know how, I don't know why I can't change my shirt. No joke, Sai is Muslim. Okay, first of all, that don't matter because I got beef jerky. Wait, like she's just not gonna get out of there? Am I fucking cooked?
Sai? What? What do you want from me? Huh?
Block, trigger, push.
I told you, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be risking everyone's lives if I come along. I can barely
Stop it.
Damn,
You
I just
need to
cooked
take
her.
a moment to pull yourself together. We need you.
You know, one of these days you could try just talking to people, Pax. Hey, Sai, you're feeling better, right?
Wait, what did this chatter say? No joke, Sai is Muslim. Also, my fiance is her voice actor. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's...
Yeah, sure. I know what you're doing. And I'm not saying it's bad, but it's also not bad. And Gnome's right, Pax. You could talk to me instead of using them to manipulate me. Thanks for the verbal tranquilizer. I know what you're doing, but it feels good every time.
Oh god, we got Hasan Abi
Just don't
dibs.
get too used to it.
Are we good? Are you good?
Get the fucking shirt.
It's been a rough day. Why did the alarm go off earlier?
You didn't tell her?
Bro, if they have a top of the hour ad break debate in there somewhere, I'm 100% certain that this is gonna be a Hasan Abi dev game. You know what I mean? Just kidding. It's the top of the hour ad break. I'm serving it right now, baby. Also, I want to mention something here. I play absolute fucking bangers on this broadcast, and this community leaves instantly. This game has retained the largest viewership historically out of any fucking video game I've ever played on this fucking stupid ass stream. I hate myself. And you guys are fucking annoying, okay? Straight up. I might have the all-time record of engagement on this game in general. Okay? I am probably, there's like 8 people play. Oh my god, we did. All-time peak. I have set the record for this fucking game. The devs are going to see me make fun of this. It's like they worked so goddamn hard and I'm shitting all over it. Now I feel terrible. You know this game, it's made by the same people that made Detroit Become Human. I'm a trans woman that fled Tennessee to California, and this game is a hate crime and also accurate. Keep playing, I want to see more.
Just a false alarm. We need help with some boxes.
Yes, this is exactly what I need right now. Some boxes to lift.
What the fuck?
I hate that you're not joking, Sai.
Hey, is this thing, can they hear me now? Oh, okay. Folks, Luna here. I shut off the alarm.
You have to
We
be a
need you on
unicorn.
your way. Like now.
When will you stop fucking around and get some real drip like Theo?
Grab one of the boxes on your way up. We need the bus packed and ready.
Our passports, visas, invitation letter. I think that's everything.
It'll get you
Okay,
safely
Theo.
across the Republic border, but after that...
We're on our own. Until we reach the Salt Lake Library. What if your visitors decide to revisit?
There are hundreds of farms. Are they going to investigate all of them? Once you've left, we have nothing to hide. Aside from the one...
This looks like something a certain Maryland fan would love. Mother of Justice.
Patrol car 10 minutes ago, the roads look clear. The quicker you leave Pacifica, the better.
We'll be on our way across the border shortly. I believe that was the final box, Pax.
Yup.
And you have the cargo?
It's safe with us. With me, Theo.
All right. We just need to... Hey! Mira! Will you guys quit it?
Did you not want us to practice?
Check this out, Gnome.
Nice. I can't wait to play our first gig.
No, not the robot driving.
Hey, what's the golem doing on the bus?
I hate robots.
You mean your driver?
We're supposed to have a human driver, Theo.
Luna?
She won't be here until the morning.
So, one of us drives the bus. It's not rocket science.
You won't be allowed into the Republic.
We need someone with the license and skill set, Pax.
Ma'am, I'll be happy to serve as your driver.
Damn, this shit done pissed me off. I fucking hate robots.
Don't touch me.
Hey!
What was that?
Vox washback. Pax used words on the robot, but that doesn't work.
Not on machines.
Don't touch me again, Tin Can.
I was only trying to...
Okay. Robot, she gave you an instruction.
Noted.
Look, I'm sorry. It's the robot or nothing.
It's just the driver, Pax.
The robot saved Luna's bacon earlier. It can't be that bad.
I'm just gonna cave. I'm gonna cave.
There's no problem here, Pax.
Wait, can I just
notice
cave?
Who's driving? You're making this into a bigger deal than it needs to be.
L2 just pauses it.
Okay.
Latest intel says the 80 is cleared to the east, all the way to the Republic border. I'm sorry I have to send you on your way, but we have a whole network to protect. This is not just about you. It's about the libraries and keeping the weave operational. Without it, the resistance is dead.
I understand.
Good. Get your cargo out of Pacifica and through the Republic to Nova Scotia, and your name will be in the history books.
We're not out to make history. We just want to do this job and get paid for it.
Fair enough. Nice shirt, by the way.
Ready to go? I guess we should get going.
Is anyone gonna buy our cover story?
Did you not hear us jam?
So the answer is no.
Check this out.
Do you even know how to play that thing?
I want to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably...
I just wanted to say thanks for fixing me up. And for the shirt, it's colorful.
You're welcome. And safe travels, Pax.
You got everything?
Papers, passports. We're just missing the popcorn.
Why, though?
Couldn't think of anything else starting with the letter P. Your silence speaks volumes.
Ah.
Was that a laugh?
Let's call it half a laugh.
I'll take it.
God, it's so cringe, but I gave it to him. Quit playing Disco Elysium for this. It's not my fault that Disco Elysium is not interactive.
You're still here.
It's not my fault that Disco Elysium doesn't represent real revolutionary thought like
Please
this
find your
game.
seat.
I'm definitely fucking Theo. Fully restored 1986 Cougar Cruiser, built in the Republic, mobile headquarters. Our home for the next 3 weeks, converted to run on clean energy. Thank God.
Our luggage is on board?
All of it, ma'am.
This is pretty sweet, Theo.
Wait!
Thank Luna.
This is not an all-inclusive gender bathroom!
Plenty of room, too. I thought we'd be... This seat's mine.
Not sharing?
Plenty of room. No reason to sit on top of each other.
In that case, vintage feels. Love it.
I'm not hating this. So, what do we call her?
What? The bus.
They need a name.
Bus?
You do that on purpose, don't you? Hot dog. Next stop, Nevada.
Yeah, about that. This game made me vote for Trump, dude. I'm already voting for Trump. Now I'm illegally voting for him. Pacifica just saw the Rio Oso.
Nova Scotia won't be happy about this, Pax.
So we let them know we're taking a different route
To
through
do that, I need access to the Weave. And that won't happen until we get to Salt Lake. We had a plan.
Your plan. And it's not like you've been forthcoming on everything, like the contents of our cargo.
We stole data from the Puritans and put it on this key, our one-way ticket off this continent. We can't lose this kid. This is the second most valuable cargo we've ever carried. Hey, I wasn't in charge of buying this thing because it's silly.
I don't actually know what's in the data we hijacked from Purity. Nova Scotia's been tight-lipped about that, for good reason. The less we know, the better. You know what our mission is. Transport the cargo to Nova Scotia, ask no questions. This was our plan. We're a crew. We're in this together.
What happened to being in charge? You can't be one of us and be the one to call the shots. If we're really in this together, it means taking a different route across the Pacifica border
Typical
into the
man
Republic.
behavior.
Informing Nova Scotia about the detour is not our only problem. Given what happened this morning, the longer we stay in Pacifica, the riskier it gets. And if we don't
No.
You're both saying the same thing. The mission's important. There's really no need for conflict.
She's gaslighting us.
I guess you're right. Sorry, Pax.
She gaslit both of us.
Yo, Theo, what you up to, my man?
Perusing the map.
Perusing?
What's with the old-timey paper map? We're still in Pacifica. Don't you have your mobile?
I destroyed my mobile yesterday.
Wow. Okay.
Hey.
Hardcore. You can borrow mine. I still have-
Hey, everyone, listen up.
No way out of this now, kid.
I know the original plan was to cross the border east into Nevada, and from there on to Utah and the Rockies. But we'll be taking a different route north, through Liberty, Oregon. Before
Liberty?
I would actually like an explanation.
I concur.
Liberty's where
What's
my
Liberty?
family still
What did I
lives. Liberty's where my sister is, and we need her to come with us.
Just gonna leave us hanging, Pax?
I need to see my sister.
Damn, selfish.
Did you know she had a sister?
I
Throwing the
did
fucking
not.
mission.
Ziggy's... She's one of us. A normal. We can't leave without her. So, we're going to Liberty to get her.
Those may not be the only reasons, but for now, that'll be our little secret,
Why didn't you
kid.
tell me you had a sister?
Yeah. What else have you been keeping from us?
So they didn't know either.
I didn't think you'd agree to it, Theo.
If you told me it was because of family, I would have.
Hey,
He loves
none of us
family.
have been home in ages. What makes you so special?
I guess picking up her sister makes this a bit different.
If we're detouring for Pax's family, why not drop in on my parents at the same time?
You know that's not the same, Sai. This is my last chance to say goodbye to Moms. We're just picking up my sister, and then we'll continue the journey. We transport the cargo across the Republic to Nova Scotia, we get our money, and then it's up to each of us to decide what's next.
Right. Plan on
Wait, did
springing
she
any
say
more surprises
moms?
on us?
She got 2 moms?
No.
Gay!
Fine. Fuck it. Let's go to Liberty. At least one of us gets to go home.
What about the plan? We're just abandoning that?
Yo, Theo. Earlier, when you came over to talk, I used vocals to make you back off.
Oh. Why?
I don't know, man. It's what I do. Instinct? I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
That was exhausting, kid. And we haven't even told him everything yet. We need to do something to clear our head. How about... Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no.
We're the aliens.
What the fuck?
We're the refugees.
What the fuck? Ah! Oh God. Oh God. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me.
We're nothing like, yeah, we're nothing like you.
Why am I bombing? I'm not bombing.
And for me. We will eclipse you.
This is how music is made, Chad. You just don't know because you never had a musical bone in your body.
We're the dustborn, this bug is airborne. We're the new porn, our kind is newborn.
Wow, new song unlocked. She said the name, dude. She's the Dustborn. They said the name of the fucking game, dude. Title screen 6 months ago. San Francisco, Pacifica. We'll relock it. No, you won't.
Another day, another dollar for a weird science experiment.
It's not a science experiment. It's a linguistic test.
Dude, I have wires strapped to my head. I think this counts as weird science.
Methinks this counts
Ready
as
anytime.
weird
So,
science.
you just want
What,
me to
the
pick
Sigma?
symbols again?
Same procedure as last time. When you see a prompt, push a button.
Okay. Let's do this.
Am I gonna fail this shit? What the fuck? What? Wait, am I just picking one out of these?
How do you feel?
I can't complain. It's easy money.
You took a huge risk trusting us. That's worth a lot more than what we're paying you.
I wouldn't mind a raise. Or at least a bonus.
I think we can arrange that.
So, what are these wires telling you?
I don't know yet. We'll have to run this data through the... Okay, I deserve that look. I'll tell you more once you've studied the screen and pushed one of the buttons.
Damn, this game is pro-Hamas.
And we've talked about the proto-language before, how it helps you vocalize. I'm gaining insight into how your vocals work, how you're instinctively using the proto-language to circumvent mental barriers, effectively bypassing the ears to get to the brain.
You make it sound so intrusive.
It is intrusive. It is brutal, and that's what makes it so incredibly
You're choosing the wrong options. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and neither do you.
Is how every anomal has access to different proto-language stems, giving them, you, different abilities. We know that's because of the broadcast, but we have no idea why it only happened to a tiny percentage of those who were exposed.
Have you ever... Do you know of any anomal who's learned new vocals?
New
The
vocals?
Phoenix haircut
You mean
again?
Post-broadcast? I don't think that's possible. According to our research...
It is. When I was a kid, I had a device that let me record echoes and mess around with the recordings until it played this strange chant. And then it's how I learned to block and trigger people.
That's... But if what you're saying is true, it would change everything. This device would be extremely valuable.
I don't have it, but I might be able to get it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
If it works the way you describe it, Nova Scotia would pay a fortune for it. I'm glad you trust me enough to tell me. And I'm happy you agreed to participate in these tests.
I came for the money and stayed for the company.
I'm always gonna pick the triangle.
Pax, I was thinking after we're done here today, maybe we could go out for a drink or, like,
What?
Are you okay? Pax? Pax!
Whoa. Why is this on playing a DEI game? This is the DEI game, dude. Oh my God, I just realized something. We haven't seen a single white male yet.
I know that tree.
Oh, the cop.
I've seen it before in the stillness. And now I'm dreaming about it, which makes sense, I guess. It's whispering. What's it saying?
The boss man in my group, Theo, is a Latiner.
Doctors and scientists lie to us. They don't tell us the truth because they want to enslave us by putting transmitters in vaccines. And all they want us to do is fear them.
Oh my God, they got brave patriots up here. Doctors and scientists are lying to us because they're putting transmitters in the vaccines.
Satanic rituals, and their children look scared. And what are they doing to the children? They're out to get us. They're out to get us. They're coming for us. Told me they worship demons. Shape-shifting reptilian overlords control our government and the liberal media.
Reptilian overlords control our government.
Okay, it's that sort of dream. There are more of you.
The pizza is a front. Do your research. Wait, what am I doing? How am I losing in a fucking QTE game? I can't even move. My movement is so limited. How am I losing in a fucking QTE game, bro? What the hell's going on? If one more motherfucker asks me to do pillar stance, I'm gonna lose my shit. Wait. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way, dude. This game did not just crash. That's crazy. All right, let's see what the political topology results look like now. Nope. Submission has been saved locally. Please wait and try again at a later time. That's crazy. The game is so woke it broke, dude. Go woke, go broke. Has it been happening with all games? No. You are going non-verbal. Anyway, listen. That's the last 3-minute ad break here, okay? Tomorrow I'll be live. It happened with Wukong? No, it didn't. Wukong never crashed. It like had some weird moments in it though. Anyway, everybody, I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. And then on Friday, I'll be live from San Diego at TwitchCon.
Sunny Los Angeles,
That was a wonderful experiment that we conducted there, where I learned that this community is infinitely more invested in silly ass fucking narrative focused games that we can make fun of than actual fucking gaming, especially gaming like Wukong that was peak 9 out of 10 game that I was like absolutely clobbering on too. But anyway, we'll keep trying to play the game if it doesn't break. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye. I'm gonna get a haircut now.
Reviewing the P.O. box, I'm dreaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming.